Chapter 1 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 1. One hears of people whose hair turned white in a single night. Last night I thought mine was turning. I had a creepy feeling in the roots, which seemed to crawl all the way down inside each separate hair, wriggling as it went. I suppose you couldn't have nervous prostration of the hair. I worried dreadfully. It kept on so long, and my hair is so fair it would be almost a temptation for it, in an emergency, to take the one short step from gold to silver. I didn't dare switch on the light in the wagonlit and peep at my pocketbook mirror, which reflects one's features in sections of a square inch, giving the survey of one's whole face quite a panorama effect, for fear I might wake up the bulldog. I've spelt him with capitals, after mature deliberation, because it would be nothing less than a lèse-majesté to fob him off with little letters about the size of his two lower eye tusks, or chin molars, or whatever one ought to call them. He was on the floor, you see, keeping guard over his mistress's shoes, and he might have been misguided enough to think I had designs on them, though what I could have used them for, unless I'd been going to Venus and wanting a private team of gondolas, I can't imagine. I, being in the upper berth, you might, if you hadn't seen him, have fancied me safe, but already he had once padded halfway up the step-ladder, and sniffed at me speculatively as if I were a piece of meat on the top shelf of a larder. And if halfway up, why not all the way up? Il tient capable du tout. I tried to distract my friend and focus it hard on other things, as Christian Scientists tell you to do when you have a pin sticking into your body, for which les convenances forbid you to make an exhaustive search. I lay on my back with my eyes shut, trying not to hear any of the sounds in the wagonlet, as if they were not confined to the snoring of His Majesty, thinking desperately, I will concentrate all my mentality, said I to myself, on thoughts beginning with P, for instance, my past, Paris, Pamela. Just for a few minutes it was comparatively easy. Dear past, I sighed, with a great sigh, which, for divers reasons, I was sure couldn't be heard beyond my own berth. And though I try always even to think in English, I find sometimes that the words group themselves in my head in the old patterns, according to French idioms. Dear past, how thou wert kind and sweet! How it is brutalizing to turn my back upon thee and thy charms forever! Oh, my goodness, I shall certainly die, squeaked a voice in the berth underneath, and then there was a sound of wallowing. She, my stable companion, shall I call her, had been giving vent to all sorts of strange noises at intervals for a long time, so that it would have been hopeless to try and drown my sorrows in sleep. Away went the gentle past, with a bump, as if it had knocked against a snag in the current of my thoughts. Paris or Pamela instead, then, or both together, since they seem inseparable, even when Pamela is at her most American and tells me to talk United States. It was all natural to think of Pamela, because it was she who gave me the ticket for the train de luxe and my berth in the wagonlet. If it hadn't been for Pamela, I should at this moment have been crawling slowly, cheaply down Riviera, ward in a second-class train, sitting bolt upright in a second-class carriage with smudges on my nose, while perhaps some second-class child shed jammy crumbs on my frock, and its second-class baby's sister howled. "Oh, why did I leave my peaceful home?" wailed the lady in the lower berth. Heaven alone, unless it were the dog, knew why she had, and knew how heartily I wished she hadn't. A good thing Cerberus was on guard, or I might have dropped a pillow accidentally on her head. Just then I wasn't thanking Pamela for her generosity. The second-class baby's mamma would have given it a bottle to keep it still, but there was nothing I could give the fat old lady, and she had already resorted to the bottle, something in a way of patent medicine, without any good result. Yet, was there nothing I could give her? "Oh, I'm dying. I know I'm dying. And nobody cares. I shall choke to death," she gurgled. It was too much. I could stand it and the terrible atmosphere no longer. I suppose if I had been an early Christian martyr, waiting for my turn to be devoured, might have so got on my nerves eventually that I would have thrown myself into the arena out of sheer spite at the lions, and then tried my best to disagree with them. Anyway, bulldog or no bulldog, having made a light, I slid down from my berth. No thanks to the stepladder. Dangled a few wild seconds in the air, and then offering my stockinged feet to the Minotaur, I poked my head into the lower berth. "What are you going to do?" gasped its occupant. La grosse femme, whose fault it would be if my hair did change from the gold of a louis to the silver of a mere franc. "You say you're stifling," I reminded her, politely but firmly, and my tone was like the lull before a storm. "Yes, but—" We were staring into each other's eyes, and could I believe my sense of touch, or was it mercifully blunted? It seemed that the monster on the floor was gently licking my toes with a tongue like a huge slice of pink ham, instead of chewing them to the bone. But there are creatures which do that to their victims, I've heard, by way of making it easier to swallow them later. "You also said no one cared," I went on courageously. "I care, for myself as well as for you. As for what I'm going to do, I'm going to do several things. First, open the window, and then I'm going to undress you." "You must be mad," gasped the lady, who was English. Oh, but more English than anyone else I ever saw in my life. "Not yet," said I, as I darted at the thick blind she had drawn down over the window, and let it fly up with a snap. I then opened the window itself a few inches, and in floated a perfumed breath of the soft April air, for which our bereaved lungs had been longing. The breeze fluttered round my head like a benediction until I felt that the ebbing tide of gold had turned and was flowing into my back hair again. "No wonder you're dying, madam," I exclaimed, switching the heat lever to Freud. "So was I, but being merely an upper berth, with no rights, I was suffering in silence. I watched you turn the heat full on and shut the window tight. I saw you go to bed in all your clothes, which looked terribly thick, and cover yourself up with both your blankets, but I said nothing, because you were a lower berth, and older than I am. I thought maybe you wanted a Turkish bath, but since you don't, I'll try and save you from apoplexy, if it isn't too late." I fumbled with brooches and buttons, with hooks and eyes. It was even worse than I'd supposed. The creature's conception of a traveling costume en route for the south of France consisted of a heavy tweed dress, 2 gray knitted stay bodices, 1 pink Jaeger chemise, and a couple of red flannel petticoats. My investigations went no further, but encouraged in my rescue work by spasmodic gestures on the part of the patient and forbearance on the part of the dog, I removed several superfluous layers of wool. 1 blanket went to the floor, where it was accepted in the light of a gift by His Majesty, and the other was returned to its owner. "Now, are you better, madam?" I asked, panting with long and well-earned breaths. She reposed on an elbow, gazing up at me, as at a surgeon who has performed a painful but successful operation. And she was an object porfiriere, the poor lady. She wore an old-fashioned false front of hair, sunning over with curls, brown ones, of a brown never seen on land or sea, and a pair of spectacles pushed up in an absent-minded moment, were entangled in its waves. Her face, which was large, with a knot of tiny features in the middle, shone red with heat and excitement. She would have had the look of an elderly child, if it hadn't been for her bright, shrewd little eyes, which twinkled observantly and might sparkle with temper. Nobody who was not rich and important would dare to dress as badly as she did. Altogether, she was a figure of fun. Indeed, I couldn't help feeling with quaint mantelpiece ornaments she and her dog would make. Yet for some reason I didn't feel inclined to laugh, and I eyed her as solemnly as she eyed me. As for His Majesty, I began to see that I had misunderstood him. After all, he had never, from the first, regarded me as an eatable. "Yes, I am better," replied His Majesty's mistress. "People have always told me it came on treacherously cold at night in France, so I prepared accordingly. I suppose I ought to thank you. In fact, I do thank you." "I acted for myself as much as for you," I confessed. "It was so hot, and you were suffering out loud." "I have never traveled at night before," the lady defended herself. "Indeed, I've made a point of traveling as little as possible, except by carriage. I don't consider trains a means of conveyance for gentlefolk. They seem well enough for cattle, who may not mind being herded together." "Or for dogs," I suggested. "Nothing is too good for Beau, my only Beau." At this I did not wonder. "But I wouldn't have moved without him. He's as necessary to me as my conscience. I was afraid the guard was going to make a fuss about him, which would have been awkward, as I can't speak a word of French or any other silly language into which Latin has degenerated. But luckily English gold doesn't need to be translated." "It loses in translation," said I, amused. I sat down on my bag as I spoke, and timorously invited Beau, never was name less appropriate, to be patted. He arose from the blanket and accepted my overtures with an expression which may have been intended for a smile, or a threat of the most appalling character. I have seen such legs as his old-fashioned silver teapots, and the crook in his tail would have made it useful as a door-knocker. "I don't think I ever saw him take so to a stranger," exclaimed his mistress, suddenly beaming. "I wonder you risked him with me in such close quarters then," said I. "Wouldn't it have been safer if you'd had your maid in the compartment with you?" "My maid? My tyrant?" snorted the old lady. "She's the one creature on earth I am afraid of, and she knows it. When we go to Dover, and she saw the channel wobbling about a little, she said it was a great nasty wet thing, and she wouldn't go on it. When I insisted, she showed symptoms of seasickness, and in consequence she's waiting for me in Dover till I finish the business that's taking me to Italy. I had no more experience than she, but I had courage. It's perhaps a question of class. Servants consider only themselves. You, too, I see, have courage. I was inclined to think poorly of you when you first came in, and to wish I'd been extravagant enough to take the 2 beds for myself, because I thought you were afraid of Beau. Yet now you're patting him." "I was rather afraid at first," I admitted. "I never met an English bulldog socially before. They're more angels than dogs. Their one interest in life is love for their friends, and they wouldn't hurt a fly. Larger game would be more in their way, I should think," said I. "But I'm glad he likes me. I like to be liked. It makes me feel more at home in life." That's a funny idea," remarked the old lady. "At home in life. You've made yourself pretty well at home in this wagonlet, anyhow, taking off all your clothes and putting on your nightgown. I should have never thought of that. It seems hardly decent. Suppose we should be killed." "Most people do try to die in their nightgowns, when you come to think of it," said I. "Well, you have a quaint way of putting things. There's something very original about you, my dear young woman. I thought you were mysterious at first, but I believe it's only the effect of originality." "I don't know which I'd rather be," I said, "original or mysterious, if I couldn't afford both. But I am not a young woman." "Goodness!" exclaimed the old lady, wrinkling up her eyes to stare at me. "I may be pretty blind, but it can't be make-up." I laughed. "I mean, je suis jeune fille. I'm not a young woman, I'm a young girl." "Dear me, is there any difference?" "There is in France. I am not surprised at queer ideas in France, or any other foreign country where I've understood that anything may happen. Why can't everybody be English? It would be so much more simple. But you're not French, are you?" "Half of me is." "And what's the other half, if I may ask?" "American. My father was French, my mother American." "No wonder you don't always feel at home in life, divided up like that," she chuckled. "It must be so upsetting." "Everything is upsetting with me lately," I said. "With me too, if it comes to that, or would be, if it weren't for Beau. What a pity you haven't got a beau, my dear." I smiled because, in the Americanized sense of the word, I had one, and was running away from him as fast as I could. But the thought of Monsieur Charretier as a beau made me want to giggle hysterically. "You say 'was' when you speak of your father and mother," went on the old lady, with childlike curiosity, which I was encouraging by not going back to bed. "Does that mean that you've lost them?" "Yes," I said. "And lately?" "My father died when I was 16. My mother left me 2 years ago." "You don't look more than 19 now." "I'm nearly 21. Well, I don't mean to catechize you, though one certainly must get friendly, or the other way, I suppose, penned up in a place like this all night. And you've been really kind to me. Although you're a pretty girl, as you must know, I didn't think at first I was going to like you so much." "And I didn't you," I retorted, laughing because I really did begin to like the queer old lady now, and was glad I hadn't dropped a pillow on her head. "That's right. Be frank. I like frankness. Do you know, I believe you and I would get on very well together if our acquaintance was going to be continued. If Beau approves of a person, I let myself go."
You use him as if he were a barometer.
"There you are again with your funny ideas. I shall remember that one, and bring it out as if it were my own. I consider myself quite lucky to have got you for a travelling companion. It's such a comfort to hear English again, and talk it, after having to converse by gesture, except with Beau. I hope you're going on to Italy." "No, I am getting off at Canis." "I'm sorry, but I suppose you're glad?" "Not particularly," said I. "I always heard that Canis was gay." "It won't be for me." "Your relations there don't go out much?" "I've no relations in Canis." "Aren't you tired now, and wouldn't you like me to make you a little more comfortable?" "Does that mean that you're tired of answering questions? I haven't meant to be rude." "You haven't been," I assured her. "You're very kind to take an interest." "Well, then, I'm not tired, and I wouldn't like to be made more comfortable. I'm very well as I am. Do you want to go to sleep?" "I want to, but I know I can't. I'm getting hungry. Are you?" "Getting? I've got. If Simpkins was here, I'd have her make us tea in my tea basket." "I'll make it if you like," I volunteered. A half-French girl make tea? It's the American half that knows how." "You look too ornamental to be useful. But you can try." I did try and succeeded. It was rather fun, and never did tea taste so delicious. There were biscuits to go with it, which Beau shared, and I do wish that other people, were obliged to make faces when they eat, such as Beau has to make, because, if so, one could add a new interest to life by inviting even the worst bores to dinner. I was fascinated with his contortions, and I did not attempt to conceal my sudden change of opinion concerning Beau as a companion. When I had humbly invited him to drink out of my saucer, which I held from high tide to low, I saw that my conquest of his mistress was complete. Already we had exchanged names, as well as some confidences. I knew that she was Miss Paget, and she knew that I was Lise d'Angely. But after the tea-drinking episode she became doubly friendly. She told me that, owing to an unforeseen circumstance, partly even largely connected with Beau, which had caused a great upheaval in her life, she had now not a human being belonging to her, except her maid Simpkins, of whom she would like to get rid, if only she knew how. "Talk of the old man of the sea," she sighed. "He was an afternoon caller compared with Simpkins. She's been on my back for 20 years. I suppose she will be for another 20, unless I slam the door of the family vault in her face." "Couldn't Beau help you?" I asked. "Even Beau is powerless against her. She has hypnotized him with marrow bones." "You've escaped from her for the present," I suggested. "She's on the other side of the channel. Now's your time to be bold." "Ah, but I can't stop out of England forever, and I tell you she's waiting for me at Dover. A relative, a very eccentric one, and quite different from the rest of us, or he wouldn't have made his home abroad, has left me a house in Italy, some sort of old castle, I believe. So unsuitable. I'm going over to see about selling it, for I've no one to trust but myself, owing to the circumstances of which I spoke. I want to get back as soon as possible. I hope in a few weeks, though how I shall manage without an Italian, heaven may know. I don't. Do you speak it?" "A little." "Well, I wish I could have you with me. You'd make a splendid companion for an old woman like me. Young, good to look at, energetic, or you wouldn't be travelling about alone. Brave, conquered your fear of Beau, accomplished, 3 languages, and goodness knows what besides. Presence of mind, the way you whisked my clothes off, handy. I never tasted better tea. Altogether you sum up ideally. What a pity you're rich and out of the market." "If I look rich, my appearance must be more distinguished than I supposed, and it's also very deceiving," said I. You're rich enough to travel for pleasure in wagonlets and have silver-fitted bags. I'm not traveling for pleasure. You exaggerate my bags and my wagonlets, for I've only one of each. Both were given me by a friend who was at the convent with me. The convent? Good heavens! Are you an escaping nun? I laughed. I went to a school at a convent. That was when I thought I was going to be rich, at least rich people enough to be like other girls. And if I am escaping from something, it isn't from the arms of religion. If you're not rich and aren't going to relatives, why not take an engagement with me? Come, I'm in earnest. I always make up my mind suddenly, if it's anything important, and hardly ever regret it. I'm sure we would suit. You've got no nonsense about you. Oh, yes, I have lots, I broke in. That's all I have left, that and my sense of humor. But seriously, you're very kind to take me on faith like this, especially when you began by thinking me mysterious. I'd accept thankfully, only I'm engaged already. To be married, I suppose you mean. Thank heaven, no. To a princess. Dear me, one would think you were a man-hater. So I am, a one-man-hater. What Simpkins is to you, that man is to me. That's why I'm on my way to Canis, to be the companion of the Princess Boriskov, who's said to be rather deaf and very quick-tempered, as well as elderly and a great invalid. She sheds her paid companions as a tree sheds its leaves in winter. I hear that Europe is strewn with them. Nice prospect for you, isn't it? But beggars mustn't be choosers. You don't look much like a beggar, because I can make my own dresses and hats and nightgowns. Well, if your princess sheds you, let me know, and you may live yet to deliver me from Simpkins. I feel you'd be equal to it. My address is, but I'll give you a card. And burrowing under her pillow, she unearthed a fat handbag from which, after some fumbling, she presented me with a visiting card. Enameled in a old-fashioned way, I read, Miss Paget, 34A, Eaton Square, Broomlands House, Surrey. Now you're not to lose that, she impressed upon me. Write if you're scattered over Europe by this Russian. I never did believe much in princesses, excepting, of course, our own dear royalties. Or if you ever come to England, even if it's years from now, I assure you, Beau, and I won't have forgotten you. As for your address, I haven't any, I said. At present I'm depending on the princess for one. She's at the Hotel Majestic Palace, Canis. But from what my friend Pam, the Comtesse de Nesle, says, I fancy she doesn't stop long in any town. It was the Comtesse de Nesle who got me the place. She's the only one who knows where I'm going, because, after a fashion, I'm running away to be the princess's companion. Running away from the man? Yes. Also from my relatives, who are sure it's my duty to be his companion. So you see, I can't give you their address. I've ceased to have any right to it. And now I really think I had better go back to bed. End of Chapter 1. Read by Elijah Fisher. Chapter 2 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 2. At 10:30 this morning we parted, the best of friends, and I dropped a goodbye kiss into the deep black gorge between the premonitories of Beau's velvet forehead and plush nose. We'd had breakfast together, Miss Paget and I, to say nothing of the dog, and I felt rather cheerful. Of course I dreaded the princess, but I always did like adventures, and it appeared to me distinctly an adventure to be a companion, even in misery. Besides, it was nice to have come away from Monsieur Charretier, and to feel that not only did he not know where I was, but that he wasn't likely to find out. Poor me. I little guessed what an adventure, on a grand scale, I was in for. Already this morning seems a long time ago. A year at the convent used to seem shorter. I drove up to the hotel in the omnibus, which was at the station, and asked at the office for the Princess Boriskov. I said that I was Mademoiselle d'Angely, and would they please send word to the princess, because she was expecting me. It was a young assistant manager who received me, and he gave me a very queer, startled sort of look when I said this, as if I were a suspicious person, and he didn't quite know whether it would be better to answer me or call for help. "I haven't made a mistake, have I?" I asked, beginning to be anxious. "This is the hotel where the princess is staying, isn't it?" "She was staying here," the youth admitted. "But has she gone?" "Not exactly." "She must be either here or gone." Again he regarded me with suspicion, as if he did not agree with my statement. "Are you a relative of the princess?" he inquired. "No, I'm engaged to be her companion." "Oh, if that is all. But perhaps in any case it will be better to wait for the manager. He will be here presently. I do not like to take the responsibility." "The responsibility of what?" I persisted, my heart beginning to feel like a patter of rain on a tin roof. "Of telling you what has happened." "If something has happened, I can't wait to hear it. I must know at once," I said, with visions of all sorts of horrid things, that the princess had decided not to have a companion and was going to disown me, that my cousin Madame Milvanine had somehow found out everything, that Monsieur Charretier had got on my track, and was here in advance, waiting to pounce upon me. "It is a thing which we do not want to have talked about in the hotel." The young man hesitated. "I assure you I won't talk to anyone. I don't know anyone to talk to. It is very distressing, but the Princess Boriskov died about 4 o'clock this morning of heart failure." "Oh!" I could not get out another word. These things are not liked in hotels, even when not contagious. The assistant manager looked gloomily at me, as if I might be held responsible for the inconvenient event, but still I could not speak. "Especially in the high season, it is best kept secret. That is the custom. In some days or less it will leak out, but not till the princess has been removed. You will kindly not mention it, mademoiselle. This is very bad for us." "No, I would kindly not mention it, but it was worse for me than for them. The Hotel Majestic Palace looked rich, very, very rich. It had heaps of splendid mirrors and curtains, and imitation Louis XVI sofas, and everything that a hotel needs to make it happy and successful, while I had nothing in the world except what I stood up in, 1 fitted bag, 1 small box, and 32 francs. I didn't quite see at first sight what I was to do, but neither did the assistant manager see what that had to do with him. Once I knew a girl who was an actress, and on tour in the country she nearly drowned herself one day. When the star heard of it, he said, "How should we have played tonight if you'd been dead, without an understudy too?" At this moment I knew just how the girl must have felt when the star said that. I think I must stay here a day or two until I can arrange things," I managed to stammer. "Have you a small single room disengaged?" "We have one or two small north rooms which are usually occupied by valets and maids," the young man informed me. "They are 12 francs a day." "I'll take one," I replied, and then I added anxiously, "Have any relatives of the princess come?" "None have come, and certainly none will come, as it would now be too late. Her death was very sudden. The princess's maid knows what to do. She's an elderly woman, experienced. The suite occupied by Her Highness will be free tomorrow." "Oh, and had she no friends here?" "I do not think the princess was a lady who made friends. She was very proud and considered herself above other people. Would you like to see your room, mademoiselle? I will send someone to take you up to it. It will be on the top floor." I was in a mood not to care if it had been on the roof or in the cellar. I hardly knew where I was going, as a few minutes later a still younger youth piloted me across a large square hall toward a lift, but I was vaguely conscious that a good many smart-looking people were sitting or standing about, and that they glanced at me as I went by. I hoped dimly that I didn't appear conspicuously pale and stricken. Just in front of the lift door, a tall woman was talking to a little man. There was an instant of delay while my guide and I waited for them to move, and before they realized that we were waiting. "They say the poor thing is no worse than yesterday. However, my maid tells me," the lady had begun in a low, mysterious tone, but broke off suddenly when it dawned upon her that she was obstructing the way. I knew instinctively who was the subject of the whispered conversation, and I couldn't help fixing my eyes almost appealingly on the tall woman, for though she was middle-aged and not pretty, her voice was so nice, and she looked so kind that I felt a longing to have her for a friend. She had probably been acquainted with Princess Boriskov, I said to myself, or she would not be talking of her now, with bated breath, as a poor thing. Evidently the lady had been waiting for the lift to come down, for when my guide rang and it descended, she took a step forward, giving a friendly little nod to her companion and saying, "Well, I must go. I feel sure it's true about her." Then, instead of sailing ahead of me into the lift, as she had a perfect right to do, being much older and far more important than I, and the first comer as well, she hesitated with a pleasant half-smile, as much as to say, "You're a stranger. I give up my right to you." "Oh, please," I said, stepping aside to let her pass, which she did, making room for me to sit down beside her on the narrow plush-covered seat. But I didn't care to sit. I was so crushed, it seemed that, if once I sat down, I shouldn't have courage to rise up again and wrestle with the difficulties of life. The lady got out on the second floor, throwing back a kindly glance, as if she took a little interest in me and wanted me to know it. I suppose it must have been because I was tired and nervous after a whole night without sleep that the shock I'd just received was too much for me. Anyway, that kind of glance made a lump rise in my throat, and the lump forced tears into my eyes. I looked down instantly, so that she shouldn't see them and think me an idiot, but I was afraid she did. The young man who was taking me up to the top floor, and treating me rather nonchalantly because I was a North Roamer and a 12-francer, waved the lift boy aside to open the door himself for the lady, so that I knew she must be considered a person worth conciliating. Shut up in my 10-by-6-foot room, I tried to compose myself and make plans. But to make plans on 32 francs, when you've no home, and would be far from it, even if you had one, when you've nobody to help you, and wouldn't want to ask them if you had, is about as hard as to play the piano brilliantly without ever having taken a lesson. With Princess Boriskov dead, with Pamela de Nesle sailing for New York tomorrow morning, and no other intimate friends rich enough to do anything for me, even if they were willing to help me fly in the face of Providence and Madame Milvain, it did seem, as Pamela herself would say, as though I were rather up against it. The thought of Miss Paget suddenly jumped into my head, and the wish that, somehow, I had kept her up my sleeve as a last resort, in case she really were in earnest about her offer. But she hadn't told me where she was going in Italy, and it would be of no use writing to one of her English addresses, as I couldn't stop on where I was, waiting for an answer. Altogether, things were very bad with me. After I sat down and thought for a while, I rang and asked for the housekeeper. A hint or two revealed that she was aware of what happened, and explaining that I was to have been Princess Boriskov's companion, I said that I must see the princess's maid. She must come to my room. I must have a talk with her. Presently, after an interval which may have been meant to emphasize her dignity, appeared a pale, small Russian woman whose withered face was as tragic and remote from the warmth of daily life as that of the eldest Fate. She could speak French, and we talked together. Yes, her mistress had died very suddenly, but she and the doctors had always known that it might happen so at any moment. It was hard for me, but what would you? Life was hard. It might have been that I would have found life hard with Her Highness. What was to be would be. I must write to my friends. It was not in her power to do anything for me. Her Highness had left no instructions. These things happened. Well, one made the best of them. There was nothing more to say. So we said nothing more, and the woman moved away silently, as if to funeral music, to prepare for her journey to Russia. I went down to luncheon. One always does go down to luncheon while one is still inclined to keep up appearances before oneself, but the restaurant was large and terribly magnificent, with a violent rose-colored carpet, and curtains which made me, in my frightened pallor, with my pale yellow hair and my grey travelling dress, feel like a poor little underground celery stalk flung into a sunlit strawberry bed, amid a great humming of bees. The vast rosy sea was thickly dotted with many small table islands that glittered appetizingly with silver and glass, but I could not have afforded to acknowledge an appetite even if I'd had one. My conversation with the Russian woman had made me rather late. Most of the islands were inhabited, and as I was piloted past them by a haughty head waiter, I heard people talking about golf, tennis, croquet, bridge, reminding me that I was in a place devoted to the pursuit of pleasure. The most desirable islands were next the windows. Therefore, the one at which I dropped anchor, for I'd changed from a celery stalk into a little boat now, was exactly in the middle of the room, with no view save of faces and backs of heads. One of the faces was that of the lady who had gone up with me in the lift, and now and then, from across the distance that separated us, I saw her glance at me. She sat alone at a table that had beautiful roses on it, and she read a book as she ate. One ordered here, à la carte. there was no déjeuner et prix fixe, and it took courage to tell a waiter, who looked like a weary young duke, that I would have consommé and bread, with nothing to follow. Oh, the look he gave me, as if I had annexed the table under false pretenses. Suddenly the chorus of an American song ran with mocking echoes through my brain. I had heard Pamela sing it at the convent. The waiter roared it through the hall. We don't give bread with one fish ball. We don't give bread with one fish ball. I half expected some such crushing protest, and it was only when the weary duke had turned his back, presumably to execute my order, that I sank into my chair with a sigh of relief after strain. Just at that moment I met the eye of the lady of the lift, and when the waiter reappeared with the small cup on a charger large enough to have upheld the head of John the Baptist, she looked again. In 5 minutes I had finished the consommé, and it became painful to linger. Rising, I made for the door, which seemed a mile away, and I did not lift my head in passing the table where the lady sat behind her roses. I heard a rustling as I went by, however, a crisp rustling like flower leaves whispering in a breeze, or a woman's silk ruffles stroking each other, which followed me out into the hall. Then the pleasant voice I had heard near the lift spoke behind me. "Won't you have your coffee with me in the garden?" I could hardly believe at first that it was for me the invitation was intended, but turning with a little start, I saw it repeated in a pair of gentle gray eyes set rather wide apart in a delicate, colorless face. "Oh, thank you," I hesitated. "Do forgive me," went on the lady, "but your face interested me this morning, and as we're all rather curious about strangers, we idle ones here, I took the liberty of asking the manager who you were. He told me—" "About the princess?" I asked when she paused, as if slightly embarrassed. "He told me that you said you had come to Cannes to be her companion. He didn't tell me she was dead, poor woman. But there are some things one knows by instinct, by intuition, aren't there? And then I couldn't help seeing, or perhaps only imagining, that you looked sad and worried. You are very young, and are here all alone, and so I thought perhaps you wouldn't mind my speaking to you." "I'm very grateful," I said, "for your interest, and it's so good of you to ask me to have coffee with you." I was almost sure, too, that she had hurried away in the midst of her luncheon to do this deed of kindness. "Perhaps, after all, you'll come with me to my own sitting-room," she suggested. "We can talk more quietly there, and though the garden's quite lovely, it's rather too glaring at this time of day." We went up in the lift together, and the moment she opened the door of her sitting-room, I saw that she had contrived to make it look like herself. She talked only about her books, and photographs, and flowers, until the coffee had come, and we seemed better acquainted. Then she told me that she was Lady Kilmarny, Irish in every drop in her veins, and presently set herself to draw me out. I began by making up my mind not to pour forth all my troubles, lest she should think that I wanted to take advantage of her kindness and sponge upon her for help, but she was irresistible, as only a true Irish woman can be, and the first thing I knew, I had emptied my heart of its worries. End of Chapter 2. Read by Elijah Fisher. Chapter 3 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 3. "You will have to go back to the cousins you've been living with in Paris," pronounced Lady Kilmarny. You're much too young and pretty to be anywhere alone. I can't go on living with them unless I promise to marry Monsieur Chartier, I explained. I'd rather scrub floors than marry Monsieur Chartier. You'd never finish one floor. The second would finish you. I thought French girls, well, then half French girls, usually let their people arrange their marriages. Perhaps I'm not usual. I hope Monsieur Chartier isn't. Is he such a monster? He is fat, especially in all the places he oughtn't to be fat, and old. But worse than his embonpoint and his nose, he made his money in, you could never guess. I see by your face, my poor child, it was liver pills. Something far more dreadful. Are there lower depths? There are. Corn plasters. Oh, my dear, you were quite right. You couldn't marry him. Thank you so much. Then I can't go back to my cousins. They take Monsieur Chartier seriously. I think they even take his plasters gratuitously. Is he so very rich? But disgustingly rich. He has an awful bulbous new chateau in the country, with dozens of incredibly high-powered motor cars, and in the most expensive part of Paris, a huge apartment wriggling from floor to ceiling with nouveau art. The girl who marries him will have to be smeared with diamonds, and know the most appalling people. In fact, she'll have to be a kind of walking pictorial advertisement for the success of the Chartier's corn plasters. He must know some nice people, since he knows relations of yours. Thank you for the compliment, which I hope you pay me on circumstantial evidence, but it's deceiving. My mother, I believe, was the only nice person in her family. These cousins, husband and wife, brought Mamma to Europe to live with them when she was a young girl, quite rich and an orphan. They were furious when she fell in love with Papa, who was only a lieutenant with nothing but a very old name, the ruins of a castle that tourists paid francs to see, and a ramshackle house in Paris almost too dilapidated to let. It was a mere detail to them that he happened to be one of the best-looking and most agreeable young men in the world. They did nothing but say, "I told you so," for years whenever anything disastrous happened, as it constantly did, for poor Papa and Mamma loved each other so much and had so much fun that they couldn't have time to be businesslike. My cousins thought everything Mamma did was a madness, such as sending me to the most fashionable convent school in France, as if I hadn't to be educated. And then, when the castle fell so to bits that tourists wouldn't bother with it any more, and nobody but rats would live in the Paris house unless it was repaired, and poor Papa was killed in a horrid little Saturday to Monday war of no importance, except to people whose hearts it broke. Oh, I believe the cousins were glad. They thought it was a judgment. That happened years ago, when I was only 15, and though they've plenty of money, more than most people in the American colony, they didn't offer to help, and Mamma would have died sooner than ask. I had to be snatched out of school to find that all the beautiful dreams of being happy de bonté must go by contraries. We lived in the tumble-down house ourselves, Mamma and I, and her friends rallied round her. She was so popular and pretty. They got her chances to give singing lessons, and me to do translating and painting menus. We were happy again, after a while, in spite of all, and people were so good to us. Mamma used to hold a kind of salon, with all the brightest and best crowding to it, though they got nothing but sweet biscuits, vin ordinaire, and conversation. And besides, the house might have taken a fancy to fall down on their heads any minute. It was sporting of them to come at all. And the cousins, did they come? Not they. They're of the society of the little brothers and sisters of the rich. Their set was quite different from ours. But when Mamma died nearly 2 years ago, and I was alone, they did call, and Cousin Emily offered me a home. I was to give up all my work, of course, which she considered degrading, and was simply to make myself useful to her as a daughter of the house might do. That was what she said. You accepted? Yes. I didn't know her and her husband as well as I do now, and before she died, Mamma begged me to go to them, if they asked me. That was when Monsieur Chartier came on the scene. At least, he came a few months later, and I've had no peace since. Lately, things were growing more and more impossible, when my best friend, Comtesse de Nesle, came to my rescue and found, or thought she'd found, me this engagement with the princess. As I told you, I simply ran away, sneaked away, and came here without anyone but Pamela knowing. And now she, the Comtesse, is just sailing for New York with her husband. The Comtesse de Nesle? That pretty little American? I've met her in Paris, and at the Dublin Horse Show, exclaimed Lady Kilmarny. Well, I wish I could take up the rescue work where she has laid it down. I think you are a most romantic little figure, and I'd love to engage you as my companion. Only my husband and I are as poor as church mice. Like your father, we've nothing but our name and a few ruins. When I come south for my health, I can't afford such luxuries as a husband and a maid. I have to choose between them and a private sitting room. So you see, I can't possibly indulge in a companion. People seemed to be always wanting me as one, and then reluctantly abandoning me. Your kindness and sympathy have helped me a lot, said I. They won't pay your way. I have no way. So far as I can see, I shall have to stop in Cannes, anonymously, so to speak, for the rest of my life. Where would you like to go if you could choose, since you can't go to your relations? Again my thoughts traveled after Miss Paget, as if she had been a fat red will-o'-the-wisp. To England, perhaps, I answered. In a few weeks from now I might be able to find a position there. And I went on to tell, in as few words as possible, my adventure in the railway train. Said Lady Kilmarny. We'll look her up in Who's Who and see if she exists. If she's anybody, she'll be there. And Who's Who I always have with me abroad. One meets so many pretenders, it's quite dangerous. How can you tell I'm not one? I asked. Yet you spoke to me. Why, you're down in a kind of invisible book called You're You. It's sufficient reference for me. Besides, if your 2 eyes couldn't be trusted, it would be easy to shed you. Lady Kilmarny said this smilingly, as she found the red book and passed her finger down the column of P's. Yes, here's the name, and the 2 addresses on the visiting card. She's the Honourable Maria Paget, only daughter of the late Baron Northfield. Yes, an engagement with her would be safe, if not agreeable. But how to get you to England? Perhaps I could go as somebody's maid, I reflected aloud. She looked sharply at me. Would you do that? It would be better than being an advertisement for corn plasters, I smiled. Then, said Lady Kilmarny, perhaps after all I can help you. But no, I should never dare to suggest it. The thought of a girl like you, it would be too dreadful. End of Chapter 3. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Chapter 4 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 4. When my father had been extravagant, he used to say gaily in self-defense that one owed something to one's ancestors. Certainly, if it had not been for several of his ancestors, he would not have owed so much to his contemporaries. But, in spite of their agreeable vices, or because of them, I was brought up in the cult of ancestor worship, as religiously as if I had been Chinese. To be a De Angeli was a privilege in our eyes, which not only supplied gilding for the gingerbread, but for the most economical substitutes. Ne roi je suis, ne prince aussi, je suis le sire d'Angeli, calmly remarked the gentleman of Louis XI's time, who became famous for hanging as many retainers as he liked, and defending his action by originating the family motto. Mother also has ancestors who began to take themselves seriously somewhere about the time of the Mayflower, though for all we know they may have secured their passage in the steerage. A courtenay can do anything, was their rather ambiguous motto, which suggested that it might have been started in self-defense, if not as a boast, and it, the name, not the motto, had been thoughtfully sandwiched in between my Lys and my De Angeli by my sponsors in baptism, that if necessary I might ever have an excuse at hand for any dark deed or infradignus. I used often to murmur the consoling mottos to myself when pattering through muddy streets, too poor to take an omnibus, on the way to sell, or try to sell, my translations or my menus. But now, after all that's happened, if it is to strike conviction to my soul, I shall be obliged to yell it at the top of my mental lungs. That expression may sound ridiculous, but it isn't. We could not talk to ourselves as we do, in all kinds of voices, high or low, if we hadn't mental lungs, or at the least, subconscious self-lungs. Je suis the daughter of the last sire de Angeli, and a courtenay can do anything. So, of course, it's all right, and it's no good my ancestors turning in their graves, for they'll only make themselves uncomfortable without changing my mind. I, Lys de Angeli, am going to be a lady's maid, or rather, I'm going to be the maid of an extremely rich person who calls herself a Liddy. It's perfectly awful, or awfully comic, according to the point of view, and I swing from one to the other, pushed by my fastidiousness to my sense of humor, and back again, in a way to make me giddy. But it's settled. I'm going to do it. I had almost to drag the suggestion out of Lady Kilmarny, who turned red and stammered as if I were the great lady, she the poor young girl in want of a situation. There was, said she, a quaint creature in the hotel. One met these things abroad, and was obliged to be more or less civil to them, who resembled Monsieur Chartier in that she was disgustingly rich. It was not corn plasters, it was liver pills, the very same liver pills which had dropped into the mind of Lady Kilmarny when I hesitated to put into the words the foundation of my pretendant's future. It was the liver pills which had eventually introduced into her brain the idea she falteringly embodied for me. The husband of the quaint creature had invented the pills, even as Monsieur Chartier had invented his abomination. Because of the pills, he had been made a knight. At least, Lady Kilmarny didn't know any other reason. He was Sir Samuel Turnour, evolved from Turner, just married for the second time to a widow in whose head it was like the continual frothing of new wine to be her ladyship. Lady Turnour had lately quarrelled with a maid and dismissed her. Lady Kilmarny told me. Now she was in immediate need of another. French, because French maids are fashionable. Able to speak English, because the Turnour family had as yet mastered no other language. Lady Kilmarny believed that this was the honeymoon of the newly married pair, and that, after having paused on the wing at Cannes for a little billing and cooling, they intended to pursue their travels in France for some weeks, before returning to settle down in England. Her ladyship was asking everybody with whom she had contrived to scrape acquaintance, especially if they had titles, to recommend her a maid. Lady Kilmarny, as a member of the League Against Cruelty to Animals, had determined that nothing would induce her to throw any poor mouse to this cat, even if she heard of a mouse plying for hire. But here was I in a dreadful scrape, professing myself ready to snap at anything except corn plasters, and she felt bound to mention that the mousetrap was open, the cheese waiting to be nibbled. "Do you think she'd have me?" I asked. "The quaint creature, her ladyship?" "Only too likely that she would," said Lady Kilmarny. "But remember, the worst is, she doesn't know she's a quaint creature. She is quite happy about herself, offensively happy, and would consider you the creature. A truly awful person, my dear, a man in this hotel. The little thing you saw me talking to this morning knows all about them both. I think they began in Peckham or somewhere. They would, you know, and call it S.W. She was a chemist's daughter, and he was the humble assistant, long before the pill materialized, so she refused him and married a dashing doctor. But unfortunately he dashed into the bankruptcy court, and afterward she probably nagged him to death. Anyway, he died, but not till long after Sam Turner had taken pity on some irrelevant widow, as his early love was denied him. The widow had a boy, to whom the stepfather was good, really a very decent person according to his lights, and kept on making pills and millions, until last year he lost his first wife and got a knighthood. The old love was a widow by this time, taking in lodgers in some neighbourhood where you do take lodgers, and Sir Samuel found and gathered her like a late rose. Naturally, she puts on all the airs of the world, and diamonds in the morning. She'll treat you like the dirt under her feet, because that's her conception of her part, and yours. But I'll introduce you to her, if you like." After a little reflection, I did like, but as it seemed to me that there'd better not be two heirs in the family, I said that I'd put on none at all, and make no pretensions. "She's the kind that doesn't know a lady or a gentleman without a label," my kind friend warned me. "You must be prepared for that." "I'll be prepared for anything," I assured her, but when it came to the test, I wasn't quite. Lady Kilmarny wrote a line to Lady Turnour and asked if she might bring a maid to be interviewed, a young woman whom she could recommend. The note was sent down to the bride, who of course had the best suite in the hotel, on the first floor, and presently an answer came, saying that her ladyship would be pleased to receive Lady Kilmarny and the person in question. Suddenly I felt that I must go alone. "Please leave me to my fate," I said. "I should be too self-conscious if you were with me. Probably I should laugh in her face or do something dreadful." "Very well," Lady Kilmarny agreed. "Perhaps you're right. Say that I sent you, and that, though you've never been with me, friends of mine know all about you. You might tell her that you were to have travelled with the Princess Boriskov. That will impress her. She would kiss the boot of a princess. Afterward, come up and tell me how you got on with her ladyship." I was stupid to be nervous, and told myself so, but as I knocked at the door of the suite reserved for millionaires and other royalties, my heart was giving little ineffective jumps in my breast, like, as my old nurse used to say, a frog with 3 legs. "Come in!" called a voice with sharp, jagged edges. I opened the door. In a private drawing-room, as different as the personality of one woman from another, sat Lady Turnour. She faced me as I entered, so I had a good look at her before casting down my eyes and composing my countenance to the self-abnegating meekness which I conceived fitting to a femme de chambre comme il faut. She was enthroned on a sofa. One could hardly say less. There was so much of her, and it was all arranged as perfectly as if she were about to be photographed. No normal woman, merely sitting down, with no other object than to be comfortable, would curve the tail of her gown round in front of her like a sickle, or have just the point of one shoe daintily poised on a footstool, or the sofa cushions at exactly the right angle behind her head to make a background, or the finger with all her best rings on it, keeping the place in an English illustrated journal. I dare not believe that she had posed for me. It must have been for Lady Kilmarny, and that I alone should see the picture was a bad beginning. She is of the age when a woman can still tell people that she is 40, hoping they will exclaim politely, "Impossible!" It is not enough for her to be a ladyship and a millionairess. She will be a beauty as well, or at all costs she will be looked at. To that end are her eyebrows and lashes black as jet, her undulated hair crimson, her lips a brighter shade of the same color, and her skin of magnolia pallor, like the heroines of the novels which are sure to be her favorites. Once she must have been handsome, a hollyhock queen of a kitchen garden kingdom, but she would be far more attractive now if only she had abdicated, as nice middle-aged women say in France. Her dress was the very latest dream of a neurotic Parisian modiste, and would have been seductive on a slender girl. On her, well, at least she would have her wish in it. She would not pass unnoticed. She looked surprised at sight of me, and I saw she didn't realize that I was the expected candidate. "Lady Kilmarny couldn't come," I began to explain, and, "Oh!" she cut me short. "So you are the young person she is recommending as a maid." I corrected Miss Paget when she called me a young woman, but times have changed since then, and in future I must humbly consent to be a young person, or even a creature. For a minute I forgot and almost sat down. It would have been the end of me if I had. Luckily, I remembered what I was, and stood before my mistress, trying to look like Patience on a monument, with butter in her mouth which mustn't be allowed to melt. "What is your name?" began the catechism, and the word was "nime," according to Lady Turnour. N or M nearly slipped out of my mouth, but I put Satan with all his mischief behind me, and answered that I was Lise d'Angeli. "Oh, the surname doesn't matter. As you're a French girl, I shall call you by your first name. It's always done." The first time in history, I'd swear, that a d'Angeli was ever told his name didn't matter. "You seem to speak English very well for a French woman." This almost with suspicion. "My mother was American." "How extraordinary!" This was apparently a tâche. Evidently ladies' maids are expected not to have American mothers. "Let me hear your French accent." I let her hear it. It seems well enough. Paris?" "Paris, madame." "Don't call me madame. Any common person is madame. You should say, your ladyship." I said it. "And I want you should speak to me in the third person, like the French servants are supposed to do in good houses." If your ladyship wishes." Thank heaven for a sense of humor. My one wild desire was to laugh. Without that blessing, I should have yearned to slap her. "What references have you got from your last situation?" "I have never been in service before, my lady." My word, that's bad. However, you're on the spot, and Lady Kilmarny recommends you. The poor princess was going to try you, it seems. I should think she wouldn't have given much for a maid without any experience. I was to have had 2,000 francs a year as the princess's if the princess was satisfied. Preposterous! I don't believe a word of it. Why, what can you do? Can you dress my hair? Can you make a blouse? I did my mother's hair, and sometimes my cousin's. Your mother? Your cousin? I'm talking of Liddy. My sense of humor did almost fail me just then, but I caught hold of it by the tail just as it was darting out of the window, spitting and scratching like a cross cat. It was remembering Monsieur Chartier that brought me to my bearings. I think your ladyship would be satisfied, I said, and I make all my own dresses. That one you've got on, which is most unsuitable for a maid, I may tell you, and I should never permit it. This one I have on also. I thought maybe it had been a present. Well, it's something that you speak both English and French passably well. I'll try you on Lady Kilmarny's recommendation. If you want to come to me for 50 francs a month, I won't give more to an amateur. I thought hard for a minute. Lady Kilmarny had said it would not be many weeks before the Turnours went to England. There, if Miss Paget, who seemed extremely nice by contrast and in retrospect, were still of the same mind, I might find a good home. If not, she was as kind as she was queer and would help me look further. So I replied that I would accept the 50 francs and would do my best to please her ladyship. She did not express herself as gratified. You can begin work this evening, she said. I was obliged to send away my last maid yesterday, and I'm lost without one. This was delightful from a Liddy who had kept lodgers for years, with the aid perhaps of one smudgy-nosed general. But have you no more suitable clothes? I can't let a maid of mine go flaunting about like a Mary Jane on Sunday. I mentioned a couple of plain black dresses in my wardrobe, which might be made to answer if I were allowed a few hours' time to work upon them, and didn't add that they remained from my mourning for one dearly loved. You can have till 6 o'clock free, said Lady Turnour. Then you must come back to lay out my things for dinner, and dress me. What about your room? Had the princess taken something for you in the hotel? I evaded a direct answer by saying that I had a room, and was inwardly thankful that, evidently, the Turnours had not noticed me in the restaurant at luncheon. Otherwise things might have been awkward. Very well, you could keep the same one, then, went on her ladyship. And let the hotel people know it's Sir Samuel who pays for it. Tomorrow morning we leave in our 60-horsepower motor car. We are making a tour before going back to England. Sir Samuel's stepson joins us in Paris, or perhaps before, and travels on with us. He is staying now with some French people of very high title who live in a chateau. You will sit on the front seat with the chauffeur. This was a blow. I hadn't thought of the chauffeur. But, thought I, chauffeur or no chauffeur, it's too late now for retreat. Talk of Prometheus with his vulture, the Spartan boy with his decently concealed wolf. What of Lys d'Angely with an English chauffeur in her pocket? End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 5. When I was dismissed from the presence, I ran to Lady Kilmarny with my story, and she agreed with me that the thing to dread most in the whole situation was the chauffeur. "Of course, he'll naturally consider himself on an equality with you," she said, "and you'll have to eat with him at hotels and all that. Once, when my husband and I were touring in France and used to break down near little inns, we were obliged to have a chauffeur at the same table with us, because there was only one long one. Table, I mean, not chauffeur. And we couldn't spare time to let him wait till we'd finished. My dear, it was ghastly. You would never believe, if you hadn't seen it, how the creature swallowed his knife when he ate, and did conjuring tricks with his fork and spoon. I simply dared not look at him gnawing his bread, but used to shut my eyes. I hate to distress you, poor child, but I tell you these things as a warning. Are you able to bear it?" I said that I, too, could shut my eyes. "You can't make a habit of doing so, and he may want to put his arm round your waist or chuck you under the chin. I used to have complaints from my maid, who was comparatively plain, but I don't want to frighten you. He may be different from our man. Some, they say, are most respectable. I love common people when they're nice, and give up quite pleasantly to being common. And of course Irish ones are too delightful. But you can't hope for an Irish chauffeur. I hear they don't exist. They're all French or German or English. Let us hope this one may be the father of a family." It was well enough to be told to hope, and Lady Kilmarny meant to be kind, but what she said made me creep whenever I thought of the chauffeur. She advised me not to take my meals with the maids and valets at the majestic palace, because a change, so sudden and Cinderella-like, after lunching in the restaurant, would cause disagreeable talk in the hotel. As my living in future would be at the charge of the Turnours, I might afford myself a few indulgences to begin with, she argued. And deciding that she was right, I made up my mind to have my remaining meals served in my own room. I hastily stripped a black frock of its trimming, dressed my hair more simply even than usual, parted down the middle, and altogether strove to achieve the air of a femme de chambre born, not made. But I'm bound to chronicle the fact for my own future reference, when some day I shall laugh at this adventure, that the effect, though restful to the eye, suggested the stage femme de chambre rather than the sober reality one sees in everyday life. However, I was conscious of having done my best, a state of mind which always produces a cool, strawberries and cream feeling in the soul, and thus supported, I tripped. Yes, I did trip, downstairs to adorn Lady Turnour for dinner. The door was open between her bedroom and the sitting-room. Waiting in the former, I could hear voices in the latter. Lady Turnour and her husband were talking about the arrival of the stepson, whose name I soon gleaned from their conversation is Herbert. Naturally, it would be. People like that are always named Herbert, and are familiarly known to those whom they may concern as Bertie. Presently her ladyship came into the bedroom, and said, as a queen might say to her tire-woman, "Put me into my dressing-gown." If there were a feminine word for Syrah, I think she would have liked to call me it. My eye, roving distractedly, pounced upon a gold-embroidered purple silk kimono, perhaps more appropriate to Pooh-Bah than to a stout English lady of the lower middle class. I released it from its hook on the door, and would that her ladyship has been as easy to release from her bodice. She had not one hook, but many, and they were all so incredibly tight that, to put her into the dressing-gown as ordered, I feared it would be necessary to melt and pour her out of the gown she had on. While I wrestled, silent and red-faced, with a bodice as snug as the head of a drum, the lord of all it contained appeared in the doorway, and stopped, looking at me in surprise. He is common too, this Sir Samuel, millionaire maker of pills, but he is common in a good, almost pathetic way, quite different from his wife's way, or Monsieur Charretier's. He has stick-up grey hair curling all over his round head, blue eyes, twinkling with a mild yet shrewd expression, which might be merry if encouraged by her ladyship, and a large slouching body with stooped shoulders. "What young lady have we here?" he inquired. "Not a young lady at all," explained his wife sharply. "My new French maid." "I beg your pardon, I'm sure," said Sir Samuel, though it wasn't quite clear whether it was my forgiveness or that of his spouse he craved, for his mistake in supposing me to be a young lady. "What's her name?" he wanted to know, evidently approving of me, if not as a maid, at least as a human being. "Something ridiculous in French that sounds like Liz," sniffed her ladyship, "but I shall call her Elise. Also, I shall expect her to stop dyeing her hair." "But, madame, I do not dye it," I exclaimed. "Don't tell me. I know dyed hair when I see it." She ought to, having experience enough with her own. "Nature is the dyer, then," I ventured to persist, piqued to self-defense by the certainty that her object was to strip me of my wicked mask before her husband. "I'm not used to being contradicted by my servants," her ladyship reminded me. "My dear, do let the poor girl know whether she dyes her hair or not," Sir Samuel pleaded for me with more kindness than discretion. "I'm sure she speaks beautiful English." As if that had anything to do with it. She may as well understand, to begin with, that I won't put up with impudence and answering back. Hair that color doesn't go with dark eyes, and eyelashes like that aren't suitable to ladies' maids. "If your ladyship pleases, what am I to do with mine?" I asked in the sweetest little voice, and I would have given anything for someone to whom I might have telegraphed a laugh. "Wash the dark stuff off of them and let them be light," were the simple instructions promptly returned to me. There was no more to be said, so I cast down the offending features. Are one's lashes one's features? And swallowed my feelings, just as Lady Turnour will have to swallow my hair and eyelashes if I'm to stop in her service. If they stick in her throat, I suppose she will discharge me. For a leopard cannot change his spots, and a girl will not the color of her locks and lashes, when she happens to be fairly well satisfied with nature's work. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 6. Pamela's mother-in-law, La Comtesse Douairière, wears a lovely fluffy white thing over her own diminishing front hair, which I once heard her describe, when struggling to speak English, as her combination. Pam and I laughed nearly to extinction, but I didn't laugh this morning when I was obliged to help Lady Turnour put on hers. They say an emperor is no hero to his valet, and neither can an empress be heroine to her maid when she bursts for the first time upon that humble creature's sight without her transformation. It did make an unbelievable difference with her ladyship, and it must have been a blow to poor Sir Samuel, after all his years of hopeless love for a fond gazelle, when at last he made that gazelle his own, and saw it running about its bedroom with all its copper-colored ondulations naively lying on its dressing-table. Poor Miss Paget's false front was one of those frank, self-respecting old things one might have allowed one's grandmother to wear, just as she would wear a cap. But a transformation, well, one has perhaps believed in it, if one has not the eye of a lynx, and the disillusion is awful. Of course, a lady's maid is not a human being, and what it is thinking matters no more than what thinks a chair when sat upon. So I don't suppose her ladyship cared 10 centimes for the impression I was receiving and trying to digest in the first 10 minutes after my morning entrance. As my hair waves naturally, I've scarcely more than a bowing acquaintance with a curling iron, but luckily for me, I always did Cousin Catherine's when she wanted to look as beautiful as she felt, and though my hands trembled with nervousness, I not only ondulated Lady Turnour's transformation without burning it up, but I added it to her own locks in a manner so deft as to make me want to applaud myself. Even she could find no fault. The effect was twice as chic and becoming as that of yesterday. She looked younger, and nearer to being the grande dame that she burns to be. I saw various emotions working in her mind, and attributed her silence on the subject of my personal defects, unchanged despite her orders, to the success I was making with her toilette. In her eyes I began to take on lustre as a treasure not to be lightly thrown away on the turn of a die. When she was dressed and painted to represent a lady motorist, it was my business to pack not only for her, but for Sir Samuel, who is the sort of man to be miserable under the domination of a valet. There were a round dozen of trunks which had to be sent on by rail, and there was also luggage for the automobile. Such ingenious and pretty luggage, brand new like everything of her ladyship's, not excepting her complexion, that it was really a pleasure to pack it. As for the poor motor maid, it was broken to her that she must, figuratively speaking, live in a bag during the tour, and that bag must have a place under her feet as she sat beside the driver. It might make her as uncomfortable as it liked, but whatever it did, it must on no account interfere with the chauffeur. We were supposed to start at 10, but a woman of Lady Turnour's type doesn't think she's making herself of enough importance unless she keeps people waiting. She changed her mind 3 times about her veil, and had her dressing bag, a gorgeous affair, beside which mine is a mere nutshell, reopened at the last minute to get out different hat-pins. It was 10:30 when the luggage for the automobile was ready to be taken away, and having helped my mistress into her motoring coat, I left her saying farewell to some hotel acquaintances she had scraped up, and went out to put her ladyship's rugs into the car. I had not seen it yet, nor the dreaded chauffeur, my galley companion, but as the front door opened, voila, both, the car drawn up at the hotel entrance, the chauffeur dangling from its roof. Never did I see anything in the way of an automobile so large, so azure, so magnificent, so shiny as to varnish, so dazzling as to brass and crystal. Perhaps the windows aren't really crystal, but they were all bevelly and glittering in the sunshine, and seemed to run round the car from back to front, giving the effect of a Cinderella coach fitted on to a motor. Never was paint so blue, never was crest on carriage panels so large, and so like a vague, overripe tomato. Never was a chauffeur so long, so slim, so smart, so leathery. He was dangling not because he fancied himself as a tassel, but because he was teaching some last piece of luggage to know its place on the roof it was shaped to fit. Thank goodness, at least he's not fat and won't take up much room, I thought, as I stood looking at the back of his black head. Then he jumped down and turned round. We gave each other a glance, and he could not help knowing that I must be her ladyship's maid, by the way I was loaded with rugs like a beast of burden. Of my face he could see little, as I had on a thick motor veil, with a small triangular talc window, which Lady Kilmarny had given me as a present when I bade her good-bye. I had the advantage of him, therefore, in the staring contest, because his goggles were pushed up on the top of his cap with an elastic, somewhat as Miss Paget's spectacles had been caught in her false front. His glance said, "Female thing, I've got to be bothered by having you squashed into the seat beside me. You'd better not be chatty with the man at the wheel, for if you are, I shall have to teach you motor manners." My glance, I sincerely hoped, said nothing, for I hurriedly shut it off, lest it should say too much, the astonished thought in my mind being, "Why, leather person, you look exactly like a gentleman. You have the air of being the master, and Sir Samuel your servant." He really was a surprise, especially after Lady Kilmarny's warning. Still, I at once began to tell myself that chauffeurs must have intelligent faces. As for this one's clear features, good grey eyes, brown skin, and well-made figure, they were nothing miraculous, since it is admitted that even a lower grade of beings, grooms and footmen, are generally chosen as ornaments to the establishment they adorn. Why shouldn't a chauffeur be picked out from among his fellows to do credit to a fine 60-horsepower blue motor car? Besides, a young man who can't look rather handsome in a chauffeur's cap and neat leather coat and leggings might as well go and hang himself. The leather person opened the door of the car for me, that I might put in the rugs. I murmured thank you, and he bowed. No sooner had I arranged my affairs and slipped the scent bottle and bottle of salts, newly filled, into a dainty little case under the window, when Lady Turnour and Sir Samuel appeared. I have met few, if any, queens in daily life, but I'm almost sure that the Queen of England, for instance, wouldn't consider it beneath her dignity to take some notice of her chauffeur's existence if she were starting on a motor tour. Lady Turnour was miles above it, however. So far as she was concerned, one would have thought that the car ran itself, that at sight of her and Sir Samuel, the arbiters of its destiny, its heart began to beat, its body to tremble with delight at the honour in store for it. "Tell him to shut the windows," said her ladyship, when she was settled in her place. "Does he think I'm going to travel on a day like this, with all the wind on the Riviera blowing my head off?" The imperial order was passed on to him, who was addressed as Bane or Dane or something of that ilk, and I was sorry for poor Sir Samuel, whose face showed how little he enjoyed the prospect of being cooped up in a glass box. A day like this meant that there was a wind which no one under 50 had any business to know came out of the east, for it arrived from a sky blue as a vast inverted cup of turquoise. The sea was a cup too, a cup of gold glittering where the Esterel mountains rimmed it, and full to the frothing brim of blue spilt by the sky. Perhaps there was a hint of keenness in the breeze, and the palms in the hotel garden were whispering to each other about it, while they rocked the roses tangled among their fans. Yet it seemed to me that the whispers were not of complaint, but of joy. Joy of life, joy of beauty, and joy of the spring. The air smelled of 1,000 flowers, this air that Lady Turnour shunned as if it were poison, and brought me to a sense of happiness and adventure fresh as the morning. I knew I had no right to the feeling, because this wasn't my adventure. I was only in it on sufferance, to oil the wheels of it, so to speak, for my betters. Yet golden joy ran through all my veins as gaily, as generously, as if I were a princess instead of a lady's maid. Why on earth I was happy I didn't know, for it was perfectly clear that I was going to have a horrid time. But I pitied everybody who wasn't young and starting off on a motor tour, even if on 50 francs a month, all found. I pitied Lady Turnour because she was herself. I pitied Sir Samuel because he was married to her. I pitied the people in the big hotel who spent their afternoons and evenings playing bridge with all the windows hermetically sealed, while there was a world like this out of doors, and I wasn't sure yet whether I pitied the chauffeur or not. He didn't look particularly sorry for himself as he took his seat on my right. I was well out of his way, and he had the air of having forgotten all about me, as he steered away from the hotel down the flower-bordered avenue which led to the street. "Anyhow," said I to myself behind my little 3-cornered talc window, "whatever his faults may be, appearances are very deceptive if he ever tries to chuck me under the chin." There we sat, side by side, shut away from our pastors and masters by a barrier of glass in that state of life and on that seat to which it had pleased Providence to call us together. We're far enough apart in mind, though, I told myself. Yet I found my thoughts coming back to the man every now and then, wondering if his nice brown profile were a mere lucky accident, or if he were really intelligent and well-educated beyond his station. It was deliciously restful at first to sit there, seeing beautiful things as we flashed by, able to enjoy them in peace without having to make conversation, as the ordinary jeune fille must with the ordinary jeune monsieur. "And is it that you love the automobilism, mademoiselle?" "But yes, I love the automobilism. And you?" I also. Hang it, what shall I say to her next? And the dust, it does not too much annoy you? Oh, bother, I do wish he'd let me alone. No, monsieur, because there are compensations. The scenery, is it not? And for me, your society. What a little idiot she is. And so on, and so on. Oh yes, there were consolations in being a motor maid, sitting as far away as possible from a cross-looking, if rather handsome chauffeur, who would want to bite her if she tried to do the society act. But after a while, when we'd spun past the charming villas and attractive shops of Cannes, which looks so deceitfully sylvan and is one of the gayest watering places in the world, silence began to be a burden. It is such a nice motor car, and I did want to ask intelligent questions about it. I was almost sure they would be intelligent, because already I know several things about automobiles. The Milvains haven't got one, but most of their friends in Paris have. And though I've never been on a long tour before, I've done some running about. When one knows things, especially when one's a girl, a really well-regulated, normal girl, one does like to let other people know that one knows them. It's all well enough to cram yourself full to bursting with interesting facts, which it gives you a vast amount of trouble to learn, just out of respect for your own soul, and there's a great deal in that point of view in one's noblest moments. But one's noblest moments are like bubbles, radiant while they last, then going pop, quite to one's own surprise, leaving one all flat, and nothing to show for the late bubble except a little commonplace soap. Well, I am like that, and when I'm not nobly bubbling, I love to say what I'm thinking to somebody who will understand instead of feeding on myself. It really was a waste of good material to see all that lovely scenery slipping by like a panorama, and to be having quite heavenly thoughts about it, which must slip away too and be lost forever. I got to the pass when it would have been a relief to be asked if this were my first visit to the Riviera, because I could hastily have said yes, and then broken out with a volley of impressions. Seeing beautiful things when you travel by rail consists mostly on getting half a glimpse, beginning to exclaim, "Oh, look there!" then plunging into the black gulf of a tunnel, and not coming out again until after the best bit has carefully disappeared behind an uninteresting, fat-bodied mountain. But traveling by motor car, oh, the difference! One sees, one feels, one is never bored or impatient to arrive anywhere. One would enjoy being like the famous brook, and go on forever. Other automobiles were ahead of us, other cars were behind us, in the procession of nomads leaving the south for the north, but there had been rain in the night, so that the wind carried little dust. My spirits sang when we had left the long, cool avenue lined with the great silver-trunked plane trees, which seemed always, even in sunshine, to be dappled with moonlight, and dashed toward the barrier of the Esterels that flung itself across our path. The big blue car bounded up the steep road, laughing and purring, like some huge creature of the desert escaped from a cage, regaining its freedom. But every time we neared a curve, it was considerate enough to slow down, just enough to swing round with measured rhythm, smooth as the rocking of a child's cradle. Perhaps, thought I, the chauffeur wasn't cross, but only concentrated. If I had to drive a powerful, untamed car like this up and down roads like that, I should certainly get motor car face, a kind of inscrutable, frozen mask that not all the cold cream in the world could ever melt. I wondered if he resorted to cold cream, and before I knew what I was doing, I found myself staring at the statuesque brown profile through my talc triangle. Evidently, animal magnetism can leak through talc, for suddenly the chauffeur glanced sharply round at me as if I had called him. "Did you speak?" he asked. "Dear me, no, I shouldn't have dared," I hurried to assure him. Again he transferred his attention from the road to me, though only a fraction, and for only the fraction of a second. I felt that he saw me as an eagle on the wing might see a fly on a boulder toward which he was steering between intervening clouds. "Why shouldn't you dare?" he wanted to know. "One doesn't usually speak to lion-tamers when they're engaged in taming," I murmured, quite surprised at my audacity and the sound of my own voice. The chauffeur laughed. "Oh," he said. "Or to captains of ocean liners on the bridge in thick fogs," I went on with my illustrations. "What do you know about lion tamers and captains on ocean liners?" he inquired. "Nothing, but I imagine. I'm always doing a lot of imagining." "Do you think you will while you're with Lady Turnour?" "She hasn't engaged my brain, only my hands and feet." "And your time?" "Oh, thank goodness, it doesn't take time to imagine. I can imagine all the most glorious things in heaven and earth in the time it takes you to put your car at the next corner." He looked at me longer, though the corner seemed dangerously near to an amateur. "I see you've learned the true secret of living," said he. "Have I? I didn't know." "Well, you have. You may take it from me. I'm a good deal older than you are." "Oh, of course, all really polite men are older than the women they're with." "Even chauffeurs?" It was my turn to laugh now. "A chauffeur with a lady's maid." "You seem an odd sort of lady's maid." "I begin to think you're an odd sort of chauffeur." "Why?" "Well," I hesitated, though I knew why perfectly. "Aren't you rather abrupt in your questions? Suppose we change the subject. You seem to have tamed this tiger until it obeys you like a kitten." "That's what I get my wages for. But why do you think I'm an odd sort of chauffeur?" "For that matter, then, why do you think I'm an odd lady's maid?" "As to that, probably I'm no judge. I never talked to one except my mother's, and she wasn't at all like you." "Well, that proves my point. The very fact that your mother had a maid shows you're an odd sort of chauffeur." "Oh, you mean because I wasn't always what I seem, and that kind of family herald thing? Do you think it odd that a chauffeur should be by way of being a gentleman? Why, nowadays the woods and the storybooks are full of us. But things are made pleasanter for us in books than in real life. Out of books, people fight shy of us. A shovey, with the disadvantage of having been to a public school or handicapped by not dropping his H's, must knock something off his screw." "Are you really in earnest, or are you joking?" I asked. "Half and half, perhaps. Anyway, it isn't a particularly agreeable position, if that's not too big a word for it. I envy you your imagination in which you can shut yourself up in a kind of armor against the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune." "You wouldn't envy me if you had to do Lady Turnour's hair," I sighed. The chauffeur laughed out aloud. "Heaven forbid!" he exclaimed. "I'm sure Sir Samuel would forbid anyhow," said I. "Do you know, I don't think this trip's going to be so bad," said he. "Neither do I," murmured in my veil. We both laughed a good deal then, but luckily the glass was expensively thick, and the car was singing. "What are you laughing at?" I asked. "Something that it takes a little sense of humor to see when you've been down on your luck," said he. "A sense of humor was the only thing my ancestors left me," said I. "I don't wonder you laugh. It really is quaintly funny." "Do you think we're laughing at the same thing?" "I'm almost sure of it." "Do tell me your part, and let's compare notes." "Well, it's something that nobody but us in this car, unless it's the car itself, knows." "Then it is the same thing. They haven't an idea of it, and wouldn't believe it if anyone told them. Yes, it is funny. About there not being, why, you, and you, thanks, a lady, a gentleman, and the only ones on board are the two servants. As long as they don't notice, and we do, perhaps we may get some fun out of it. Extra, outside our wages. Would it be called a perquisite? If so, I'm sure we deserve it." I sighed, thinking of her ladyship's transformation and lacing up her boots. "Well, there's a lot to make up for." And he gave me another look, a very nice look, although he could see nothing of me but eyes and 1/3 of a nose. "If I can ever at all help to make up in the smallest way, you must let me try," he said. I ceased to think that his profile was cross or even stern. I was glad that the chauffeur and I were in the same box, the same car. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 7. All the same, I wondered a great deal how he came there, and I hoped that he was wondering the same sort of thing about me. In fact, I laid myself out to produce such a result. That is to say, I took some pains to show myself as little like the common or parlour lady's maid as possible. I never took so much pains to impress any human being, male or, far less, female, as I took to impress that mere chauffeur, the very chauffeur I'd been lying awake at night dreading as the most objectionable feature in my new life. All the nice things I'd thought of, by the way, before we introduced ourselves to each other, I trotted out, at least as many as I had presence of mind to remember, and though I'm afraid he didn't pay me the compliment of trying to brill in return, I told myself that it was not because he didn't think me worth brilling for, but because he's English. It never seems to occur to an Englishman to show off. I believe if Sir Samuel Turnour's chauffeur, Mr. What's-his-name, knew 27 languages, he could be silent in all of them. He did let me play the car's musical siren, though, a fascinating bugbear supposed to warn children, chickens, and other light-minded animals that something important is coming, and they'd better look alive. It has 2 tunes, one grave, one gay. I suppose we would use the grave one, if the creature hadn't looked alive. Although he didn't say much, the chauffeur, or Chuvy, as he scornfully names himself, knew all about Robert Macaire and Caspar de Besse, knew more about them than I, also their escapades on this road over the Esterels, and in the mountain fastnesses, when highwaymen were as fashionable as motor cars are now. I'd forgotten that it was this part of the world where they earned their bread and fame, and was quite thrilled to hear that the ghost of de Besse is supposed to keep on, as a permanent residence, his old shelter cave near the summit of strangely shaped Mont Vinaigre. I'm sure, though, even if we'd passed his pitch at midnight instead of midday, he wouldn't have dared pop out and cry, "Stand and deliver" to a 60-horsepower Aigle. I almost wished it were night as we swooped over mountain tops, our eyes plunging down the deep gorges and dropping with fearful joy over precipices, for the effect would have been more solemn, more mysterious. I could imagine that the fantastically formed rocks which loomed above us or stood ranged far below would have looked by moonlight like statues and busts of Titans, carved to show poor little humanity such creatures as a dead world had known. But it is hard for one's imagination to do the best of which it feels capable when one is dying for lunch. Even the old Murder Inn, which my companion obligingly pointed out, didn't give me the thrill it ought, because time was getting on when we flew past it, and I would have been capable of eating vulgar bread and cheese under its wickedly historic roof if I had been invited. "Do you suppose they know anything about the road and its history?" I asked the chauffeur, with a slight gesture of my swathed head toward the solid wall of glass which was our background. "They? Certainly not, and don't want to know," he answered with an air of assurance. "Why do they go about in motors, then?" I wondered, "if they don't take interest in things they pass?" "You must understand as well as I do why this sort of person goes about in motors," said he. "They go because other people go, because it's the thing. The other people, whom they slavishly imitate, may really like the exhilaration, the ozone, the sightseeing, or all 3. But to this type, the only part that matters is letting it be seen that they got a handsome car, and being able to say, 'We've just come from the Riviera in our 60-horsepower motor car.' They'd always mention the power. Lady Turnour did, even to me, I remembered. But is Sir Samuel like that? No, to do him justice, he isn't, poor man. But his wife is his juggernaut. I believe he enjoys lying under her wheels, or thinks he does, which is the same thing. "Have you been with them long?" I dared to inquire. "Only a few days. I brought the car down for them from Paris, though not this way, a shorter one. We're new brooms, the car and I." "All their brooms seem to be new," I reflected. "I wonder what the stepson is like." "Luckily it doesn't matter much to me," said the chauffeur indifferently. "Nor to me, but his name's Herbert." "His surname?" "I don't know. There's a Herbert lurking somewhere. It always suggests to me oily hair parted in the middle and smeared down on each side of a low, narrow forehead. Could you know a Bertie?" "I did once, and never want to again. He was a swine and a snob. Hope you never came across the combination." I forgot to answer because, having left the mountain world behind, a formidable line of nobly planned arches began striding along beside us through the sun-bright fields, and I was sure it must be the giant Roman aqueduct of Frejus. Instead of discussing such little things as the Turnours and their Bertie, we began to talk of Phoenicians, Ligurians, and of Romans, of Pliny, who had a beloved friend at Frejus, and all the while to breathe in the perfume of a land over which a vast tidal wave of balsamic pines had swept. Frejus we were not to see now. That was for the dim future, after lunch. But we turned to the left off the main road and ran on until we saw, bathed in pines, deliciously deluged and drowned in pines, the white glimmer of classic-looking villas. These meant Valescure, said the chauffeur, and the Grand Hotel, not classic-looking but pretty in its terraced garden, meant luncheon. The car drew up before the door, according to order, or rather, according to hypnotic suggestion, for it seems that it is the chauffeur who alone knows anything of the way, and who, while appearing to be non-committal, is virtually planning the tour. Valescure might be a good stopping place for lunch, he had murmured, an eye on the road map over which his head bent with Sir Samuel's. Very beautiful, rather exclusive. You may remember Mr. Chamberlain stopped there. The exclusiveness and the chamberlainness decided Lady Turnour, behind Sir Samuel's shoulder, so the chauffeur told me. Consequently, here we were, and not at St. Raphael, which would have seemed the more obvious place to stop. I say we, but Lady Turnour would have been surprised to hear that her maid dared count herself and a chauffeur in the programme. Creatures like us must be fed, just as you pour petrol into the tanks of a motor or stoke a furnace with coals, because otherwise our mechanism wouldn't go, and that would be awkward when we were wanted. The chauffeur opened the door of the car as if he had been born to open motor car doors, and Lady Turnour allowed herself to be helped out by her husband, her jewel bag clutched in her hand. She doesn't know me well enough yet to trust me with it, and hasn't had bags full of jewels for long. She passed her two servants without expending a look on them. Sir Samuel followed, telling his chauffeur to have the automobile ready at the door again in an hour and a quarter, and we two worms were left to our own resources. "I shan't garage her," said my fellow worm of the car. "I'll just drive her out of the way where I can look over her a bit when I've snatched something to eat. I'll take the fur rugs inside. You're not to bother, they're big enough to swamp you entirely. And then you—" "Yes, then I repeated desolately. "What is to become of me?" "Why, you're to have your lunch, of course," he replied. "I thought you said you were hungry." "So I am, starving, but—" "Well? Aren't you going to have a proper lunch?" "A sandwich and a piece of cheese will do for me, because there are one or two little things to tinker up on the car, and an hour and a quarter isn't long. I think I shall bring my grub out of doors and— But is anything the matter?" "I can't go in and have lunch alone. I simply can't," I confessed to the young man whose society I had intended to avoid like a pestilence. "You see, I never— This is the first time." A look of comprehension flashed over his face. "Yes, I see," he said. "Of course, the moment I heard your voice, I realized that this wasn't your sort of work, but I didn't know you were quite so new to it as all that. You've never taken a meal in the courier's room of a hotel?" "No," I confessed. At the majestic palace, Lady Kil... That is, I decided to have everything brought up to my room there. By Jove, we are a strange pair. This is my first job, too, and so far I've been able to feed where I chose. But that's too good to last on tour. One must accommodate oneself to the circumstances, and a man easily can. But you, I know how you feel. However, it's the first step that costs. Do you mind much? It's the stepping in alone that costs the most, I said. Well, I'm only too delighted if I can be of the least use. Let the car rip. I'll see to her afterward. Now I'm going to take care of you. You need it more than she does. What would Lady Kilmarny have said if she had heard my deliberate encouragement of the chauffeur and his reckless response? What would she have thought if she could have seen us walking into the courier's dining room side by side, as if we had been friends for as many years as we'd really been acquaintances for minutes, leaving the car he was paid to cherish in his bosom, sulking alone? That sweet lady's face, surprised and reproachful, rose before my eyes, but I had no regrets. And instead of trembling with apprehension when I saw that the courier's room was empty, I rejoiced in the prospect of lunching alone with the redoubtable chauffeur. It was too early for the regular feeding hour of the pensionnaires, maids and valets, and we sat down opposite each other at the end of a long table. A bored young waiter, with little to hope for in the way of pourboire, ambled off in quest of our food. I began to unfasten my head covering, and after a search for various fugitive pins, I emerged from obscurity, like the moon from behind a cloud. With a sigh of relief I smiled at my companion, and it was only his expression of surprise which reminded me that he had been seeing me as through a glass darkly. I suppose, unless you are a sort of Sherlock Holmes of physiognomy, you can't map out a woman's face by a mere glimpse of eyes through a triangular bit of talc, already somewhat damaged by exposure to sun and wind. It mayn't be good manners to look a gift motor veil in the talc, but I must admit that, glad as I was of its protection, mine was somewhat the worse for certain bubbles, cracks, and speckles. So whether or no Mr. Bain or Dane may combine the science of chauffeuring with that of physiognomy, it's certain that he had the air of being taken aback. Of course, I know that I'm not exactly plain, and that the contrast between my eyes and hair is a little out of the common. So as soon as I remembered that he hadn't seen me before, I guessed more or less what his almost startled look meant. Still, I suppose most girls, anyway, half French, half American girls, would have done exactly what I proceeded to do. I looked as innocent as a fluffy chicken when it first sidles out of its eggshell into the wide, wide world, and said, "Oh, I do hope I haven't a smudge on the end of my nose." "No," replied the chauffeur, instantly becoming expressionless. "Why do you ask?" "Only I was afraid from your face that there was something wrong." "So far as I can see, there's nothing wrong," said he calmly, and broke a piece of bread. "Very good butter this, that they give to nous autres," he went on in the same tone of voice, and my respect for him increased. Men are really rather nice creatures, take them all in all. As he had sacrificed his duty to the car for me, I sacrificed my duty to my digestion for him, and bolted my luncheon. Then, when released from guard duty, he returned to his true allegiance, and I ventured to walk on the terrace to admire the view. Far away it stretched, over garden and pineland and flowery meadow spaces, to the blue-silver sown sea, which to my fancy looked Homeric. Nothing modern caught the eye to break the romance of the illusion. All was as it might have been 20 or 30 centuries ago, when on the Mediterranean sailed Phoenicians, mariners renowned, greedy merchantmen, with countless gods in a black ship. I had just begun to play that I was a young woman of Tyre, taken on an adventurous excursion by an indulgent father, when, presto, Lady Turnour's voice brought me back to the present with a jump. There's nothing Homeric about her. She and Sir Samuel had finished their luncheon, and so had several other people. There was an exodus of well-dressed, nice-looking women from dining-room to terrace, and conscious that I ought to have been herding among their maids, I fled with haste and humility. What right had I, in this sweet place, divinely fit to be a rest-cure for goddesses tired of the social diversions of Olympus? I scuttled off to the car and stood ready to serve my mistress when it should please her to be tucked under her rugs. Despite delays, the chauffeur had finished whatever had to be done, and soon we were spinning away from Valescure, far away into a world of flowers. Black cypresses soared skyward, so clean-cut, so definite, that I seemed to hear them, crystal shrill, like the sharp notes in music, as they leaped darkly out from a silver monotone of olives and a delicate ripple of pearly plum or pear blossom. Mimosas poured floods of gold over the spring landscape, blazing violently against the cloudless blue. Bloom of peach and apple tree garlanded our roads on either side. The way was jewelled with roses, and acres of hyacinths stretched into the distance, their perfume softening the keenness of the breeze. "Are they going to let you pass Frejus without pausing for a single look?" I asked mournfully. But at that instant there came a peal of the electric bell, which is one of the luxurious fittings of the car. It meant stop, and we stopped. "Aren't there some ruins here, something middle-aged?" asked Sir Samuel, meaning medieval. "Roman ruins, sir," replied his chauffeur without changing countenance. "Are they the sort of things you ought to say you've seen?" "I think most people do stop and see them, sir." "What is your wish, my dear?" Sir Samuel gallantly deferred to his bride. "I know you don't like out-of-door sightseeing when it's windy and blows your hair about, but—" "We might try, and if I don't like it we can go on," replied Lady Turnour, patronizing the remains of Roman greatness, since it appeared to be the thing for the nobility and gentry to do. The chauffeur obediently turned the big blue aigle, and let her sail into the very center of the vast arena where Caesar saw gladiators fight and die. It was very noble, very inspiring, and from some shady corner promptly emerged a quaintly picturesque old guardian, ready to pour forth floods of historic information. He introduced himself as a soldier who had seen fighting in Mexico under Maximilian, and therefore the better able to appreciate and fulfill his present task. But her ladyship listened for a while with lackluster eyes, and finally, when dates were flying about her ears like hail, calmly interrupted to say that she was glad she hadn't lived in the days when you had to go to the theatre out of doors. "I can't understand more than one word in 12 that the old thing says, anyhow," she went on. "Elise must give me French lessons every day while she does my hair. I hope she has the right accent." "He's saying that this amphitheatre was once almost as large as the one at Nimes, but that it would only hold about 10,000 spectators," explained the chauffeur, who was engaged partly for his French and knowledge of France. "It's nonsense bothering to know that now, when the place is tumbling to pieces," sneered her ladyship. "I beg your pardon, my lady. I only thought that, as a rule, the best people do feel bound to know these things. But of course—" He paused deferentially, without a twinkle in his eye, though I was pressing my lips tightly together and trying not to shake spasmodically. "Oh, well, go on. What else does the old boy say, then?" groaned Lady Turnour. "Martrisé." Mr. Dane didn't dare to glance at me. With perfect gravity he translated the guide's best bits, enlarging upon them here and there in a way which showed that he had independent knowledge of his own. And it was a feather in his cap that his eloquence eventually interested Lady Turnour. She made him tell her again how Frejus was Claustra Gallae to Caesar, and how it was the caput for this part of the wonderful Via Aurelia, which started at Rome, never ending until it came to Arles. "Why, we've been to Rome, and we're going to Arles!" she exclaimed. "We can tell people we've been over the whole of the Via Aurelia, can't we? We needn't mention that the automobile didn't arrive till after we got to Cannes. And anyway, you say there were once theatres there, and at Antibes, like the one at Frejus. So we've been making a kind of Roman pilgrimage all along, if we'd only known it." "It is considered quite the thing to do in Roman amphitheatres to make a tour of the prisoners' cells and gladiators' dressing rooms, the guide says, insinuated the chauffeur. And then, when the bride and bridegroom, reluctant but conscientious, were swimming round the vast bowl of masonry like tea leaves floating in a great cup, he turned to me. "Why don't you thank me?" he inquired. "I was doing it for you. I knew you hated to miss all this, and I saw she meant to go on, so I intervened in the only way I could think of to touch her." "If you're always as clever as that, I don't see why this shouldn't be our trip," I said. "That will be a consolation." "I'm afraid you'll often need more consolation than that," he answered. "Lady Turnour is, as the Americans say, a pretty stiff proposition. Still, if you can hypnotize her into going to all the places and stopping to look at all the nicest things, this will, at least, be a cheap automobile tour for us both." I laughed, but he didn't, and I was sorry, for I thought I deserved a smile, and he has a nice one, with even white teeth in it, and a wistful sort of look in his eyes at the same time. A really interesting smile. I wondered what he was thinking about that made him look so grave, but I conceitedly felt that it was something concerning me, or the situation of us both. End of Chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 8. The tidal waves of pines followed us as, having had one glance at the Porta Dorée, we left Frejus, old and new, behind. It followed us out of gay little St. Raphael, lying in its alluvial plain of flowers, and on along the coast past which the ships of Augustus Caesar used to sail. Not in my most starry dreams could I have fancied a road as beautiful as that which opened to us soon, winding above the dancing water. Graceful dryad pines knelt by the wayside, stretching out their arms to the sea, where charming little bays shone behind enlacing branches, blue as the eyes of a wood-nymph, gleaming shyly through the brown tangle of her hair. Pine balsam mingled with the bittersweet perfume of almond blossom, and caught a pungent tang of salt from the wind. What romance! What beauty! It made me in love with life just to pass this way, and know that so much hidden loveliness existed. I glanced furtively over my shoulder at the couple whose honeymoon it is, our master and mistress. Lady Turnour sat nodding in the conservatory atmosphere of her glass cage, and Sir Samuel was earnestly choosing a cigar. Suddenly it struck me that Providence must have a vast sense of humor, and that the little inhabitants of this earth, high and low, must afford it a great deal of benevolent amusement. All too soon we swept out of the forest, straight into a little town, St. Maxime, with a picturesque port of its own, where red-sailed fishing boats lolled as idly as the dark-eyed young men in cafes near the shore. A few tourists walking out from the hotel on the hill gazed rather curiously at us in our fine blue car, and we gazed away from them across a sapphire gulf to the distant houses of St. Tropez, banked high against a promontory of emerald. I should have liked to run on to St. Tropez, for I knew his pretty legend, how he was one of the guards of St. Paul in prison, and was converted by the eloquence of his captive. But the chauffeur said that, after La Faux, famed home of miniature horses, the coast road would lose its surface of velvet. It would be laced in and out with crossings of a local railway line, and there would be so many bumps that Lady Turnour was certain to wake up very cross. "For your sake, I don't want to make her cross," said he, and turned inland. But the way was no less beautiful. The pines were tired of running after us, but great cork trees marched beside the road, like an army of crusaders in disarray, half in, half out of armor. Above rose the mountains of the Moors, whose very name seemed to ring with the distant echo of a Saracen war song. And here and there, on a bare, wild hillside, towered all that was left of some ancient castle, fallen into ruin. Coghlan was fine, and Grimmauld was even finer. Up a steep ascent, through shadowy forests we had passed, now and then coming suddenly upon a little red-roofed village nestling among the trees as a strawberry among its leaves, when abruptly we flashed out where spaces of sky and silver sea opened. Between hills that seemed to sweep a curtsy to us, we flew down an apple-paring road toward Hyères. The Tourneurs had lunched, if not wisely, probably too well, at Valescure about 1 o'clock, and it wasn't yet 4. But the air at the beautiful Costabelle hotels is said to be perpetually glittering with royalties and other bright beings of the great world. So her ladyship wouldn't have been persuaded to miss the place. Not that anyone tried to persuade her, for the two powers behind the throne, and in front of the car, wanted to go, not to see the royalties, but the beauties of Costabelle itself. We slipped gently through the town of Hyères, whose avenues of giant palms looked like great sea anemones turned into trees, and then spurted up a hill into a vast and fragrant grove that smelled of 1,000 flowers. In the grove stood 3 hotels, with wide views over jade-green lagoons to an indigo sea, and at the most charming of the trio we stopped. Nothing was said about tea for the 2 servants, but while the quality had theirs on an exquisite terrace, the chauffeur brought a steaming cup to me as I sat in the car. "This was given me for my beau yeux," he said, "but I don't want any tea, so please take it, and don't let it be wasted." I was convinced that he had paid for that cup of tea with coin harder, if not brighter, than the beau yeux in question. But it would have hurt his feelings if I had refused, therefore I drank the tea and thanked the giver. "You are being very kind to me," I said, "Mr. Bain, or Dane. So do you mind telling me which it is?" "Dane," he replied shortly. "Not that it matters. A chauffeur by any other name would smell as much of oil and petrol. It's actually my real name, too. Are you surprised? I was either too proud or too stubborn to change it. I'm not sure which, when I took up shoving for a livelihood." "No, I'm not surprised," I said. "You don't look like the sort of man who would change his name as if it were a coat. I've kept mine, too, to maid with. You shove, I maid. It sounds like an exercise in a strange language." "That's precisely what it is," he answered. "A difficult language to learn at first, but I'm getting the hang of it. I hope you won't need to pursue the study very thoroughly." "And you think you will?" "I think so," he said, his face hardening a little, and looking dogged. "I don't see any way out of it for the present." I was silent for almost a whole minute, which can seem a long time to a woman, half hoping that he meant to tell me something about himself, how it was that he'd decided to be a professional chauffeur, and so on. I was sure there must be a story, an interesting story, perhaps a romantic one, and if he confided in me, I would in him. Why not, when, on my part at least, there's nothing to conceal, and we're bound to be companions of the road for weal or woe? But if he felt any temptation to be expansive, he resisted it, like a true Englishman, and to break a silence which grew almost embarrassing, I was driven to ask him, quite brazenly, if he had no curiosity to know my name. "Not exactly curiosity," said he, smiling his pleasant smile again. "I'm never curious about people. I like, or feel that I'm going to like. It isn't my nature." "It's just the opposite with me." "We're of opposite sexes." "You believe that explains it? I don't know. Man may be a fellow creature, I suppose, though they didn't teach me that at the convent. But tell me this, even if you have no curiosity, because you hope you can manage to endure me, do you think I look like an Elise?"
Somehow you don't. Names have different colors for me. Elise is bright pink. You ought to be silver or pale blue.
Elise is my professional name. Lady Turnour is my sponsor. My real name's Lise. Lise d'Angeli.
Good. Lise is silver.
I wish I could coin it. Let me see if I can guess what you ought to be. You look well, Jack would suit you, but that's too good to be true. I shall never meet a Jack except in books and ballads.
My name is John Cloud, but when I was a boy I always fought any chap who called me Cloud, and tried to give him a black eye or a bloody nose. You may call me Jack if you like.
Certainly not. I shall call you Mr. Dane.
Shovers are never mistered.
Not even by the females of their kind? I always supposed that manners were very top-loftical in the servants' hall.
We may both soon know.
Elise, take that cup at once where you got it from, and come back to your place. We are ready to start. This from Lady Turnour. Really, if she takes to interfering every time we others have got to the middle of an interesting conversation, I don't know what I shall do to her. Perhaps I'll put her transformation on sideways. Or would that be blackmail? Silently the chauffeur took the cup from my frightened fingers and marched off with it into the hotel, without a "by your leave" or "with your leave." "My word, your chauffeur might have better manners," grumbled Lady Turnour to Sir Samuel, as she climbed into the car. But there was no scolding when the rude young man came briskly back, looking supremely unconscious of having given offence.
"Now we must make good time to Marseilles if we're to get there for dinner," he said, when he had started the car and taken his place. "We shall stop there tonight, or rather, just outside the town, in one of the nicest hotels on earth, as you will see."
"Whose choice?" I asked.
"Mine," he laughed. "But I don't think Sir Samuel knows that."
Down to Humorous we floated again on the wings of the Isle, I looking longingly across the valley where the old town climbed a citadeled hill and lay down at the foot of a sturdy though crumbling castle. If this were really my own tour, as I'm trying to play it is, I would have commanded a long stop at Costabel to make explorations of the regions round about. I can imagine no greater joy than to be able to stay at beautiful places as long as one wished, and to keep on doing beautiful things till one tired of doing them. But life is a good deal like a big busybody of a policeman, continually telling us to get up and move on. Our world was a flower world again, ringed in like a secret fairyland, with distant mountains of extraordinarily graceful shapes, charming lady mountains, and as far as we could see the road was cut through a carpet of pink, white, and golden blossoms, destined by and by for the markets of Paris, London, Berlin, and Vienna. Before I thought it could be so near, we dashed into Toulon, a very different Toulon from the Toulon of the railway station, where I remembered stopping a few mornings, which seemed like a few years ago. Now it looked a noble and impressive place, as well as a tremendously busy town, but my eye climbed to the towery heights above, wondering on which one Napoleon, a smart young officer of artillery, placed the batteries that shelled the British out of the harbour, and gained for him the first small laurel leaf of his imperial crown. I thought, too, of all the French novels I'd read, whose sailor heroes were stationed at Toulon, and there met romantic or sensational adventures. They were always handsome and dashing, those heroes, and as we threaded intricate fortifications, I found myself looking out for at least one or two of them. Yes, they were there, plenty of heroes, almost all handsome, with splendid dark eyes that searched flatteringly to penetrate the mystery of my talc triangle. They didn't know, poor dears, that there was nothing better than a lady's maid behind it. What a waste of gorgeous glances! I laughed to myself at the fancy, and the chauffeur sitting beside me wanted to know why, but I wouldn't tell him.
One really can't say everything to a man one has known only for a day, and yet the curious part is, I feel as if we had been the best of friends for a long time. I never felt like that toward any man before, but I suppose it is because of the queer resemblance in our fates. Beyond Toulon we had to slow down for a long procession of gypsy caravans on their way to town. Quaint moving houses, with strings of huge pearls that were gleaming onions, festooned across their blue or green doors and windows, and out from those doors and windows wonderful eyes gazed at us. Eyes full of secrets of the East, strange eyes, more fascinating in their passing glance than those of the gay young heroes at Toulon. So we flew on to the village of Ollioules, and into the dim mountain gorge of the same musical name. The car plunged boldly through the veil of deep blue shadow which hung, ghost-like, over the serpentine curves of the white road, and out of its twilight mystery rose always the faint singing of a little river that ran beside us, under the steep grey wall of towering rock. At the top of the gorge a surprise of beauty waited for us as our way led along a sinuous road cut into the swelling mountainside. Far off lay the sea, with an army of tremendous purple rocks hurling themselves headlong into the molten gold of the water, like a drove of mammoths. All the world was gold and royal purple. Hills and mountains stood up, darkly violet, out of a golden plain, against a sky of gold, and it was such a picture as only heaven or Turner could have painted. Nor was there any break in the varied splendor of the scene and of the sun setting until we came to the dull-looking town of Aubonne. After that, the southern darkness swooped in haste, and while we wound tediously through the immense, never-ending traffic of Marseilles, it made night. All the length and breadth of the Canebière burst into brilliance of electric light, as if in our honor. The great street looked as gay as a Paris boulevard, and as we turned into it, we turned into an adventure. To begin with, nothing seemed less likely than an adventure. We drew up calmly before the door of a hotel, whence a telephonic demand for rooms must be sent to La Réserve, under the same management. It was the chauffeur who had to go in and telephone, for the bridegroom is even more helpless in French than the bride. And before Mr. Dane could stop the car, Sir Samuel called out, "Keep the motor going, to save time. You needn't be a minute in there. Her ladyship is hungry and wants to get on." The chauffeur raised his eyebrows, but obeyed in silence, leaving the motor hard at work, the automobile panting as impatiently to be off as if she suffered with Lady Turnour. No sooner was the tall, leather-clad figure out of sight than a crowd of small boys and youths pressed boldly round the handsome car. Her splendor was her undoing, for a plain, everyday sort of automobile might have failed to attract. Laughing, jabbering patois, a dozen young imps forced their audacious attentions on the unprotected azure beauty. What was I that I could defend her, left there as helpless as she, while her great heart throbbed under me? It was easy to say, "Allez-vous en va," and I said it, not once, but again and again, each time more emphatically than before. Nobody paid the slightest attention, however, except perhaps to find an extra spice of pleasure in tormenting me. If I had been a yapping miniature lapdog, with teeth only pour faire rire, I could not have been treated with greater disdain by the crowd. I glanced hastily round to see if Sir Samuel had not taken alarm, but, sitting beside his wife in the big crystal cage, he seemed blissfully unconscious of danger to his splendid isle. Instead, the couple looked rather pleased than otherwise to be a centre of attraction. Perhaps, I thought, they're right, and these young wretches can work no real harm to the car. They ought to know better than I. But they didn't, for before the thought could spin itself out in my mind, a gypsy-eyed little fiend of 12 or 13 made a spring at the driver's seat. With a yelp of mischievous glee he proved his daring to his comrades by snatching at the starting lever. He was quick as a flash of summer lightning, but if I hadn't been quicker, the big car might have leaped into life and run amuck through the most crowded street in busy Marseilles. I felt myself go cold and hot, horribly uncertain whether my interference might work harm or good. But before I quite knew what I did, I had sent the boy flying with a sounding box on the ear. He squealed as he sprawled backward, and I stood up, ready for battle, my fingers tingling, my heart pounding. The imp was up again in half a breath, pushed forward by his friends to take revenge, and I could hear Sir Samuel or her ladyship wrestling vainly with the window behind me. What would have happened next, I can't tell, except that I was in a mood to fight for our car till the death, even if knives flashed out, and I think I was gasping, "Police! Police!" But at that instant Mr. Jack Dane hurled himself like a catapult from the hotel. He dashed the weedy youths out of his way like ninepins, jumped to his seat, and the car and the car's occupants were safe. "You are a trump, Mr. Angeli," said he, as we boomed away from the hotel, scattering the crowd before us as an eddy of wind scatters autumn leaves. "You did just the right thing at just the right time. It was all my fault. I oughtn't to have left the motor going." "It was Sir Samuel's fault," I contradicted him. "No. Whatever goes wrong with the car is always the chauffeur's fault. Sir Samuel wanted me to do a foolish thing, and I oughtn't to have done it. I had your life to think of." "And theirs." "Theirs, of course, but I would have thought of yours first." It made my heart feel as warm as a bird in a nest to be complimented by the man at the helm for presence of mind, and then to hear that already I gained a friend to whom my life was of some value. Since my mother died, there had been no one for whom I've come first. I wanted badly to do something to show my gratitude, but could think of nothing except that, by and by, when we knew each other better, I might offer to sew on his buttons or mend his socks. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 9. "I suppose we'll meet by and by at dinner?" I said, I'm afraid rather wistfully, to the chauffeur as he drove the car up a steep hill to the door of La Réserve on the Corniche. "Well, no," he answered, "because you needn't fear anything disagreeable here, and I'm going to stop at a less expensive place. You see, I pay my own way, and as I really have to live on my screw, it doesn't run to grand hotels. This one is rather grand, but you will be all right, because although it's a famous place for food, at this season few people stop overnight, and I found out through the telephone that the Turnours are the only ones who have taken bedrooms. That means you'll have your dinner and breakfast by yourself." "Oh, that will be nice," I said, trying to speak as if I delighted in the thought of solitude and reflection. "I wish I were paying my own way too, but I couldn't do it on 50 francs a month, could I?" "50 francs a month?" he echoed, astonished. "Is that your compensation for being a slave to such a woman? By Jove, it makes me hot all over to think that a girl like you should—" "Well, this trip is thrown in as additional compensation," I reminded him, "and thanks to you and your kindness, I believe I'm going to find my place more than tolerable." The car stopped and duty began. I couldn't even turn and say good night to the chauffeur as I walked primly into the hotel laden with my mistress's things. She and Sir Samuel had the best rooms in the house, a suite big enough and grand enough for a king and queen, with a delightful loggia overlooking the high garden and the sea. But of course Lady Turnour would die rather than seem impressed by anything, and would probably pick faults if she were invited to sleep at Buckingham Palace or Windsor Castle, a contingency which I think unlikely. She was snappish with hunger, and did not trouble to restrain her temper before me. Poor Sir Samuel! It is he who has snatched her from her lodging-house to lead her into luxury because of his faithful love of many years. And this is the way she rewards him. If I'd been in his place and had a javelin handy, I think I might suddenly have become a widower. She was better after dinner, however, so I knew she must have been well fed, and in the morning, after a gorgeous déjeuner on the loggia, she was in an amiable mood to plan for the day's journey. At 10 o'clock the chauffeur arrived and was shown up to the Turnours' vast Louis XVI salon. He looked as much like an icily regular, splendidly null bronze statue as a flesh-and-blood young man could possibly look. For that, no doubt, is his conception of the part of a well-trained shover, and he did not seem aware of my existence as he stood up, cap in hand, ready for orders. As for me, I flatter myself that I was equally admirable in my own métier. I was assorting a motley collection of guidebooks, novels, maps, smelling salts and kodaks when he came in and was dying to look up, but I remained as sweetly expressionless as a doll. The bronze statue respectfully inquired how its master would like to make a little detour, instead of going by way of Aix-en-Provence to Avignon as arranged. Within an easy run was a spot loved by artists and beginning to be talked about. Martigues on the Étang de Berre, a salt lake not far from Marseille, said to be picturesque. The Prince of Monaco was fond of motoring down that way. At the sound of a princely name, her ladyship's mind made itself up with a snap. So the change of programme was decided upon, and curious as to the chauffeur's motive, I questioned him when again we sat shoulder to shoulder, the salt wind flying past our faces. "Why the Étang de Berre?" I asked. "Oh, I rather thought it would interest you. It's a queer spot." "Thank you. You think I like queer spots and things?" "Yes, and people. I'm sure you do. You'll like the Étang and the country round, but they won't." "That's a detail," said I, "since this tour runs itself in the interests of the femme de chambre and the chauffeur. We're the only ones who have any interests that matter. It's all the same to them, really, where they go, if I take the car over good roads and land them at expensive hotels at night. But I'm not going to do that always. They've got to see the gorge of the Tarn. They don't know that yet, but they have. And won't they like seeing it? Lady Turnour will hate it. Then we may as well give it up. Her will is mightier than the sword. Once she's in, there'll be no turning back. She'll have to push on to the end. She mayn't consent to go in. Queen Margherita of Italy is said to have the idea of visiting the Tarn next summer. Think what it would mean to Lady Turnour to get the start of a queen. You are Machiavellian. When did you have this inspiration? Well, I got thinking last night that as they have plenty of time, almost as much time as money, it seemed a pity that I should whirl them along the road to Paris at the rate planned originally. You see, though, there are plenty of interesting places on the way mapped out. You've been to Tours, you say. What of that? Oh, the trip might as well be new for everybody except myself, and as you like adventures. You think it's the Turner's duty to have them. Just so, if only to punish her ladyship for grinding you down to 50 francs a month. What a reptile! If she's a reptile, I'm a cat to plot against her. Do cats plot? Only against mice, I think. And anyhow, I'm doing all the plotting. I felt a different man since yesterday. I've got something to live for. Oh, what? The question asked itself. For a comrade in misfortune, and to see her to her journey's end. I suppose that end will be in Paris? No, I said. I rather think I shall go on all the way to England with Lady Turnour, if I can stand it. There's a person in England who will be kind to me. Oh, remarked Mr. Dane, suddenly dry and taciturn again. I didn't know what had displeased him, unless he was sorry to have my company as far as England, yet somehow I couldn't quite believe it was that. All this talk we had while dodging furious trams and enormous wagons piled with merchandise in that maelstrom of traffic near the Marseille docks, which must be passed before we could escape into the country. At last, coasting down a dangerously winding hill with a too suggestively named village at the bottom, L'Assassin, the Aigle turned westward. The chauffeur let her spread her wings at last, and we raced along a clear road, the Étang already shimmering blue before us, like an eye that watched and laughed. Then we had to swing smoothly round a great circle, to see in all its length and breadth that strange, hidden, and fishy fairyland of which Martigues is the door. Once the Phoenicians found their way here looking for salt, which is exploited to this day. Marius camped near enough to take his morning dip in the Eton, perhaps. And Jean, Queen of Naples, held Martigues for herself. But now only fish and fishermen and a few artists occupy themselves in that quaint little world which one passes all regardlessly in the flying Côte d'Azur. As we sailed round the road which rings the sleepy-looking salt lake, Lady Turnour had a window opened on purpose to ask what on earth the Prince of Monaco found to admire in this flat country where there were no fine buildings, and her rebellion made me take alarm for the success of our future plots. But the chauffeur, anxious for the same reason maybe that she should be content, explained things nicely. "Why," said he, "for one thing, the best fish eaten at the best restaurants of Monte Carlo came out of the Eton de Berre. The bouillabaisse, which her ladyship had doubtless tasted at La Reserve last night, originally owed much to the same sauce, and talking of bouillabaisse, Martigues was almost as famous for it as La Reserve itself. One had but to lunch at the little Hotel Paul Chabas to prove that. And then, for less material reasons, His Serene Highness might be influenced by the fact that Corot had loved this ring of land which clasped the Eton de Berre, XIII too, and other artists whose opinion could not be despised. These arguments silenced, if they didn't convince, Lady Turnour, though she had probably never heard of XIII or even Corot, and we two in front were able to admire the charming scene in peace. Crossing bridges here and there, we saw, rising above sapphire lake and silver belt of olives jewelled with rosy almond blossom, more than one miniature Carcassonne or ruined castle, small as if peeped at through a diminishing glass. There was Port de Bouc, the Mediterranean harbour of the Eton, or watergate to fairyland, as Martigues was the door. Istres on its proud little height, Miramas and Berra, important in their own eyes, and pretty in all others when reflected in the glassy surface of blue water. There were dark groups of cypresses, like mourning figures talking together after a funeral, ancient trees who could almost remember the Romans, and, better than all else, there was Pont Flavian, which these Romans had built. Even Lady Turnour condescended to get out of the car to do honour to the bridge with its 2 Corinthian arches of perfect grace and beauty, but she had nothing to say to the poor little tired-looking lions sitting on top, which I longed to climb up and pat. She wanted to push on, and her one thought of Aix-en-Provence was for lunch. Was Dane sure we should find anything decent to eat there? Very well, then the sooner we got it the better. What a good thing there was someone on board the car to appreciate Provence, someone to keep saying, "We're in Provence! Provence!" repeating the word just for the joy and music of it, and all it means of romance and history. If there had not been someone to say and feel that, every turn of the tires would have been an insult to Provence, who had put on her loveliest dress to bid us welcome. Among the olives and almonds, young trees of vivid yellow spouted pyramids of thin gold flame against a sky of violet, and the indefinable fragrance of spring was in the air. We met handsome, upstanding peasants in red or blue berets, singing melodiously in patois, Provençal perhaps, as they walked beside their string of stout cart-horses. And the songs and the dark eyes of the singers and the wonderful horned harness which the noble beasts wore with dignity all seemed to answer us, "Yes, you are in Provence." We talked of old Provence, my fellow worm and I, while our master and mistress wearied for their luncheon, of the men and women who had passed along this road which we travelled. What would Madame de Sévigné, or Lady Mary Wortley Montague, or George Sand have said if a blue car like ours had suddenly flashed into their vision? We agreed that, in any case, not one of them, or any other person of true imagination, would call abominable a wonderful piece of mechanism with a power of flattening mountains into plains, triumphing over space, annihilating distance. A machine combining fiercest energy with the mildest docility. No, only old fogies would close their hearts to a machine fit for the gods and pride themselves on being motorphobes forever. We felt ourselves, car and all, to be worthy of this magic way, lined with blossoms that played like rosy children among the strange rocks characteristic of Provence, rocks which seemed to have boiled up all hot out of the earth, and then to have vied with each other in hardening into most fantastic shapes. Even we felt ourselves worthy to meet a few troubadours, as we drew near to Aix, where once they held their courts of love, and we had talked ourselves into an almost dangerously romantic mood by the time we arrived at the hotel in the Cour Mirabeau. There, in the wide central place, sprayed a delicious fountain splashed with gold by the sunlight that filtered through an arbour of great trees, and there too was a statue of good King René. Perhaps if I hadn't known that Aix-en-Provence was the home of the troubadours, and that its springs had been loved by the Romans before the days of Christianity, I might not have thought it more charming than many another ancient sleepy town of France. But it is impossible to disentangle one's imagination and sentiment from one's eyesight. Therefore, Aix seemed an exquisite place to me. Now that I knew how knight-errantry in some of its branches was likely to affect Mr. Dane's pocket, I resolved that nothing should tempt me to encourage him in the pursuit. No matter how many flirtatious smiles were shed upon me by enterprising waiters, no matter how many conversations were begun by couriers who took me for rather a superior sample of young person, I would bear all without a complaint, which might seem like a hint for protection. When Lady Turnour had forgotten me in the dazzling light that beat about the thought of luncheon, I almost bustled into the hotel and asked for the servants' dining-room. I knew that there was little hope of eating alone, for several important-looking motor cars were drawn up before the hotel, but I was hardly prepared for the gay company I found assembled. 3 chauffeurs, a valet, and 2 maids were lunching, and judging from appearances, the meal was far enough advanced to have cemented lifelong friendships. Wine being as free as the air you breathe in this country of the grape, naturally the big glass carafes behind the plates were more than half empty, and the elder of the 2 elderly maids had a shining pink knob on her nose. I hadn't yet taken off my diving bell, as I've named my head covering, and every eye was upon me during the intricate process of removal. Conversation, which was in French, slackened in the interests of curiosity, and when the new face was exposed to public gaze, the 3 gallant chauffeurs jumped up as one man, each with the kind intention of placing me in a chair next himself. "Voulez une petite tête d'oreiller pour être caché comme ça?" exclaimed the best-looking and boldest of the trio. The ladies of the party sniffed audibly and raised their somewhat moth-eaten eyebrows at each other in virtuous disapproval of a young female who provoked such remarks from strangers. The valet, who had the air of being engaged to the maid with the nose, confined himself to a non-committal grin, but the 2nd and 3rd chauffeurs loyally supported their leader. "Vous avez raison," they responded, laughing and showing quantities of white teeth. Then they followed up their compliment by begging that Mademoiselle would sit down and allow her health to be drunk with that of the other ladies. "Yes, sit down by me," said number 1, indicating a chair. "This is the Queen's throne." "By me," said number 2. "I'll cut up your meat for you." "By me," said number 3. "I'll give you my share of pudding." By this time I was red to the ears, not knowing whether it were wiser for a lady's maid to run away, or to take the rough chaff good-humouredly and make the best of it. I fluttered, undecided, never thinking of the old adage concerning the woman who hesitates. In an instant it was forcibly recalled to my mind, for number 1 chauffeur, smelling strongly of the good red wine of Provence, came forward and offered me his arm. This was too much. "Please don't," I stammered, in my confusion speaking English. "Ah, mademoiselle est anglaise." The two others exclaimed, "Vive l'entente cordiale! We are Frenchmen, you are Italian. She belongs to our side." "Let her choose," said the handsome Italian, pointing his moustache and doing such execution upon me with his splendid eyes that if they'd been Maxim guns I should have fallen riddled with bullets. "I'll sit by nobody," I managed to answer, this time in French. "Please take your seats. I will have a chair at the other end of the table." "You see, Mademoiselle is too polite to choose between us. She's afraid of a duel," laughed good-looking number 1. "I tell you what we must do. We'll draw lots for her. 3 pellets of bread. The biggest wins." "Beg your pardon, monsieur," remarked Mr. Dane, whom I hadn't seen as he opened the door. "Mademoiselle is of my party. She's waiting for me." His voice was perfectly calm, even polite, but as I whirled round and looked at him, fearing a scene, I saw that his eyes were rather dangerous. He looked like a dog who says, as plainly as a dog can speak, "I'm a good fellow, and I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, but put that bone down or I bite." The Italian dropped the bone. I don't mind the simile, not because he was afraid, I think, but because Mr. John Dane's chin was much squarer and firmer than his, and because such sense of justice as he had told him that the newcomer was within his rights. "And I beg Mademoiselle's pardon," he replied with a bow and a flourish. "I'm so glad you've come, but I oughtn't to be, and I didn't expect you," I said, when my chauffeur had pulled out a chair for me at the end of the table farthest from the other maids and chauffeurs. "Why not?" he wanted to know, sitting down by my side. "Because I suppose it's the best hotel in town, and—" "Oh, you're thinking of my pocket. I wish I hadn't said what I did last night. Looking back, it sounds caddish, but I generally do blurt out things stupidly. If I didn't, I shouldn't be shoving now, only that's another story. To tell the whole truth, it wasn't the state of my pocketbook alone that influenced me last night. I had 2 other reasons. One was a selfish one, and the other, I hope, unselfish." "I hope the selfish one wasn't fear of being bored?" "If that's a question, it doesn't deserve an answer. But because you've asked it, I'll tell you both reasons. I'd stopped at La Réserve before, in rather different circumstances, and I thought, not only might it make talk about me, but—" "I understand," I said. "Of course, Lady Turnour isn't as careful a chaperone as she ought to be." Then we both laughed, and the danger signals were turned off in his eyes. When he isn't smiling, Mr. Dane sometimes looks almost sullen, quite as if he could be disagreeable if he liked, but that makes the change more striking when he does smile. "You needn't worry about that pocket of mine," he went on as we ate our luncheon. "It's as cheap here as anywhere, and when I saw all those motors before the door, I made up my mind that you'd probably need a brother, so I came as soon as I could leave the car." "So you are my brother, are you?" I echoed. "Don't you think you might adopt me once for all in that relationship? Then, you see, the chaperoning won't matter so much. Of course, it's early days to take me on as a brother, but I think we'd better begin at once." "Before I know whether you have any faults?" I asked. And just for the minute, the French half of me was a little piqued at his offer. That part of me pouted and said that it would be much more amusing to travel in such odd circumstances beside a person one could flirt with than to make a pact of brother and sister. He might have given me the chance to say first that I'd be a sister to him, but the American half slapped the French half and said, "What silly nonsense! Don't be an idiot if you can help it. The man's behaving beautifully, and it will just do you good to have your vanity stepped on, you conceited little minx." "Oh, I've plenty of faults, I'll tell you to start with. Plenty you may have noticed already, and plenty more you haven't had time to notice yet," said my new relative. "I'm a sulky brute, for one thing, and I've got to be a pessimist lately, for another. Horrid fault, that. And I have a vile temper. All those faults might be serviceable in a brother," I said, "though in anyone else. In a friend or a lover they'd be unbearable, of course. I know that," he broke in. "But who'd want me for a friend? And as for a lover, why, I'm struck off the list of eligibles forever, if I was ever on it." After that we ate our luncheon as fast as we could. A very bad habit, which I don't mean to keep up for man or brother. And even though the others had begun long before we did, we finished while they were still cracking nuts and peeling apples, their spirits somewhat subdued by the Englishman's presence. "The great folk won't have got their money's worth for nearly an hour yet," said Mr. Dane. "Don't you want to go and have a look at the cathedral? There are some grand things to see there. The triptych called Le Buisson Argent, and some splendid old tapestry in the choir, a whole wall, and some marble columns from a Roman temple of Apollo. Oh, and you mustn't forget to look for the painting of St. Mitre the Martyr, trotting about with his head in his hands. On the way to the cathedral, notice the doorways you'll pass. X is celebrated for its doorways." Evidently, my brother passed through X as well as along the Corniche under different circumstances. "You mean I'm to go alone?" "Yes, I can't leave the car to take you. I'm sorry." The French half of me was vexed again, but didn't dare let the sensible American half, which knew he was right, see it, for fear of another scolding. I thanked him in a way as businesslike as his own, and said that I would take his advice, which I did. Although I hate sightseeing by myself, I wouldn't let him think I meant to be always trespassing on his good nature, and afterward I was glad I hadn't yielded to my inclination to be helpless, for the cathedral and the doorways were all he had promised and more. It was a scramble to see anything in the few minutes I had, though, and awful to feel that Lady Turnour was hanging over my head like a sword. The thought of how she would look and what she would say if I kept the car waiting was a string tied to my nerves, pulling them all at once like a jumping jack's arms and legs, so that I positively ran back to the hotel, more breathless than Cinderella when the hour of midnight began to strike. But there was the magic glass coach, not yet become a pumpkin. There was the chauffeur, not turned into whatever animal a chauffeur does turn into in fairy stories, and there were not Sir Samuel and her ladyship, nor any sign of them. "Thank goodness I'm not late," I panted. "I was afraid I was. That dear verger wouldn't realize that there could be anything of more importance in the world than the statue of St. Martha in the Tarasque." "Nothing is, really," said Mr. Dane, glancing up from some dentist-looking work he was doing in the Egler's mouth under her lifted bonnet. "But you are a little late." "Oh!" I gasped, pink with horror. "You don't mean to say the Turners have been out and waiting?" "I do, but don't be so despairing. I told them I thought I'd better look the car over and wasn't quite ready. That's always true, you know. A motor's like a pretty woman, never objects to being looked at. So they said, 'Damn,' and strolled off to buy chocolates." "It's getting beyond count how many times you've saved me, and this is only our second day out," I exclaimed. "Here they come now, as they always do when we exchange a word." I trembled guiltily, but there was no more than a vague general disapproval in Lady Turnour's eyes, the kind of expression which she thinks useful for keeping servants in their place. I got into mine on the front seat, the car's bonnet got into its, the chauffeur into his, and at just 3 o'clock we turned our backs upon good King René. The morning had drunk up all the sunshine of the day, leaving none for afternoon, which was troubled with a hint of coming mistral. The landscape began to look like a hastily sketched watercolour, with its hills and terraces of vine, and above was a pale sky, blurred like greasy silver. The wind roamed moaning among the tops of the tall cypresses, set close together to protect the meadows from one of the 3 plagues of Provence. And even as the mistral tweaked our noses with a chilly thumb and finger, our eyes caught sight of the second and more dreaded plague, the deceitfully gentle-seeming durance, which in its rage can come tearing down from the Alps with a roar of a famished lion. Far above the wide river, the Aigle glided across a high-hung suspension bridge, the song of the water floating up to our ears, mingling with the purr of the motor. 2 giant forces, one set loose by nature, the other by man, duetting harmoniously together while the wind wailed over our heads. But for the 3rd and last plague of Provence we would have had to search in vain, for the land is no longer tormented by Parliament. Always the road had stretched before us, up hill after hill, a straight drawn between its scantily grass-covered banks as the parting in an old man's hair, and always far ahead, wave following wave of hill and mountain had seemed to roll toward us like the sea as we advanced to meet them. After the vineyards had come wild rocks set with crumbling forts and towers and chateaux. Then the mild interest of fruit blossom spraying pink and white among primly pollarded olives. Then grape country again, with squat, low-growing vines like gnomes kicking up gnarled legs as they turned somersaults. Then a break into wonderful mountain country, with Orgon's ruins towering skyward. Dark as despair, a wild romance in stone. But before we reached the great suspension bridge, the Pont de Bonpart, the landscape appeared exhausted after its sublime efforts, and inclined to quiet down for a rest. It was only near Avignon that it sprung up refreshed, ready for more strange surprises, and the grim grandeur of the scenery as we approached the ancient town seemed to prophesy the medieval towers and ramparts of the historic city. Skirting the huge city wall, the blue car was the one note of modernity, but hardly had we turned in at a great gate worthy to open in welcome for Queen Jean of Naples or Bertrand du Guesclin than we were in the hum of 20th century life. I resented the change, for one expects nothing, wants nothing, modern in Avignon, but in a moment or two we had left the bright cafes and shops behind to plunge back into the Middle Ages. Anything, it seemed, might happen in the queer shadowed streets of tall old houses with mysterious doorways, through which the eagle cautiously threaded, like a glittering crochet needle practising a new stitch. Then, in the quiet place, asleep and dreaming of stirring deeds it once had seen, we stopped before a dignified building more like some old ducal family mansion than a hotel. But it was a hotel, and we were to stop the night in it, leaving all sightseeing for the next morning. Lady Turnour was tired. She had done too much already for one day, with a reproachful glance at the chauffeur whom she thus made responsible for her prostration. Nothing would induce her to go out again that evening, and she thought that she would dine in her own sitting-room. She didn't like old places or old hotels, but she supposed she would have to make the best of this one. She was a woman who never complained, unless it really was her duty, and then she didn't hesitate. This was her mood when getting out of the car, but inside the quaint and charming house, a look at the visitor's register changed it in a flash. There was one prince and one duke. There were several counts, and as to barons, they were peppered about in rich profusion. Each noble being was accompanied by his chauffeur, so evidently it was the thing to stop in the Hôtel de l'Europe, and the Un Monde considered Avignon worth wasting time upon. Instantly her ladyship resolved to recover gracefully from her fatigue and descend to the public dining-room for dinner. So fascinated was she by the list of great names that she lingered over the reading of them, as one lingers over the last strawberries of the season, and I had to stand at attention close behind her with my rugs over my arm, lest anyone should miss seeing that she had a maid. Dane says the best thing is to make Avignon a centre and stop here 2 or 3 nights, doing the country round, before going on to Nîmes or Arles, she said to Sir Samuel, who was clamouring for the best rooms in the house. I didn't feel I should like that plan, but thinking it over, I'm not sure he isn't right. I knew very well what her thinking it over meant. They stood discussing the pros and cons, and as I didn't yet know the numbers of our rooms, I was obliged to wait till I was told. I was not bored, however, but was looking about with interest, when I heard the turf of a motor car outside. There goes Mr. Jack Dane with the eagle, I thought, and yet there was a difference in the sound. I'm too amateurish in such matters to understand the exact reason for such differences, though chauffeurs say they could tell one make of motor from another by ear if they were blindfolded. Perhaps it wasn't our car leaving, but another one coming to the hotel. I had nothing better to do than to watch for new arrivals. My eyes were lazily fixed on the door, and presently it opened. A figure, all fur and a yard wide, came in. It was the figure of Monsieur Charretier. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 10. For a minute everything swam before me, as it used to at the convent after some older girls had twisted up the ropes of the big swing, with me in it, and let me spin round. Also, I felt as if a jug full of hot water had been dashed over my head. I seemed to feel it trickling through my hair and into my ears. If I could have moved, I believe I should have bolted like a frightened rabbit, perfectly regardless of what Lady Turnour might think, caring only to dart away without being caught by the man I'd done such wild deeds to escape. But I was as helpless as a person in a nightmare, and indeed it was as unreal and dreadful to me as a nightmare to see that fat, fur-coated figure walking toward me, with the bearded face of Monsieur Charretier showing between turned-up collar and motor cap, surmounted by lifted goggles. They say you have time to think of everything while you are drowning. I believe that now, because I had time to think of everything while that furry gentleman took a dozen steps. I thought of all the things he and my cousins had ever done to disgust me with him during his courtship. I asked myself whether his arrival here was a coincidence, or whether he'd been tracking me all along, step by step, while I'd been chuckling to myself over my lucky escape. I thought of what he would do when he recognized me, and what Lady Turnour would say, and Sir Samuel. And although I couldn't see exactly what good he could do in such a situation, I wished vaguely that my brother the chauffeur were on the spot. Then, suddenly, with a wild rush of joy, I remembered that I was facing the danger through my little talc window. Any properly trained heroine of melodrama would have ejaculated, "Saved!" But I haven't a tragedy nose, and I gave only a stifled squeak, more like the swan song of a dying frog than anything more romantic. Nobody heard it, luckily, and Monsieur Charretier, who had just come into the twilight of a hall from the brighter light out of doors, bustled past the retiring figure of a lady's maid without a glance. I had even to take a step out of his way, not to be brushed by his fur shoulder, so wide he was in his expensive motoring coat. And trembling from the shock, I awkwardly collided with Lady Turnour. She, in her turn, avoiding my onslaught as if I had been a beggar in rags, stepped on Monsieur Charretier's toe. He exclaimed in French. She apologized in English. He bowed a great deal, assuring Madame that she had not inconvenienced him. She accused her maid, whose stupidity was in fault, and because each one looked to the other rich and prosperous, they were extremely polite to one another. Even then, though her ladyship snapped at me, "What has come over you, Elise? You're as clumsy as a cow," he had no notice to waste upon the femme de chambre. Yet I dared not so much as murmur "Pardon," lest he should recognize my voice. Fortunately, my mistress and her husband were now ready to go up to their rooms, and we left Monsieur Charretier engaging quarters for himself and his chauffeur. Evidently he was going to stop all night, but from his indifference to me I judged joyfully that he had not come to the hotel armed with information concerning my movements. He might be searching for his lost love, but he didn't know that she was at hand. All my pleasure in the thought of sightseeing at Avignon was gone, like a broken bubble. I shouldn't dare to see any sights, lest I should be seen. But stopping indoors wouldn't mean safety. Ladies' maids can't keep their rooms without questions being asked, and if I pretended to be ill, very likely Lady Turnour would discharge me on the spot, and leave me behind as if I were a cast-off glove. Yet if I flitted about the corridors between my mistress's room and mine, I might run up against the enemy at any minute. I tried to mend the ravelled edges of my courage by reminding myself that Monsieur Charretier couldn't pick me up in his motor car and run off with me against my will, but the argument wasn't much of a stimulant. To be sure, he couldn't use violence, nor would he try, but if he found me here he would have it out with me, and he would tell things to Lady Turnour which would induce her to send me about my business with short shrift. He could say that I'd run away from my relatives, who were also my guardians, and altogether he could make out a case against me which would look a dark brown, if not black. Then, when Lady Turnour and Sir Samuel had washed their hands of me, and I was left in a strange hotel, practically without a sou, unless the Turnours chose to be inconveniently generous and packed me off with a ticket to Paris, I should find it very difficult to escape from my corn-plaster admirer. This time there would be no kind Lady Kilmarny to whom I could appeal. Between two evils one chooses that which makes less fuss. It wasn't as intricate to risk facing Monsieur Charretier as it was to eat soap and be seized with convulsions. So I went about my business, waiting upon her ladyship as if I had not been in the throes of a mental earthquake. She was not particularly cross, because the gentleman whose acquaintance I had thrust upon her might turn out to be somebody, in which case my clumsiness would be a blessing in disguise, but if she had boxed my ears I should hardly have felt it. Bent upon dazzling the eyes of potentates in the dining-room, and outshining possible princesses, the lady was very particular about her dress. Although the big luggage had gone on by train to some town of more importance, in her eyes, than Avignon, she had made me keep out a couple of gowns rather better suited for a first night of opera in Paris than for dinner at the best of provincial hotels. She chose the smarter of these toilettes, a black chiffon velvet embroidered with golden tiger lilies and filled in with black net from shoulder to throat. Then the blue jewel bag was opened, and a nodding diamond tiger lily to match the golden ones was carefully selected from a blinding array of brilliants to glitter in her masses of copper hair. Round her neck went a rope of pearls that fell to the waist, whose slenderness I had just, with a mighty muscular effort, secured. But not until she had dotted a few butterflies, bats, beetles, and other scintillating insects about her person was she satisfied with the effect. At least she was certain to create a sensation, as Sir Samuel proudly remarked when he walked in to get his necktie tied by me, a habit he has adopted. "I wonder if I ought to trust Elise with my bag?" Lady Turnour asked him anxiously at last. "So far, since we've been on tour, I've carried it over my arm everywhere, but it doesn't go very well with a costume like this. What do you think?" "Why, I think that Elise is a very good girl, and that your jewels will be perfectly safe with her if you tell her to take care of her bag and not let it out of her sight," replied Sir Samuel, evidently embarrassed by such a question within earshot of the said Elise. "Perhaps I had better have dinner in my own room, so as to guard it more carefully," I suggested, brightening with the inspiration. "That's not necessary," answered her ladyship. "You can perfectly well eat downstairs with a bag over your arm, as I have done for the last 2 days. I don't intend to pay extra for you to have your meals served in your room on any excuse whatever." I couldn't very well offer to pay for myself. That would have raised the suspicion that I had hidden reasons of my own for dining in private, and I regretted that I hadn't held my tongue. Lady Turnour ostentatiously locked the receptacle of her jewels with its little gilded key, which she placed in a gold chain-bag studded with rubies as large as currants, and then, reminding me that I was responsible for valuables worth she didn't know how many thousands, she swept away, leaving a trail of white heliotrope behind. In any case, I would wait, I thought, until I could be tolerably certain that all the guests of the hotel had gone down to dinner. If I knew Monsieur Charretier, he would be among the first to feed, but I couldn't afford to run needless risks. I lingered over the task of putting my mistress's belongings in order, almost with pleasure, and then, once in my own room, I took as long as I could with my own toilet. I was ready at last, and could think of no further excuse for pottering, when suddenly it occurred to me that I might do my hair in a demurer, less becoming way, so that, if I should have the ill luck to encounter a sortie of the enemy, I might still contrive to pass without being recognized. I pinned a clean towel round my neck, barber fashion, and, pulling the pins out of my hair, shook it down over my shoulders. But before I could twist it up again, there came a light tap-tap at the door. "There," I thought, "someone has been sent to tell me the servants' dinner will be over if I don't hurry. Perhaps it's too late already, and I'm so hungry." I bounced to the door and threw it wide open to find Mr. John Dane standing in the passage, holding a small tray crowded with dishes. "Here you are," he said, in the most matter-of-fact way, as if bringing meals to my door had been a fixed habit with him, man and boy, for years. "Hope I haven't spilt anything. There's such a crush in our feeding place that I thought you'd be safer up here. So I made friends with a dear old waiter chap and said I wanted something nice for my sister. "You didn't," I exclaimed. "I did. Do you mind much? I understood it was agreed that was our relationship." "No, I don't mind much," I returned. "Thank you for everything." I shook back a cloud of hair and glanced up at the chauffeur. Our eyes met, and as I took the tray my fingers touched his. His dark face grew faintly red, and then a slight frown drew his eyebrows together. "Why do you suddenly look like that?" I asked. "Have I done anything to make you cross?" "Only with myself," he said. "But why? Are you sorry you've been kind to me? Oh, if you only knew I need it tonight. Go on being kind." "You're not the sort of girl a man can be kind to," he said almost gruffly, it seemed to me. "Am I ungrateful, then?" "I don't know what you are," he answered. "I only know that if I looked at you long as you are now, I should make an ass of myself, and make you detest or despise me. So good night and good appetite." He turned to go, but I called him back. "Please," I begged, "I'll only keep you 1 minute. I'm sure you're joking, big brother, about being an ass, or poking fun at me, but I don't care. I need some advice so badly. I've no one but you to give it to me. I know you won't desert me, because if you were like that, you wouldn't have come to stop at this hotel to watch over your new sister, which I'm sure you did, though that may sound ever so conceited." "Of course I won't desert you," he said. "I couldn't, now, even if I would. But I'll go away till you've had your dinner, and made yourself look less like a siren, and more like an ordinary human being, if possible. Then I'll run up and knock, and you can come out in the passage to be advised." "A siren, with a towel round her neck?" I laughed. "If I should sing to you, perhaps you might say—" "Don't, for heaven's sake, or there would be an end of your brother," he broke in, laughing a little. "It wouldn't need much." And with that he was off. He is very abrupt in his manner at times, certainly, this strange chauffeur, and yet one's feelings aren't exactly hurt. And one feels somehow, as I think the motor seems to feel, as if one could trust to his guidance in the most dangerous places. I'm sure he would give his life to save a car, and I believe he would take a good deal of trouble to save me. Indeed, he has already taken a good deal of trouble in several ways. When he had gone, I set down the tray, shut the door, and went to see how I really did look with my hair hanging round my shoulders. My ideas on the subject of sirenhood are vague, but I must confess, if the creatures are like me with my hair down, they must be quite nice, harmless little persons. I admire my hair, there's so much of it, and at the ends, a good long way below my waist, there's such a thoroughly agreeable curl, like a yellow sea wave just about to break. Of course that sounds very vain, but why shouldn't one admire one's own things if one has things worth admiring? It seems rather ungrateful to Providence to cry them down, and ingratitude was never a favourite vice with me. One would have said that the chauffeur knew by instinct what I liked best to eat, and he must have had a very persuasive way with the waiter. There was crème d'orge in a big cup, there were sweetbreads, and there was lemon meringue. Nothing ever tasted better since my birthday feasts as a child, when I was allowed to order my own dinner. My room being on the first floor, though separated by a labyrinth of quaint passages from Lady Turnour's, there was danger in a corridor conversation with Mr. Dane at an hour when people might be coming upstairs after dinner, but he was in such a hurry to escape from me that I had no time to explain, and I really had not the heart to make myself hideous by way of disguise, as I'd planned before his knock at the door. As an alternative, I put on a hat, pinning quite a thick veil over my face, and when the expected tap came again, I was prepared for it. "Are you going out?" my brother asked, looking surprised, when I flitted into the dim corridor with Lady Turnour's blue bag dutifully slipped on my arm. "No," I answered, "I'm hiding. I know that sounds mysterious or melodramatic or something silly, but it's only disagreeable, and it's what I want to ask your advice about." Then, shamefacedly, when it came to the point, I unfolded the tale of Monsieur Charretier. "By Jove, and he's in this house!" exclaimed the chauffeur, genuinely interested and not a bit sulky. "You haven't an idea whether he's been actually tracking you?" "If he has, he must have employed detectives, and clever ones too," I said, defending my own strategy. Is he the sort of man who would do such a thing? Put detectives on a girl who's run away from home to get rid of his attentions? I don't know. I only know he has no idea of being a gentleman. What can you expect of cornplasters? Don't throw his cornplasters in his face. He might be a good fellow in spite of them. Well, he isn't, or with them either. He may be acting with my cousin's husband, who values him immensely and wants him in the family. Is he very rich? Disgustingly, said I, as I had said to Lady Kilmarny. Yet you bolted from a good home where you had every comfort rather than be pestered to marry him. Oh, what do you call a good home and every comfort? I had enough to eat and drink, a sunny room, decent clothes, and wasn't allowed to work except for Cousin Catherine. But that isn't my idea of goodness and comfort, nor mine either. Yet you seem surprised at me. I was thinking that, little and fragile as you look, like a delicate piece of Dresden china, you're a brave girl. Oh, thank you, I cried. I do love to be called brave better than anything, because I'm really such a coward. You don't think I've done wrong? No, so far as you've told me. What, don't you believe I've told you the truth? I flashed out. Of course, but do women ever tell the whole truth to men, even to their brothers? What about that kind friend of yours in England? What kind friend? I asked, confused for an instant. Then I remembered, and almost chuckled. The conversation I had had with him came back to me, and I recalled a queer look on his face which had puzzled me till I forgot it. Now I was on the point of blurting out, "Oh, the kind friend is a Miss Paget, who said she'd like to help me if I needed help," when a spirit of mischief seized me. I determined to keep up the little mystery I'd inadvertently made. "I know," I said gravely. "Quite a different kind of friend. Someone you like better than Monsieur Charretier?" "Much better." "Rich, too?" "Very rich, I believe, and of a noble family." "Indeed. No doubt, then, you are wise, even from a worldly point of view, in refusing the man your people want you to marry, and taking such extreme measures not to let yourself be over-persuaded," said Mr. Dane stiffly, in a changed tone, not at all friendly or nice as before. "I meant to advise you not to go on to England with Lady Turnour, as the whole situation is so unsuitable, but now, of course, I shall say no more." "It was about something else I wanted advice," I reminded him. "But I suppose I must have bored you. You suddenly seem so cross." "I am not in the least cross," he returned ferociously. "Why should I be, even if I had a right, which I haven't?" "Not the right of a brother?" "Hang the rights of a brother!" exclaimed Mr. Dane. "Then don't you want to be my brother any more?" He walked away from me a few steps down the corridor, then turned abruptly and came back. "It isn't a question of what I want," said he, "but of what I can have. Sometimes I think that, after all, you're nothing but an outrageous little flirt." "Sometimes? Why, you've only known me 2 days, as if you could judge." "Far be it from me to judge, but it seems as though the 2 days were 2 years." "Thank you. Well, I may be a flirt, the French side of me when the other side isn't looking, but I'm not flirting with you." "Why should you waste your time flirting with a wretched chauffeur?" "Yes, why? Especially as I've other things to think of. But I don't want your advice about those things now. I wouldn't have it even if you begged me to. You've been too unkind." "I beg your pardon with all my heart," he said, his voice like itself again. "I'm a brute, I know. It's that beastly temper of mine that is always getting me into trouble, with myself and others. Do forgive me, and let me help you. I want to very much." "I just said I wouldn't if you begged." "I don't beg, I insist. I'll inflict my advice on you, whether you like it or not. It's this: get the man out of Avignon the first thing tomorrow morning." "That's easy to say." "And easy to do, I hope. What would be his first act, do you think, if he got a wire from you, dated Genoa, and worded something like this: 'Here you are following me. I send this to Avignon on chance, to tell you persecution must cease, or I will find means to protect myself. Lise d'Angely.' I think he'd hurry off to Genoa as fast as he could, by train, leaving his car, or sending it on by rail. But how could I date a telegram from Genoa? I know a man there who—" "Elise, I'm astonished at you!" exclaimed the shocked voice of Lady Turnour. "Talking in corridors with strange young men, and you've been out too without my permission, and with my jewel bag. How dare you?" "I haven't been out," I ventured to contradict. "Then you were going out." "And I had no intention of going out." "Don't answer me back like that. I won't stand it. What are you doing in your hat, done up in a thick veil too, at this time of night, as if you were afraid of being recognised?" I had to admit to myself that appearances were dreadfully against me. I didn't see how I could give any satisfactory explanation, and while I was fishing wildly in my brain without any bait, hoping to catch an inspiration, the chauffeur spoke for me. "If your ladyship will permit me to explain," he began, more respectfully than I'd heard him speak to anyone yet, "it is my fault Mademoiselle is dressed as she is." What on earth is he going to say? I wondered wildly, as he paused an instant for Lady Turnour's consent, which perhaps an amazed silence gave. I believed that he didn't know himself what to say. "I wanted your ladyship's maid, when she had nothing else to do, to put on her out-of-door things, and let me make a sketch of her for an illustrated newspaper I sometimes draw for. Naturally, she didn't care for her face to go into the paper, so she insisted upon a veil. My sketch is to be called The Motor Maid, and I shall get half a guinea for it, I hope, of which it's my intention to hand Mademoiselle 5 shillings for obliging me. I hope your ladyship doesn't object to my earning something extra now and then, so long as it doesn't interfere with work." "Well," remarked Lady Turnour, taken aback by this extraordinary plea, as well she might have been, "I don't like to tell a person out and out that I don't believe a word he says, but I do go as far as this. I'll believe you when I see you making the sketch. And as for earning extra money, I should have thought Sir Samuel paid good enough wages for you to be willing to smoke a pipe and rest when your day's work was done, instead of gadding about corridors, gossiping with ladies' maids, who've no business to be outside their own room. But if you're so greedy after money, and if you want me to take Elisa's word, I'll just begin the sketch in your ladyship's presence, if I may be excused," said Mr. Dane briskly, and to my real surprise, as well as relief, he whipped a small canvas-covered sketch-book out of his pocket. It was almost like a sleight of hand, and if he'd continued the exhibition with a few live rabbits and an anaconda or two, I couldn't have been much more amazed. "I'd like to have a look at that thing," observed Lady Turnour, suspiciously, as in a business-like manner he proceeded to release a neatly sharpened pencil from an elastic strap. Without a word or a guilty twitch of an eyelid, he handed her the book, and we both stood watching while the fat, heavily ringed and rosily manicured fingers turned over the pages. He could sketch, I soon saw, better than I can, though I've more or less made my living at it. There were types of French peasants done in a few strokes, here and there a suggestion of a striking bit of mountain scenery, a quaint cottage, or a ruined castle. Last of all, there was a very good representation of VIII, loaded up with the Turnour's smart luggage and ready to start. My lips twitched a little, despite the strain of a situation, as I noted the exaggerated size of a crest on the door panel. It turned the whole thing into a caricature, but luckily her ladyship missed the point. She even allowed her face to relax into a faint smile of pleasure. "This isn't bad," she condescended to remark. "I thought of asking your ladyship and Sir Samuel if there would be any objection to my sending that to a society motoring paper, and labelling it Sir Samuel and Lady Turnour's new 60-horsepower Aigle on tour in Provence. Or, if you would prefer my not using your name, I see no reason why you should not use it," her ladyship cut in hastily, "and I'm sure Sir Samuel won't mind. Make a little extra money in that way if you like, while we're on the road, as you have this talent." She gave him back the book quite graciously, and the chauffeur began sketching me. In 3 minutes there I was, the abominable little flirt, in hat and veil, with Lady Turnour's bag in my hand, quite a neat figure of a motor maid. "You may put, if you like, Lady Turnour's maid," said that young person's mistress, "if you think it will give some personal interest to your sketch for the paper." "Oh, this is for quite a different sort of thing," he explained. "Not devoted to society news at all. More for caricatures and funny bits." "Oh, then I should certainly not wish my name to appear in that," returned her ladyship, her tone adding that, on the other hand, such a publication was as suitable as it was welcome to a portrait of me. "Now, Elise, I wish you to take those things off at once and come to my room," she finished. "Mind, I don't want you should keep me waiting, and you can hand over that bag." No hope of another word between us. Mr. Jack Dane saw this, and that it would be unwise to try for it. Pocketing the sketch-book, he saluted Lady Turnour with a finger to the height of his eyebrows, which gesture visibly added to her sense of importance. Then, without glancing at me, he turned and walked off. It was not until he had disappeared round the bend of a corridor that her ladyship thought it right to leave me. I knew that she had made this little expedition in search of her maid with the sole object of seeing what the mouse did while the cat was away, a trick worthy of her lodging-house past, and I knew equally well that before I tapped at her door a little later she had examined the contents of a blue bag to make sure that I had extracted nothing. How I pity the long procession of slaveys who must have followed each other drearily in that lodging-house under the landlady's jurisdiction. They, poor dears, could have had no chauffeur friends to save them from daily perils, and it isn't likely that their mistress allowed such luxuries as postmen or policemen. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 11. I decided to have my breakfast very early next morning, and would have thought it a coincidence that Mr. Dane should walk into the courier's room at the same time if he hadn't coolly told me that he had been lying in wait for me to appear. "I thought for several reasons you would be early," he said. "So for all the same reasons, and several more, I thought I'd be early too. I had to know what the situation was to be." "The situation?" I repeated blankly. "Between us. Am I to understand that we've quarrelled?" "We had," I said, "but even on good grounds it's difficult to keep on quarrelling with a person who has not only brought up your dinner and sauced it with good advice, but saved you from the dickens of a scrape." "I hope she didn't row you any more afterward." "No, she was too much interested all the time I was undressing her in speculating about Monsieur Charretier to Sir Samuel. It seems that they struck up an acquaintance over their coffee on the strength of a little episode in the hall. Inadvertently I introduced them, threw them at each other's heads. Monsieur Charretier, Alphonse, as he once asked me to call him, told her he was on his way to Cannes, where he heard that a friend of his, whom it was very necessary for him to see, was visiting a Russian princess. He had stopped in Avignon, he said, because he was expecting the latest news of the friend, a change of address perhaps, and I don't know who proposed it, but anyway he arranged to go with Sir Samuel and Lady Turnour to the Palace of the Popes at 10 o'clock. Her ladyship was quite taken with him, and remarked to Sir Samuel that there was nothing so fascinating as a French gentleman of the haut monde. Also, she pronounced his broken English sweet. She wondered if he was married, and whether the friend in Cannes was a woman or a man. Little did she know that her maid could have enlightened her. Their joining forces here is, as my American friend Pamela would say, the limit. "Don't worry, the Palace of the Popes won't see him today," said the chauffeur. "He's gone. Got a telegram. Didn't even wait for letters, but told the manager to forward anything that came for him, poste restante, Genoa." "Oh, then you—" "Acted for you on my own responsibility. There was nothing else to do if anything were to be done, and you'd seem to fall in with my suggestion. It would have been a pity, I thought, if your visit to Avignon were to be spoiled by a thing like that." "Meaning Monsieur Charretier? I hardly slept last night for dwelling on the pity of it." "It's all right, then. I haven't put my foot into it." "Your foot? You've put your brains into it. You said the other night that I had presence of mind. It was nothing to yours." "All's forgotten and forgiven, then?" "It's forgotten that there was anything to forgive." "And the Motor Maid business? You didn't think it too clumsy?" "I thought it most ingenious." "It wasn't a lie, you know. I haven't a happy talent for lying. I do, or rather did, when I had nothing else on hand, send occasional sketches to a paper. But the more I look at my Motor Maid, the more I feel I should like to keep her in my sketchbook, if you're willing I should have her." Then I don't get my promised 5 shillings, I laughed. I'll try and make up the loss to you in some other way. I have you to thank that I didn't lose my situation, so the debt is on my side. You owe me the scolding you got. I oughtn't to have lured you into the corridor. It was on my business, and there was no other way. It was my business to have thought of some other way. Are you your sister's keeper? I wish I— Look here, mademoiselle, ma sœur, I'm all out of repartees. Perhaps I shall be better after breakfast. I shall be able to eat now that I know you've forgiven me. I don't believe you would care if I hadn't, I exclaimed. You are so stolid, so phlegmatic, you Englishman. Do you think so? Well, it would have been a little awkward for me to have taken you about on a sightseeing expedition this morning if we were at daggers drawn. No matter how appropriate the situation might have been to Avignon manners of Middle Ages, when everybody was either torturing everybody else or fighting to the death. Are you going to take me about? That's for you to say. Isn't it for Lady Turnour to say? Sir Samuel told me last night that I shouldn't be wanted till 2 o'clock, as he was going to see the town with her ladyship. He wanted to know if we could sandwich in something else this afternoon, as he considered a whole day too much for one place. I suggested Vaucluse for the afternoon, as it's but a short spin from Avignon, and I just happened to mention that her ladyship might find use for you there, to follow her to the fountain with extra wraps in case of a mistral. I thought of all places you'd hate to miss Vaucluse, and were to come back here for the night. I feared that Monsieur Charretier's sudden disappearance might upset the Turnours' plans, but Mr. Dane didn't think so. He had impressed it upon Sir Samuel that no motorist who had not thoroughly done Avignon and Vaucluse would be tolerated in automobiling circles. He was right in his surmise, and though her ladyship was vexed at losing a new acquaintance whom it would have been nice to know in Paris, she resigned herself for the morning to the society of her husband and Baedeker. It was kind old Sir Samuel's proposal that I should be left free to do some sightseeing on my own account while they were gone. I had meant to break my own shackles, and though my lady loved to scorn the idea that a girl of my class should care for historical associations, she granted me liberty provided I utilized it in buying her certain stay-laces, shoestrings, and other small horrors for which no woman enjoys shopping. When she and Sir Samuel were out of the way, as safely disposed of as Monsieur Charretier himself, I felt so extravagantly happy in reaction after all my worries that I danced a jig in her ladyship's sacred bedchamber. Then I prepared to start for my own personally conducted expedition, and this time I took no great pains to do my hair unbecomingly. Naturally, I didn't want to be a jarring note in harmonious Avignon, so I made myself look rather attractive for my jaunt with the chauffeur. He was sauntering casually about the Place before the hotel where long ago Marshal Brune was assassinated, and we walked away together as calmly as if we had been followed by a whole drove of well-trained chaperons. When one has joined the ranks of the lower classes, one might as well reap some advantages from the change. "What we'll do," said Mr. Dane, "is to look first at all the things the Turnours are sure to look at last. By that plan we shall avoid them, and as I know my way about Avignon pretty well, you may set your mind at rest. I can think of nothing more delightful than a day in Avignon, with an agreeable brother and a mind at rest. I had both, and made the most of them. When her ladyship's shoestrings and staylaces were off my mind and in my coat pocket, we wandered leisurely about the modern part of the wonderful town, which has been busier through the centuries in making history than almost any other in France. Seen by daylight, I no longer resented the existence of a new, comparatively new, Avignon. The pretty little theatre, with its dignified statues of Corneille and Molière, seemed to invite me kindly to go in and listen to a play by the splendidly bewigged gentlemen sitting in stone chairs on either side of the door. The clock tower, with its Jacquemart, who stiffly struck the quarter hours with an automatic arm, while his wife criticised the gesture, commanded me to stop and watch his next stroke, and the curiosity shops offered me the most alluring bargains. People we met seemed to have plenty of time on their hands, and to be very good-natured, as if rich Provençal cooking agreed with their digestions. Sure that the Turnours would be at the Palace of the Popes or in the cathedral, we went to the museum and searched in vain among the riot of Roman remains for the tomb of Petrarch's Laura, which guidebooks promised. In the end we had to be satisfied with a memorial cross made in the lovely lady's honour by order of some romantic Englishman. "Yet you say we're stolid and phlegmatic," muttered Mr. Dane as he read the inscription. Evidently that remark had rankled. We had not a moment to waste, but the Turnours had to be avoided, so my brother proposed that we combine profit with prudence and take a cab along the road leading out to Port Saint André. Where the ancient tower of Philippe le Bel crowns the lower slope, I should have my first sight of that grim mountain of architecture, the Palace of the Popes. It was the best place from which to see it, if its real grandeur were to be appreciated, he said, or else go to Villeneuve across the Rhone, which we dared not steal time to do. But the Turnours were certain not to think of anything so esoteric in the way of sightseeing. The vastness of a stupendous mass of brick and stone took my breath away for an instant as I raised my eyes to look up on the signal of "Now" from Mr. Dane. It seemed as if all the history, not alone of old Provence, but of France, might be packed away behind those tremendous buttresses. Of what romances, what tragedies, what triumphs, and what despairs could those huge walls and towers tell if the echoes whispering through them could crystallize into words? There Queen Jeanne of Naples, that fateful Marie Stuart of Provence, stood in her youth and beauty before her accusers, knowing she must buy her pardon, if for pardon she could hope. There the wretched Bishop of Cahors suffered tortures incredible for plots his enemies vowed he had conceived against the Pope. There came messages from Western kings and Eastern emperors. There Bertrand du Guesclin, my favourite hero, was excommunicated, and there great Rienzi lay in prison. "Now I think we might risk going to the palace," said Mr. Dane, when we had stood gazing in silence for more minutes than we could well afford. So we made haste back, and walked up to the Rocher des Doms, where we lurked cautiously in the handsome modern gardens, glorying in the view over the old and new bridges, and to far-off Villeneuve, where the man in the iron mask was first imprisoned. When we had admired the statue of Alten the Persian, with his hand full of a beneficent matter that did so much for Provence, we were rewarded for our patience by seeing Sir Samuel and Lady Turnour rush out from the papal palace looking furious. "They look like that because they've been inside," said the chauffeur. "Their souls aren't artistic enough to resent consciously the ruin and degradation of the place, but even they can be depressed by the hideous whitewashed barracks, which were once splendid rooms worthy of kings. You will look as they do if you go in." "I hope my cheeks wouldn't be dark purple and my nose a pale lilac," I exclaimed. "You're 20 at most, and Lady Turnour's 45 at least," said my brother. "You can stand the pinch of Mistral, but the inside of that noble old pile is enough to turn the hair grey. It would be much more original to let your imagination draw the picture." "Then I will," I cried, knowing that nothing pleases a man more in a girl than taking his advice. By the lateness of the hour we judged that the Turnours must have visited the cathedral before they did the palace, so we went boldly on to Notre Dame des Doms, beloved of Charlemagne. No wonder, I said, that he had thought it worth restoring from the ruins Saracens had left. Nothing could be more glorious than the situation of the historic church, once first in importance perhaps in all Christendom, and nothing could be more purely classic than the west porch. We strained the muscles of our necks, staring up at the ancient fading frescoes, and rested them again in gazing at famous tombs. Then it was time to go, if we were not to start for Vaucluse too hungry to feed satisfactorily on thoughts of Laura and Petrarch. "Now to our own trough with the other beasts," I sighed. What an anticlimax, from the cathedral to the courier's dining-room. "I thought that we might have our own private trough just this once, if you don't object," said the chauffeur, almost wistfully. "It would be a shame to spoil the memory of a perfect morning, wouldn't it? So don't you think you might accept my humble invitation?" I hesitated. "Is it conventionality or economy that gives you pause?" he asked. If it's the latter, or rather the regard for my pocket, your conscience can be easy. My pocket feels heavy and my heart light today. I remember a little restaurant not far off where they do you in great style for a franc or two. Will you come with me?" He looked quite eager, and I felt myself unable to resist temptation. "Yes," said I, "and thank you." A biting wind, more like March than flowery April, nearly blew us down into the town, and I was glad to find shelter in the warm, clean little restaurant. "Is my nose lilac after all?" I inquired, when a dear old smiling waiter had trotted off with our order, murmuring benevolently, "Tout de suite, monsieur," like a true compatriot of Tartarin. "A faint pink from the cheeks is undeniably reflected upon it," admitted the chauffeur. "We're going to be let in for a cold snap as we get up north," he went on. "I read in the papers this morning that there's been a phenomenal fall of snow for the season on the Cevennes and the mountains of Auvergne. Do you weaken on the gorge of the Tarn, now I've told you that?" "Mine not to reason why, mine but to do or die," I transposed, smiling with conspicuous bravery. "Not at all. It's yours to choose. I haven't even broken the gorges yet to the slaves of my hypnotic powers. I warn you that if all the papers say about snow is true, we may have adventures on the way. Would you rather—" "I'd rather have the adventures," I broke in, and had as nearly as possible added, "with you," but I stopped myself in time. We lunched more gaily than double-dyed millionaires, and afterward, while my host was paying away his hard-earned francs for our food, I slipped out of the restaurant and into a little shop I had noticed close by. The window was full of odds and ends, souvenirs of Avignon, and there were picture postcards, photographs, and coins with the heads of saints on them. In passing, on the way to lunch, I'd noticed a silver St. Christopher, about the size of a 2-franc piece, and as the eagle carries the saint, like a figurehead, a glittering golden statuette, 6 or 7 inches high, I had guessed that St. Christopher must have been chosen to fill the honourable position of patron saints for motors and motorists. "What's the price of that?" I asked, pointing to the coin. It was 10 francs, a good deal more than I could afford, more than half my whole remaining fortune. "Could not Madame make it a little cheaper?" I pleaded with the fat lady whose extremely aquiline nose proclaimed that she had no personal interest in saints. But no, Madame could not make it cheaper. The coin was of real silver, the figure well chased. A recherché little pocket-piece, and a great luck-bringer for anybody connected with the automobile. No accident would presume to happen to one who carried that on his person. Madame had, however, other coins of St. Christopher, smaller coins in white metal, which could scarcely be told from silver, if Mademoiselle wished to see them. But Mademoiselle did not wish to see them. It would be worse than nothing to give a base imitation. Instead of feeling flattered, St. Christopher would have a right to be annoyed, and perhaps to punish. Recklessly I passed across the counter 10 francs, and made the coveted saint mine. Then I darted out, just in time to meet Mr. Dane at the door of a restaurant. "This is for you," I said. "It's to give you luck." I pressed the coin into his hand, and he looked at it on his open palm. For an instant I was afraid he was going to make fun of it, and my superstition concerning it, which I couldn't quite deny if cross-questioned. But his smile didn't mean that. "You've just bought this, to give to me?" he asked. "Yes," I nodded. "Why? Not because you want to pay me back for asking you to lunch, or any such villainous thing, I hope, because—" I shook my head. "I didn't think of that. I got it because I wanted to bring you luck." Then he slipped the coin into an inside pocket of his coat. "Thank you," he said. "But didn't I tell you that you'd brought me something better than luck already?" "What is better than luck?" "An interest in life, and the privilege of being a brother." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 12. It would be a singularly hard-headed, cold-hearted person who could set out for Vaucluse without the smallest thrill, and hard heads and cold hearts don't run in our family. As we spun away from the Hôtel de l'Europe soon after 2 o'clock that afternoon, I felt that I was largely composed of thrill. Cold as the wind had grown, the thrill kept me warm, mingling in my veins with ozone. Inside the car, the middle-aged honeymooners had an air of desperate resignation, which the consciousness of doing their duty according to Baedeker gives to tourists. The tap was turned on in the newly invented heating apparatus in the car floor, through which hot water from a radiator can be made to circulate, and I wondered, if this extreme measure were resorted to already, what would be left to do when we reached those high white altitudes of which the chauffeur had been speaking. I prayed that Lady Turnour might not read in the papers about the phenomenal fall of snow in those regions, for if she did I was afraid that even Mr. Dane's magnetic powers of persuasion might fail to get her there. He might dangle Queen Margherita of Italy over her head in vain, if worst came to worst, for what are queens to the most inveterate tuft-hunters if a feet be cold? Yet now that adventures were vaguely prophesied, I felt I could not give up the promised gorges and mountains. Out of Avignon we slid, past the old ramparts and the newer but impressive walls, and turned at the right into the Marseille road. "Vaucluse," said a kilometre stone, and then another and another repeated that enchanted and enchanting word as we flew onward between the Rhône and the Durance. This was our own old way again, as far as the Pont de Bonpas. Then our road wound to the northeast, away from the world we knew, I said to myself, and into a world of romance, a world created by the love of Petrarch for Laura, and sacred to those two for evermore. The ruined castle, with machicolated towers and haughty buttresses on the great rampart of a hill, was for me the porter's lodge at the entrance gate of an enchanted garden, where poetic flowers of love bloom through seasons and centuries, laurels, roses and lilies, and pansies for remembrance. We didn't see those flowers with our body's eyes, but what of that? What did it matter that to the Turnours in their splendid glass cage this was just a road, with queer little gnome dwellings scooped out of solid rock to redeem it from commonplaceness, with a fringe of deserted cottages farther on, and some ugly brickworks? My spirit's eyes saw the flowers, and they clustered thicker and brighter about Pievert, where I insisted to Mr. Dane that Laura had been born. He was inclined to dispute this at first, and bring up the horrid theory that the pure white star of Petrarch's life had been a mere Madame de Sade, with a drove of uninteresting children. But eagerly I quoted Petrarch himself, using all the arguments on which Pamela and I prided ourselves at the convent, and by the time we had got as far as that sweet little Venice full of water-wheels, Lille, I'd persuaded him to agree with me. In the midst of all that lovely liquid music of running, trickling, fluting water, who could go on callously insisting that Laura resisted Petrarch merely because she was a fat married woman with a large family? All was green and pastoral here, and we seemed to have come into eternal spring after the bleak, windy plains encircling Avignon. It was beautiful to remember Petrarch's description of his golden-haired, dark-eyed love, fair and tall as a lily, sitting in the grass among the violets, where her bare feet gleamed whiter than the daisies when she took off her sandals. Even Nicolette, flower of Provençal song, had no whiter feet than Laura, I am sure. We were slipping past the banks of a little river, clear as sapphires and emeralds melted and mingled together. The sound of its singing drowned the sound of the motor, so that we seemed to glide toward Vaucluse noiselessly and reverently. At the inn of Petrarch and Laura, the car had to stop, and looking up we could see on the height above the castle home of Petrarch's dear friend, Philippe de Cabassol, guardian of Queen Jeanne of Naples. Up there on the cliff, Petrarch's eyes must often have turned toward Pievert with longing thoughts of Laura, that white dove, who was always for him 16, as when he met her first. No farther than the inn could any wheeled thing go, and having justified my presence by buttoning Lady Turnour up in her coat, and finding her muff under several rugs, I stood by the car, gazing after the couple as they trudged off along the path to the hidden fairy fountain of Vaucluse. When they should have got well ahead, I meant to go too. For if a cat may look at a king, a lady's maid may try to drink, if she can, a few drops from the cup of a great poet's inspiration. At first I resented those two ample, richly clad, prosaic backs marching sturdily toward the magic fountain. Then suddenly the back of Sir Samuel became pathetic in my eyes. Hadn't he, I asked myself, loved his Emily, Emmy Pet, as I've heard him call her, as long and faithfully as Petrarch loved his Laura? Perhaps, after all, he had earned the right to visit this shrine. Rocks shut out from our sight the distant fountain, and the last windings of the path that led to it, clasping the secret with great stone arms, like those of an Othello jealously guarding his young wife's beauty from eyes profane. "Aren't you going now?" asked my brother with a certain wistfulness. "Yes, but what about you?" "Oh, I've been here before, you know." "Don't you believe in second times? Or is a second time always second best?" "Not when... Of course I want to go, but I can't leave the car alone." My eyes wandered toward the inn door. "There's a boy there who looks as if he were born to be a watchdog," said I, basely tempting him. "Couldn't you—" "No, I couldn't," he said decidedly. "At a place like this, where there are a lot of tourists about, it wouldn't be right. It was different at Valescure, when I took you in to lunch." "You mean I mustn't make that a precedent?" "I don't mean anything conceited." "But you won't desert, Mr. Micawber? I believe I shall name the car Micawber. Well, then I must go by myself, and if I should fall into the fountain and be drowned—" "Don't talk nonsense, and don't do anything foolish," said Mr. Dane sternly, whereupon I turned my back upon him and plunged into the cool shadows of the gorge. The great white cliff of limestone was my goal, and always it towered ahead as I followed the narrow pathway above the singing water. I sighed as I paused to look at a garden which maybe once was Petrarch's, for it was sad to find my way to fairyland alone. Even a brother's company would have been better than none, I thought. Soon I met my master and mistress coming back. "There was nothing much to see," said her ladyship sharply, "and I mustn't be long." But Sir Samuel ventured to plead with her. "Let the girl have 10 minutes or so, if she likes, dear," said he. "We'll be wanting a cup of hot coffee at the inn, and it is a pretty place." There was something in his voice which told me that he would have felt the charm, if his bride had let him. Pools of water deep among the rocks were purple pansy colour or beryl green, but the source itself, in its cup of stone, was like a block of malachite. There was no visible bubbling of underground springs fighting their way up to break the crystal surface of the fountain, this fountain so unlike any other fountain. But to the listening ear came the moaning and rushing of unseen waters, now the high crying of Arethusa escaping from her pursuing lover, now rich low notes, as of an organ played in a vast cavern. Above the gorge, the towering rocks with their huge holes and archways, hollowed out by turbulent water in dim forgotten ages, looked exactly as if the whole front wall had been knocked off a giant's castle, exposing its secret labyrinths of rough-hewn rooms, floor rising above floor even to the attics where the giant's servants had lived, and down to the cellars where the giant's pet dragons were kept in chains. I hadn't yet exhausted my 10 minutes, though I began to have a guilty consciousness that they would soon be gone, when I heard a step behind me, and turning saw Mr. Dane. "They're having coffee in the car," he said. "Sir Samuel proposed it to his wife, as if he thought it would be rather more select and exclusive for her than drinking it in the inn. But I have a sneaking suspicion that it was because he wanted to let me off. Not a bad old boy, Sir Samuel." So we saw the Fountain of Vaucluse together after all. I don't know why that should have seemed important to me, but it did, a little. We didn't say much to each other all the way back to Avignon, but I felt that the day had been a brilliant success, and was sure that the next could not be as good. "What, not with Saint-Remy and Les Baux?" exclaimed my brother. But I knew very little about Saint-Remy, and still less about Les Baux. For a minute I was ashamed to confess, but then I told myself that this was a much worse kind of vanity than being pleased with the colour of one's hair or the length of one's eyelashes. Mr. Jack Dane was too polite to show surprise at my ignorance, but that evening, just as I was getting ready to go down to dinner, up he came with a tray, as he had the night before, and on the tray, among covered dishes, was a book. "Two of your chauffeur admirers from X are in the dining-room," he said, "so I thought you'd rather stop up in your room and read T.A. Cook's Old Provence than go downstairs. Anyway, it will be better for you." I was half angry, half flattered that he should arrange my life for me in this off-hand way, whether I liked it or not. But the French half of me will do almost anything rather than be ungracious, and it would have been ungracious to say I was tired of dining in my room and could take care of myself, when he had given himself the trouble of carrying up my dinner. So I swallowed all less obvious emotions than a meek gratitude for food, physical and mental, and was soon so deeply absorbed in the delightful book that I forgot to eat my pudding. I sat up late with it, the book, not the pudding, after putting Lady Turnour to bed, almost literally, because she thinks it refined to be helpless. And when morning came, I was no longer disgracefully ignorant of Saint-Remy and Les Baux. Mr. Dane had mapped out the programme of places to see, using Avignon as a centre, and there were so many notabilities at the Hôtel de l'Europe following the same itinerary, with insignificant variations, that Lady Turnour was quite contented with the arrangements made for her. Morning was for Saint-Remy, afternoon was for Les Baux. "Because the thing is to see the sunset there," I heard her telling an extremely rich-looking American lady, laying down the law as if she had planned the whole trip herself, with a learned reason for each detail. The way to Saint-Remy was along a small but pretty country road, which had a misleading air, as if it didn't want you to think it was taking you to a place of any importance. And yet we were in the heart of Mistral land, not Mistral the east wind, but Mistral the poet of Provence, great enough to be worthy of the land he loves, great enough to carry on the glory of it to future generations. At any moment we might meet a Felor. I looked with interest at each man we saw, and some looked back at me with flattering curiosity, for a woman's eyes are almost as mysterious behind a three-cornered talc window as behind a yashmak or zenana gratings. Saint-Remy itself, birthplace of Nostradamus, maker of powders and prophecies, was charming in the sunlight, with its straight avenue of trees, like the pillars of a long grey and green corridor in a vast palace. But we swept on toward the Plateau des Antiquities, up a steep slope with Saint-Remy the modern at our backs. Then suddenly I found myself crying out with delight at sight of the splendid triumphal archway and the gracious monument we had come out to see. Both looked more Greek than Roman, but that was because Greek workmen helped to build them for Julius Caesar, when he determined that posterity should not forget his defeat of great Vercingetorix, and should do justice to the memory of Marius. When I was small, I used to dislike poor Vercingetorix, and be glad that he had to surrender, so that I might be rid of him, owing to the dreadful difficulty of pronouncing his name. But when we had got out of the car, and I saw him on the archway, a tall carved captive, who had kept his head through all the centuries, while Caesar, with a hand on the prisoner's shoulder, had lost his, my heart softened to him for the first time. I thought the triumphal monument to Marius even more beautiful than the archway, and felt as angry as Marius must that the guidebook should take it away from the hero and wrongfully call it a mausoleum for somebody else. But Mr. Dane assured me, with the obstinate air people have when learned authorities back their opinions, that the arch was really the more interesting of the two. The first triumphal archway set up outside Italy, said he, and bade me reflect on that. Still, I would turn my eyes toward the graceful monument so wickedly annexed by the 3 Julii, and then away over the wide plain that lay beneath this ragged spur of the Alpilles. In the distance I could see Avignon, and the pale, opal-tinted, gold-veined hills that fold in the fountain of Vaucluse. Never since we came into Provence had I been able so clearly to realize the wild fascination of her haggard beauty. Here Marius stood in his camp, I thought, shading his eyes from the fierce sun, and looking out over this strange arid country for the barbarians he meant to conquer. My heart beat with an intoxicating excitement, such as one feels on seeing great mountains or the ocean for the first time, and then down I tumbled with a bump off my pedestal, when Lady Turnour wanted to know what I supposed she'd brought me for, if not to put on her extra cloak without waiting to be told. Watches are real luxuries, not necessities, with the Turnours, because their appetites always strike the hour of 1, and if they're sometimes a little in advance, they can be relied upon never to be behindhand. I knew before I glanced at the little bracelet watch Pamela gave me, hidden under my sleeve, that it must be on the stroke of 12:30, when her ladyship began to complain of a sharp wind, and say we had better be getting back to Saint-Remy. She was cross, as usual, when she is hungry, and said that if I continued to go about like a snail in a dream, whenever she fetched me to carry her things on these short expeditions, she would leave me in the hotel to mend her clothes. Whereupon I became actually servile in my ministrations. I brushed a microscopic speck of dust off her gown, I pushed in a hairpin, I tucked up a flying end of veil, I straightened her toque, and I made myself altogether indispensable. For the bare idea of being left behind was a box on the ear. I could not endure such a punishment, and the front seat would look so empty, so unfinished without me. As we went back down the steep hill from Old Glunham, Saint-Remy appeared a little oasis of spring in the midst of a winter which had come back for something it had forgotten. All its surrounding orchards and gardens, screened from the shrewish mistral by the shoulders of the Alpilles, and again by lines of tall cypress trees and netted, dry bamboos, had begun to bloom richly, like the earlier gardens on the Riviera. There was a pinky-white haze of apple blossoms, and even the plane trees in the long main street were hung with dainty primrose-coloured spheres, like little fairy lanterns. Not only did every man seem a possible Philibre, but every girl was a beauty. Some of them wore a charming and becoming headdress, such as I never saw before, and the chauffeur said it was the headdress of the women of Arles, where we would go day after tomorrow. Impertinent chauffeurs or couriers would have been more out of place in poetic Saint-Remy than the sensational Nostradamus himself, and there was no trouble of that sort for me in lunching at the pleasant, quiet hotel. Mr. Dane had brought a French translation of Mistral's Memoirs, and as we ate, he and I alone together, he read me the incident of the child poet and his 3 wettings in quest of the adored water-flowers. Nothing could be more beautiful than the wording of the exquisite thoughts, yet I wished we could have seen those thoughts embodied in Provençal, the language practically created by Mistral, as Italian was by Dante and Petrarch, or German by Goethe. Not far away lay Madoujuge, described in the book, where he was born, and Meilhan, where he lives, and I longed to drive that way. But as the Turnours would be sure to say that there was nothing to see, the chauffeur thought it wiser not to turn out of our road. We might find the poet at Arles, perhaps, in his museum there, or lunching at the Hôtel du Forum, a favourite haunt of his on museum days. Starting for Les Baux, we turned our faces straight toward the wild little mountains loved by Mistral, his dear Alpilles. They soon surrounded us in tumbling grey waves, piled up on either side of the road, as the Red Sea must have tumultuously fenced in the path of the Israelites. Strange hummocky mountains were everywhere, as far as we could see. Mountains of incredible nightmare shapes, and of great ledges set with gigantic busts of ancient heroes, some nobly carved, some hideously caricatured, roughly hewn in grey limestone, or red rock that looked like bronze. On we went, climbing up and up a road like a python's back, but not yet was there any glimpse of the old robber fortress of Les Baux, about which I had read and later dreamed last night. I knew it would be wonderful, astonishing, a dead city, a Pompeii of the feudal age, yet different from any other ancient town the whole world over, a place of tangled histories. Yet I tried vainly to picture what it would be like. Then, suddenly, we reached a turn in that strange road which, if it had led downhill instead of up, would have seemed like the way Orpheus took to reach Hades. We had come face to face with a huge chasm in the rock, a gap with sheer walls sliced clean down, like a cut in a great cheese, and I felt instinctively that this must be the dark doorway through which we should see Les Baux. Through the cut in the stone cheese our road carried us, and the busts on the rocky ledges were so near now we could almost have put out our hands and touched them. But curiously enough, in this place of all others, they were the likenesses of modern men. Mr. Dane and I picked out an unmistakable Gladstone on the right, a characteristic Beaconsfield on the left, and farther on Mr. Chamberlain's head was fantastically grafted onto the body of a prehistoric animal. We were just tracing Pierpont Morgan's profile, near a few of Hannibal's elephants, when the car sprang clear of a chasm, out upon the other side of a doorway, and there rose before us Les Baux, 100 times more wonderful, more tragic than I had hoped to find it. Far, far below our mountain road lay a valley so flat that it might have been levelled on purpose for the tilting of knights in great tournaments. Above and around us, for suddenly we were in as well as under it, was a city of ghosts. Huge masses of rock, like Titan babies' playthings, had been hollowed out for dwellings, fit houses for our late cousins, the cave-dwellers. There were colossal pillars and dark, high doorways, such as one sees in pictures of the temples at Thebes. But all this, said Mr. Jack Dane, was merely a preface for what was yet to come, only an immense quarry whence the stones to build Les Baux had been torn. We were still on the road to the real Les Baux, and even as he spoke, the Aigle was clawing her way bravely up a hill steeper than any we had mounted. At the top she turned abruptly, and stopped in a queer, forlorn little place, where to my astonishment our journey ended in front of a small house ambitiously named Hôtel Monte Carlo. Then I remembered the story I had read, how a young prince of a Grimaldi family came begging Louis XIII to protect him from Spain, how Louis, who didn't want Spain to grab Monaco, promptly gave soldiers, how the Grimaldis' shrewd wit did more to get the Spanish out of the little principality than did the fighting men from France, and how Louis, as a reward, turned poor war-worn Les Baux into a Grimaldi marquisate. That little episode in history accounted for the Hôtel Monte Carlo, and I wondered if it were put on the site of the Grimaldi's miniature pleasure palace, which the forest-burning revolutionists tore down just before Les Baux, after all its strange passings from hand to hand, became the property of a nation. Against the rocks a few mean houses leaned apologetically, but on every side rose the ruins of a proud dead past, a past beginning with the ruts of chariot wheels graven on the rock-paved street. I thought, as I looked at the sordid little village of today, which had crawled into the very midst of the fortress, of some words I'd read last night. A rat in the heart of a dead princess. Strange, haggard hill, whispered about by history ever since Christians ran before Alaric the Visigoth, and hid in its caverns already echoing with legends of mysterious Phoenician treasure. Strange robber house of Les Baux, founded 1300 years ago and claiming half Provence 2 centuries later. No wonder, after all the fighting and plundering, loving and hating, that all it asks now is for its bleached, picked bones to be left in peace. I thought this, standing by the little Hôtel Monte Carlo, waiting for my mistress and her husband to be supplied with a guide. He was the most intelligent and efficient-seeming guide imaginable, who looked as if he had the whole history of Les Baux behind his bright dark eyes, and I hoped that the humble maid and chauffeur might be allowed to follow the quality within respectful earshot. Soon they began to walk on, and I turned to look at my brother, who was lingering by the car. Already the guide had begun to be interesting. I caught a few words: Celtic caverns, Les Boulfes, the first count, the terrible Turenne called the Flot de Provence, the Lady Alix's guardian, which made me long to hear more, but I didn't want to crawl on until my fellow worm could crawl with me. "I can't go," he said. "It wouldn't do to leave the car here. There are several gypsy faces at the inn window, you see. Why there should be gypsies I don't know, but there are, for those are gypsies or I'll eat my cap, and I've got to keep watch on deck." "How horrid to leave you here alone, seeing nothing, not even the sunset," I exclaimed. "I think I shall stop with you, unless she calls me." "You'll do nothing of the kind," he had begun, when the summons came sooner than I had expected. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 13. "Elise, come here and put what this guide is saying into English," was the command, and I flew to obey. To hear him tell what he knew was like turning over the leaves of the Book of Le Beau. And I tried to do him justice in my translation, but it was disheartening to see Lady Turnour's lacklustre gaze wander as dully about the rock-hewn barracks of Roman soldiers as if she had been in her own lodging-house cellar, and to be interrupted by her complaints of the cold wind as we went up the silent streets, past deserted palaces of dead and gone nobles, toward the crown of all, the chateau. Nothing moved her to any show of interest in this grave of mighty memories, of mighty warrior princes, and of lovely ladies with names sweet as music and perfume of potpourri. Wandering in a splendid confusion of feudal and medieval relics, walls with carved doorways and doorways without walls, beautiful purposeless columns whose occupation had long been gone, carved marvels of fireplaces standing up sadly from wrecked floors of fair ladies' boudoirs or great banqueting halls. The stout painted woman broke in upon the guide's story to talk of any irrelevant matter that jumped into her mind. She suddenly bethought herself to scold Sir Samuel about Bertie, from whom a letter had evidently been forwarded, and who had been spending too much money to please her ladyship. "That stepson of yours is a regular bad egg," said she. "Never you mind," retorted Sir Samuel, defending his favourite. "Many a bad egg has turned over a new leaf." My lip quivered, but I fixed my eyes firmly upon the guide, who was now devoting his attention entirely to his one respectful listener. I was ashamed of my companions, but I couldn't help catching stray fragments of the conversation, and the involuntary mixing of Bertie's affairs with the religious wars and the destruction of Le Beau by Richelieu's soldiers had a positively weird effect on my mind. Bertie, it seemed, or was it Richelieu, was invited to visit at the chateau of a French marquis called de Roquemartin, or was it good King René, who inherited Le Beau because he was a Count of Provence, and the chateau was near Clermont-Ferrand. Lady Turnour was of opinion that it would be well to make a condition before sending the cheque which Bertie wanted to pay his bridge debts, or was he in debt because the Lady Douce and her sister Stéphanette of Le Beau had quarrelled? If the advice of Dane, the chauffeur, were taken, they would be motoring to Clermont-Ferrand, and why not say to Bertie, "No cheque unless you get us an invitation to visit the Roquemartin while you were there"? Or was it that they wanted an invitation to the boudoir of Queen Jeanne, René's beloved wife, who lived at Le Beau sometimes, and had very beautiful things round her, tapestries and Eastern rugs, and wondrous rosaries and jewelled books of hours? Really, it was very bewildering, but in my despair one drop of comfort fell. That chateau near Clermont-Ferrand would prove a lodestar and help Mr. Jack Dane to lure the Turners through chill gorges and over snowy mountains. Lodestar really was a good word for the attraction, I thought, and I would repeat it to the chauffeur. But it rose over the horizon of my intellect, probably because the guide talked of Countess Alix, last heiress of the great house of Le Beau. As she lay dying, he said, the star that had watched over and guided the fortunes of her house came down from the sky, according to the legend, and shone pale and sad in her bedchamber till she was dead. Then it burst, and its light was extinguished in darkness forever. Eventually Sir Samuel's eye brightened for the Tudor rose decoration in the ruined chateau, relic of an alliance between an English princess and the house of Le Beau, and Lady Turnour didn't interrupt once when the guide told of the latest important discovery in the City of Ghosts. "Near the altar of the Virgin here," he began, in just the right hushed tone, "they found in a tomb the body of a beautiful young girl. There she lay as the tomb was opened, just for an instant, long enough for the eye to take in the picture, as lovely as the loveliest lady of Le Beau, that famed Princess Cecily, known through Provence as Passe Rose. Her long golden hair was in 2 great plaits, one over either shoulder, and her hands were crossed upon her breast, holding a book of hours. But in a second, as the air touched her, she was gone like a dream, her sweet young face white as milk and half smiling, her long dark eyelashes, even the book of hours, all crumbled into dust, fine as powder. Only the golden hair, tied with blue ribbon, was left, and when you go to Arles, you can see it in the museum of Monsieur Mistral. "Make a note of hair for Arles, Sam," said her ladyship gravely, and just as solemnly he obeyed, scribbling a few words in the pocket memorandum book in which the poor man industriously puts down all the things which his wife thinks he ought to remember. "Anything else interesting ever been found here?" she wanted to know. "Any jewels or things of that sort?" I passed the question on to the guide. Many things had been found, he said. Coins, vases, pottery and mosaics. Occasionally such things were turned up, though usually nowadays of no great value, but it was the hope of finding something which brought the gypsies. Often there were gypsies at Le Bourg. They would go to Les Sainte Marie, the place of the sacred church, where the 2 sainted Marie came ashore from Palestine in their little boat, and they would pray to Sarah, whose tomb was also in that wonderful church. Had we seen it yet? No, but it was not far. Many people went, though the great day was on May 24th, when the Archbishop of Aix lowered the Ark of Relics from the roof and healed those of the sick who were true believers. It was for Sarah, though, that the gypsies made their pilgrimages. They thought that prayers at her tomb would bring them whatever they desired, and sometimes, when they were able to come on as far as Le Bourg, they would wish at the tomb to find the buried Phoenician treasure, for which many had searched generation after generation since history began, but none had ever found. I did not say anything about the gypsies at the inn window, but I saw now that Mr. Dane had done wisely in sticking to his post. A 60-horsepower Aigle might largely make up for a disappointment in the matter of treasure, even if she had to be towed down into the valley by a horse. "Calvé and all the great singers come here sometimes by moonlight in their motors," went on the guide, "after the great musical festival of Orange in the month of August. They stand on the piles of stone among the ruins when all is white under the moon, and they sing. Ah, but they sing. It is wonderful. They do it for their own pleasure, and there is no audience except the ghosts, and me, for they allow me to listen. Yet I think, if our eyes could be opened to such things, we would see grouped round a noble company of knights and ladies, such a company as would be hard to get together in these days." "Well, I would rather sing here in August than April," exclaimed Lady Turnour, with the air of a spoiled prima donna. And then she shivered and wanted to go down to the car without waiting for the sunset, which, after all, could only be like any other mountain sunset, and she could see plenty of better ones next summer in Switzerland. She felt so chilled she was quite anxious about herself, and should certainly not dare to start for Avignon until she had had a glass of steaming hot rum punch or something of that sort at the inn. Did the guide think she could get it, and have it sent out to her in the car, as nothing would induce her to go inside that little den? The guide thought it probable that something hot might be obtained, though there might be a few minutes' delay while the water was made to boil, as it would be in unusual order. "A few minutes," thought I eagerly, looking at the sun, which was hurrying westward. I knew what a few minutes at such an inn would mean, half an hour at least, and apparently I was no longer needed as an interpreter. Without a thought of me, now that I had ceased to be useful, Lady Turnour slipped her arm into her husband's for support. Her high-heeled shoes and the rough steep streets had not been made for each other, and began trotting down the hill in advance of the guide. They had finished with him too, and were already deep in a discussion as to whether rum punch or hot whiskey and water with sugar and lemon were better for warding off a chill. I didn't see why I shouldn't linger a little on the wide plateau, with the dead city looming above me like a skeleton seated on a ruined throne, and half southern France spread out in a vast plain 1,000 feet below. It was wonderful there, and strangely, almost terribly still. Once the sea had washed the feet of the cliff dim ages ago. Now my eyes had to travel far to the Mediterranean, where Marseille gloomed dark against the burnished glimmer of the water. I could see the Étang de Berre, too, and I imagine I saw the Aurelian Way, and gloomy old Aigues-Mortes, which we were to visit later. At lunch we had talked of a poem of Mistral's, which a friend of Mr. Dane's had put into French, a poem all about a legendary duel, and it was down there, in that far-stretching field, that the duel was fought. As I looked, I realized that the clouds boiling up from some vast cauldron behind the world were choking the horizon with their purple folds. They were beautiful as the banners of a royal army advancing over the horizon, but they would hide the sun as he went down to bathe in the sea. He was embroidering their edges with gold now. I was seeing the best at this moment. If I started to go back, I should have time to pause here and there, gazing at things the Turners had hurried past. I went down slowly, reluctantly, the melancholy charm of the place catching at my dress as I walked, like the supplicating fingers of a ghost condemned to dumbness. There was one rock-hewn house I had wanted to see coming up, which Lady Turnour had scorned, saying, "When you've been in one, you've been in all." And she had not understood the guide's story of a legend that was attached to this particular house. Perhaps if she had, she would not have cared, but now I was free, I couldn't resist the temptation of going in to poke about a little. You could go several floors down, the guide had said. That was certain, but the tale was that a secret way led down from the lowest cellar of this cave house, continuing, if one could only find it, to the enchanted cavern far below, where Taven the witch kept and cured of illness the girl loved by Moreo. I didn't know who Moreo was, except that he lived in songs and legends of old Provence, but the story sounded like a beautiful romance. And then the guide had added that some people thought the Cabre d'Or, or Phoenician treasure, was hidden somewhere between Le Bourg and the Fairy Grotto, or the Gorge of Hell nearby. Caves have always had the most extraordinary magical fascination for me. When I was a child, I believed that if I could only go into one, I should be allowed to find fairyland, and even in an ordinary everyday cellar, I was never quite without hope. The smell of a cellar suggested the most cool, delightful, shadowy mysteries to me at that time, and does still. It was as if the ghostly hand that had been pulling me back, begging me not to leave Le Bourg, led me gently but insistently through the doorway of the rock house. It was not yet dark inside. I tiptoed my way through some rough bit of debris to the back of the big room, crudely cut out of stone. There were shelves where the dwellers had set lights or stored provisions, and there was nothing else to see except a square hole in the floor, below which a staircase had been hewn. A glimmer of light came up to me, grey as a bat's wing, and I knew that there must be some opening for ventilation below. I felt that I would give anything to go down those rough stone stairs, only halfway down perhaps, just far enough to see what lay underneath. It was as if Tavern herself had called me, saying, "Come, I have something to show you." I put a foot on the first step, then the other foot wanted a chance to touch the next step, and so on, each demanding its own turn in fairness. I had gone down 8 steps, counting each one, when I heard a faint rustling noise. I stopped, my heart giving a jump like a bird in a cage. There were no windows in the underground room, which was much smaller and less regular in shape than the one above, but a faint twilight seemed to rain down into it in streaks, like spears of rain, and I guessed that holes had been made in the rock to give light and ventilation. Something alive was down there moving. I was frightened. I hardly dared to look. And I had a nightmare feeling of being struck dumb and motionless. I tried to turn and run up the stairs, but I had to look, and the grey filtering light struck into a pair of eyes. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jeschke. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 14. They were great black eyes, sunken into the face of an old woman. She stood in a corner, and it occurred to me that she had perhaps run there as much afraid of me as I was of her. No eyes were ever like those, I thought, except the eyes of a gypsy. "What are you doing?" I stammered in French, hardly expecting her to understand and answer me. But she replied in an old, cracked voice that sounded hollow and unreal in the cavern. "I have been asleep," she said. "I am waiting for my sons. We are in Les Baux on business. I thought, when I heard you, it was my boys coming to fetch me. I can't go till they are here, because I have dropped my rosary with a silver crucifix down below, and the way is too steep for me. They must get it." "Do they know you are here?" I asked. "Oh, yes," she returned. "They will come at 6. We shall perhaps have our supper and sleep in this house tonight. Then we will go away in the morning." "It's only a little after 5 now," I told her. "You frightened me at first." She cackled a laugh. "I am nothing to be afraid of," she chuckled. "I am very old. Besides, there is no harm in me. If you have the time, I could tell your fortune." "I'm afraid I haven't time," I said, though I was tempted. To have one's fortune told in a cavern under a rock house where Romans had lived, told by a real, live gypsy who looked as if she might be a lineal descendant from Tavan, and who was probably fresh from worshipping at the tomb of Sarah. It would be an experience. No girl I knew, not even Pam herself, who is always having adventures, could ever have had one as good as this. If only I need not miss it. "It would take no more than 5 minutes," she pleaded in her queer French, which was barely understandable, and evidently not the tongue in which she was most at home. "Well, then," I said, hastily calculating that it was no more than 10 minutes since Lady Turnour and Sir Samuel left me, and that the water for their punch couldn't possibly have begun to boil yet. "Well, then, perhaps I might have 5 minutes' fortune, if it doesn't cost too much, but I'm very poor, poorer than you, maybe." "That cannot be, for then you would have less than nothing," said the old woman, cackling again. "But it is your company I like to have more than your money. I have been waiting here a long time, and I am dull. No fortune can be expected to come true, however, unless the teller's hand be crossed with silver, otherwise I might give it to you for nothing. But a 2-franc piece—" "I think I have as much as that." I cut her short as she paused on the hint, and deciding not to ask her, as I felt inclined, to come to the upper room lest we should be interrupted, I went down the remaining 5 or 6 steps and got out my purse under a long, straight rod of grey light. There were only a few francs left, but I would have beggared myself to buy this adventure, and thought it cheap at the price she named. I found a 2-franc piece, a bright new one, worthy of its destiny, and looking up as I shut my purse, I saw the old woman's eyes fixed on me, and sharp as gimlets. Used to the dusk now, I could see her dark face distinctly, and so like a hungry crow did she look that I was startled. But it was only for a second that I felt a little uncomfortable. She was so old and weak, I was so young and strong, that even if she were an evil creature who wanted to do me harm, I could shake her off and run away as easily as a bird could escape from a tied cat. "Make a cross with the silver piece on my palm," she said. I did as she told me, and it was a dark and dirty palm, in the hollow of which seemed to lie a tiny pool of shadow. Her eyes darted to the bracelet watch as my wrist slipped out of the protecting sleeve, and I drew back my hand quickly. She plucked the coin from my fingers and then told me to give her my left hand. "You can't see the lines," I said. "It's too dark." "I see with my night eyes," she answered, as a witch might have answered. "And I feel. I have the quick touch of the blind. I can feel the pores in a flower petal." Impressed, I let her hold my hand in one of her lean claws while she lightly passed the spread fingers of the other down the length of mine from the tips to the joining with the palm, and then along the palm itself, up and down and across. It was like having a feather drawn over my hand. "You have foreign blood in your veins," she said. "You are not all French, but you have the charm of the Latin girl. You can make men love you. You make them love you whether you wish or not, and whether they wish or not. Sometimes that is a great trouble to you. You are anxious now for many reasons. One of the reasons is a man, but there is more than one who loves you. You make one of them unhappy, and yourself unhappy too. The man you ought to love is young and handsome and dark, very dark. Do not think ever of marrying a fair man. You are on a journey now. Something very unexpected will happen to you at the end, something to do with a man and something to do with a woman. Be careful then, for your future happiness may depend on your actions in a moment of surprise. You are not rich, but you have a lucky hand. You could find things hidden if you set yourself to look for them." "Hidden treasure?" I asked laughingly, and venturing to break in because she was speaking slowly now, as if she had come to the end of her string of prophecies. "Perhaps, yes. If you looked for the hidden treasure here, you might be the one to find it after all these hundreds of years. Who knows? These things happen to the lucky ones." "Well, if I believed that I'd been born for such luck, I'd try to come back some day and have a look," I said. "I should begin in this house, I think." "It is never so lucky to return for things as to try to get them at the right time," the old woman pronounced. "If you would like to wait till my sons come—" "No, I wouldn't," I said. "I must go now." "If you would at least do me a favor for the good fortune I have told you so cheap," she begged. "I, who in my day have had as much as 2 louis from great ladies who would know their fortune." "What is the favor?" I asked. "Oh, it is next to nothing. Only to go down to the foot of the stairs in the cellar below this and pick up my rosary, which I dropped, and which I know is lying there." "It's too dark," I said. "I couldn't see to find it. And you said your sons were coming soon." "Not soon enough, for when you are gone and I am alone, I should like to pray at the time of vespers. And it is not so dark as you think. Besides, this will be the test of the fortune I have just told you. If it's true that you have the lucky hand for finding, you will put it on the rosary in an instant. That will be a sign you can find anything. Unless you are afraid, mademoiselle." "Of course I'm not afraid," I said, for I always have been ashamed of my fear of the dark and have forced myself to fight against it. "If the rosary is at the foot of the staircase, I'll try and get it for you, but I won't go any further." Her corner was close by the opening where the steps were cut into the rock. I could see the bottom, I thought, and started down quickly, because I was in a hurry to come back and be on my way home to the XXIII. 6, 7 steps, and then crash! Down I came on my hands and knees. Oh, how it hurt, and how it made my head ring. Fireworks went off before my eyes, and I felt stupid, inclined to lie still. But suddenly the idea flashed into my brain like lightning darting among dark clouds, that the old woman had made me do this thing on purpose. She had played me a trick, and if she had, she might have some bad reason for doing it. Those 2 sons of hers. I scrambled up, shocked and jarred by the fall, my hands and knees smarting as if they'd been skinned. "I've fallen down," I cried. "Do you hear?" No answer. I called again. It was as still as a grave up above. It seemed to me that it could not be so unnaturally, so inhumanly still, if there were a living, breathing creature there. I was sure now that the horrible old thing had known what would happen, and wanted it to happen, and had gone hobbling away to fetch her wicked gypsy sons. How she had looked at my poor little purse! How she had looked at Pamela's watch! I saw now how it was that I had been so stupid. The dim light from above had lain on the last step and made it appear as if the floor were near, but there was a gap between the stairway and the bottom of the cellar. The lower step had been hewn away, perhaps in a quest for the ever-elusive treasure. Maybe a crack had appeared, and people, always searching, had suspected a secret opening and tried to find it. Anyway, there was the gap, and there was a rough pile of broken stone not far off, which had once been the end of the rocky stairway. It was lucky that I hadn't struck my forehead against it in falling, the only bit of luck which the fortune-teller had brought me. As it was, I was not seriously hurt. Perhaps I had torn my dress, and I should certainly have to buy a new pair of gloves, whether I could afford them or not. Otherwise, I didn't think I should suffer, except for a few black and blue patches. But how was I to get out of this dark hole? That was the question. I was too hot with anger against the sly old fox of a woman who had pretended that she wanted to say her prayers to feel the chill of fear, but I couldn't help understanding that she had got me into this trap with the object of annexing my watch and purse or anything else of value. Perhaps the gypsy sons would rob me first, and then murder me rather than I should live to tell. But if they meant to do that, they would have to come and be at it soon, or I should be missed and sought. This last fancy really did turn me cold, and the nice hot anger which had kept me warm began to ooze out at my fingers and toes. I thought of my brave new brother, who would fight 10 gypsy men to save me, if only he knew, and then I wanted to cry. But that would be the silliest thing I could do. Soon they would begin to look for me. Oh, how furious Lady Turnour would be that I should dare keep her waiting, and at the fuss about a servant. And if I screamed at the top of my voice, maybe someone would hear. I took a long breath and gave vent to a blood-curdling shriek which would have made the fortune of an actress on the stage. Odd. I couldn't help thinking of that at the time. One thinks of queer things at the most inappropriate moments. It was a glorious howl, but the rock walls seemed to catch it as a battledore catches a shuttlecock and send it bounding back to me. I knew then that a cry from those depths would not carry far, and the fear at my heart gave a sharp, rat-like bite. If I could scramble up, I thought, and promptly tried. It looked almost easy, but for me it was impossible. A very tall woman might have done it, perhaps, but I have only 5'4" in my Frenchiest French heels, and the broken-off place was higher than my waist. With good handhold I might have dragged myself up, but the steps above did not come at the right height to give me leverage, and always, though I tried again and again till my cut hands bled, I couldn't climb up. And how silly it seemed, the whole thing. I was just like a young fly that had come buzzing and bumbling round an ugly old spider's web, too foolish to know that it was a web. And even now how lightly the fly's feet were entangled. A spring, and I should be out of prison. Oh, the little more, and how much it is, and the little less, and what worlds away. The words came and spoke themselves in my ears as if they were determined to make me cry. I was desperately frightened and homesick even for Lady Turnour. I should have felt like kissing the hem of her dress if I could only have seen her now. And I wasn't able to smile when I thought what a rage she'd be in if I did it. She would have me sent off to an insane asylum, but even that would be much gayer and much more homelike than an underground cellar in the ghost city of Les Baux. Dear old Sir Samuel, with his nice red face. I almost loved him. The car seemed like a long-lost aunt. And as for the chauffeur, my brother, I found that I dared not think of him. As in my imagination I saw his eyes, his good dark eyes, clear as a brook, and the lines his brown face took when he thought intently, the tears began running down my cheeks. "Oh, Jack, Jack, come and help me," I called. That comes of thinking people's Christian names. They will pop out of your mouth when you least expect it. But it mattered little enough now, except that the sound of the name and the echo of its fluttering back to me made my tears feel boiling hot, hotter than the punch which the Turnours must have finished by this time. "Jack! Jack!" I called again. Then I heard a stone rattle up above, somewhere, and a sick horror rushed over me because of the gypsy men coming back with their wicked old mother. It was only a very dark gray in the cellar to my unaccustomed eyes, but suddenly it turned black with purple edges. I knew then I was going to faint because I've done it once or twice before, and things always began by being black with purple edges. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 15. For heaven's sake, wake up! Tell me you're not hurt! A familiar voice was saying in my ear, or I was dreaming it. And because it was such a good dream, I was afraid to break it by waking to some horror, so I kept my eyes shut, hoping and hoping for it to come again. In an instant it did come. "Child, little girl, wake up! Can't you speak to me?" His hand holding mine was warm and extraordinarily comforting. Suddenly I felt so happy and so perfectly safe that I was paid for everything. My head was on somebody's arm, and I knew very well now who the somebody was. He was real, and not a dream. I sighed cozily and opened my eyes. His face was quite close to mine. "Thank God," he said. "Are you all right?" "Now you're here," I answered. "I thought they were coming to kill me." "Who?" he asked quite fiercely. "An old gypsy woman and her sons." "Those people!" he exclaimed. "Why, it was they who told me you were here in this place. If it hadn't been for them, I shouldn't have found you so soon, though I would have found you. The wretches! What made you think—" "The old woman was in the room above," I said, "waiting for her sons, and she begged me to look down here for a rosary she dropped. She must have known the bottom steps were gone. She wanted me to fall. And though I called, she didn't answer, because she'd probably hobbled off to find her sons and bring them back to rob me. I haven't hurt myself much, but when I found I couldn't climb up, I was so frightened. I thought no one would ever come, except those horrible gypsies. And when I heard a sound above, I was sure they were here. I felt sick and strange, and I suppose I must have fainted. I heard you call just as I got into the upper room. Then, though I answered, everything was still. Jove, I had some bad minutes. But you're sure you're all right now? Sure, I answered, sitting up. Did I call you Jack? If I did, it was only because one can't shriek, Mister! And anyway, you told me to. Now I know you're all right, or you wouldn't bother about conventionalities. I wish I had some brandy for you. I wouldn't take it if you had. That sounds like you. That's encouraging. Are you strong enough to let me get you up into the light and air? Quite, I replied briskly, letting him help me to my feet. But how are we to get up? I'll show you. It will be easy. Let's look first for the wicked old creature's rosary. If it isn't here, it's certain she's a fraud. I should think it's certain without looking. I'd like to put the old serpent in prison. I wouldn't care to trouble now. I'm safe. And anyway, how could we prove she meant her sons to rob me, since they hadn't begun the act, and so couldn't be caught in it? She didn't know you had a man to look after you. When the guide and I came this way, searching, we met a gypsy woman with two awful brutes, and asked if they'd seen a young lady in a grey coat. They were all three on their way here, as you thought. But when they saw us close to this house, of course, they dared not carry out their plan, and the old woman made the best of a bad business. No doubt they're as far off by this time as they could get. It might be difficult to prove anything, but I'd like to try. I wouldn't, I said, but let's look for that rosary. Have you any matches? Plenty. He took out a match case and held a wax vesta for me to peer about in the neighborhood of the broken stairway. Here's something glittering, I exclaimed, just as I had been about to give up the search in vain. She said there was a silver crucifix. I slipped my fingers into a crack where the rock had been split in breaking off the lower steps. A small bright thing was there, almost buried in debris, but I could not get my fingers in deep enough to dislodge it. Impatiently I pulled out a hat-pin and worked until I had unearthed, not the rosary, but a silver coin. Somebody else has been down here dropping money, I said, handing the piece up for Mr. Dane to examine. Then it was a long time ago, he replied, for the coin has the head of Louis XIII on it. Oh, then she was right, I cried. I can find lost treasure. I'm going to look for more. I believe that piece must have fallen out of a hole I've found here, which goes back ever so far into the rock. I can get my arm in nearly to the elbow. Who was right? My brother wanted to know. The gypsy. She told my fortune. That was why I didn't refuse to look for her rosary. I should have thought a child would have known better, he remarked scornfully, and his tone hurt my sensitiveness the more because his voice had been so anxious and his words so kind when I was fainting. He had called me child and little girl. I remembered well, and the words had been saying themselves over in my mind ever since. I rather thought that they betrayed a secret, that perhaps he had been getting to care for me a little. That idea pleased me because he had been abrupt sometimes, and I hadn't known what to make of him. Every girl owes it to herself to understand a man thoroughly, at least as much of his character and feelings as may concern her. Besides, it is not soothing to one's vanity to try. Well, yes, I may as well confess that. To try and please a man, yet to know you've failed, after days of association, so constant and intimate that hours are equal to the same number of months in an ordinary acquaintance. Now, after thinking I'd made the discovery that he really had found me attractive, it was a shock to be spoken to in this way. "Oh, you are cross," I exclaimed, still poking about in the hole under the stairway. I'm not cross, he said, but if I were, you'd deserve it, because you know you've been foolish. And if you don't know, you ought to, so that you may be wiser next time. The idea of a sensible young woman chumming up in a lonely cave with a dirty old gypsy, certain to be a thief, if not worse, letting her tell fortunes and then falling into a trap like this. I wouldn't have believed it of you. I think you're perfectly horrid, said I. I wish you had let the guide find me. He would have done it just as well and been much more polite. Doubtless he would have been more polite, but he isn't as young and might have had trouble in getting you out. There, that's my last match, and you mustn't waste any more time looking for treasure which you won't find. Which I have found, I announced. I've got something more, away at the back of the hole. Not that you deserve to see it. However, I held up my hand in its torn, blood-stained glove, with 2 silver pieces displayed on the palm. A child's hidey-hole, I suppose, he said, without showing as much interest as the occasion warranted. Otherwise there would be something more valuable. A young servant of the Grimaldis, perhaps. These coins are all of the same period, of no great value as antiques, I'm afraid. They're of value to me, I retorted. They'll bring me luck. I would, of course, have given him one if he hadn't been so disagreeable, but now I felt that he shouldn't have anything of mine if he were starving. You are very superstitious, among other childlike qualities, he replied, laughing. So that was what he thought of me, and that was why he had called me child. It was all spoiled now, from the beginning, and the guide might as well have found me, as I had said, without quite meaning it at the time. If you don't like lucky things, you can throw away my St. Christopher, I said coldly. You must have thought it very silly. I thought it extremely kind of you to give it, and I've no intention of throwing it away, or parting with it, said he. Now, are you ready? Yes, I snapped. In an instant he had me by the waist between 2 hands which felt strong as steel buckles, and swung me up like a feather on the first step of the broken stairs. Then, in another second, he was at my side, supporting me to the top without a word, except a muttered, "Don't be childish," when I would have pushed away his arm. Strange to say, I forgot Lady Turnour and Sir Samuel until we saw the guide, to whom long ago Mr. Dane had called up a reassuring, "Tout va bien." Then, suddenly, the awful truth sprang into my mind. All this time they had been waiting for me. What would they say? What would they do? In my horror, I even forgot my righteous anger with the chauffeur. "Oh," I gasped, "the Turnours!" Then Mr. Dane spoke kindly again. "Don't worry," he said. "It's all right. They've gone on." "In the car?" I cried. "No, Sir Samuel can't drive the car, and as Lady Turnour thought she had a chill, rather than wait for me to find you, they took a carriage, which was here, and drove down to St. Remy. They'll go on by rail to Avignon, and—" "There must have been a dreadful row," I groaned. "Not at all. You're not to worry. Lady Turnour behaved like a cad, as usual, but what can you expect? Sir Samuel did the best he could. He would have liked to wait, but if he'd insisted, she would have had hysterics." "How came there to be a carriage here?" I asked the guide. "The gentleman paid 3 young men who had driven up in it a good sum to get it for himself," he explained, "and they are walking down. They are of Germany." "Was it a long time?" I went on. "Oh, it must have been. It's nearly dark now, except for the moonlight." "It is perhaps an hour altogether since Mademoiselle separated herself from the others," the guide admitted, "but they have been gone for more than half that time. They did not delay long after the little dispute with Monsieur about the car." "Oh, there was a dispute," I caught him up, wheeling upon the chauffeur. "You must tell me." "It was nothing much," he said, still very kindly, "and it was her ladyship's fault, of course. If you were plain and elderly, she'd have more patience, but as it is, you've seen how quick she is to scold. So, of course, she was angry when she'd finished her grog and you didn't turn up." "What did she say?" I asked. He laughed. "She was quite irrelevant." "I must know." "Well, she seemed to lay most of the blame on the color of your hair and eyelashes. She said, 'What could be expected of a girl that dyed her hair yellow and eyelashes black?' Horrid woman! You don't believe I do, do you? I must say it hadn't occurred to me to think of it. Then I remembered how angry I was with him, and I didn't pursue that subject, but turned again to the other. However, I made a mental note that there was one more thing to punish him for when I got the chance. What else did she say? She began to turn purple when Sir Samuel would have defended you, and said she wouldn't stand your taking such liberties, that it was monstrous, and a few other things, to be kept freezing on mountains by one's domestics, and that she should be ill if she waited. Sir Samuel persuaded her to give you 15 minutes' grace, but after that she was determined to start. Of course, she didn't know that an accident had happened. She thought you were simply dawdling, and wanted Sir Samuel to arrange for you to drive down with the newly arrived German tourists. Sir Samuel and I objected to this, and later it was settled for the Turners to do what her ladyship planned for you, without the company of the tourists. Lady Turnour resents lèse-majesté. It's a miracle she consented to leave the car, I said. She couldn't use it without a chauffeur, and naturally I refused to go without knowing what had happened to you. You refused? I stammered. Of course. That was where the row came in. We had a few words, and eventually I was deputed to look you up. Deputed? I echoed desperately. They never deputed you to do it, I'm sure. They jolly well couldn't help themselves. You can't make a man drive a car if he won't. So they went off in the German's carriage, and the Germans were enchanted. Oh, I exclaimed, so miserable now that anger leaked out of my heart like water through a sieve. It's all my fault. Did they discharge you? I didn't give them the chance. After a few little things her ladyship said, I felt rather hot in the collar and discharged myself. That is, I gave them notice that I would go as soon as they could get another chauffeur. It would have been bad form to leave them in the lurch without anyone on tour. The tears came to my eyes, and I was thinking so little about myself that I let them roll down without bothering to wipe them away. Do forgive me, I implored. But you never can, of course. All through my foolishness you're out of an engagement, and you depended upon it, I know, from what you said. There's nothing to forgive, my dear little sister, he said. It's you who must forgive me, if I've distressed you by telling the story in a clumsy way. It wasn't your fault. I couldn't stand that boundress's cruel tongue, so I have myself to blame, if anyone, and it's sure to turn out right in the end. You refused to drive their car because you would stay behind and find me. Any decent chap would do that, even a chauffeur. He spoke lightly to comfort me. Besides, I wanted to stop. You're the only sister I ever had. You must hate me, I moaned. I don't. Please don't cry. I shall faint if you do. I was obliged to laugh a little through my tears. Come, he said gently. Let me take you down. Just a word with the guide about those gypsies and... Oh, leave the wretched gypsies alone, I begged. Who cares now? If you say anything, they may call us as witnesses at St. Remy or some town where we don't want to stop. Let them go. I suppose he might as well, he said, for we can't prove anything worth proving. Come then. He slipped some money into the guide's hand and thanked him for his courtesy and kindness. But another pang shot through my remorseful heart. More money spent by this man for me, when he had so little, and had lost the engagement which, though unworthy his rank in life, was the only present means he had of earning a livelihood. I came, obeying in forlorn silence, and could not answer when he tried to cheer me up as we walked down to the Hotel Monte Carlo. There stood the Eagle in charge of a youth from the inn, and there was more money to be paid to him. I wanted to give it, but saw that if I insisted, Mr. Dane would be vexed. He suggested putting me inside, as the air was now very cold, with the chill that falls after sunset, but I refused. I want to sit by you, I implored, and he said no more. With the glass cage behind us empty, and the great acetylene lamps alight, the Eagle turned and flew down the hill. End of chapter 15. Read by Mama Fish. San Antonio, March 4th, 2025.
Chapter 16 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. For some time we did not speak, but my thoughts moved more quickly than the beating of the engine. At last, I said meekly, "Of course, I may as well consider myself discharged, too, and even if I weren't, I should go." "I've been thinking about that," Mr. Dane answered. "It was the first thought that came into my head when the row began. It isn't likely she'll want you to leave, because she won't like getting on without a maid. I think, in the circumstances, unless she is brutal, you'd better stay with her till your friends can receive you. Someone must come forward and help you now." "I wouldn't ask anyone but Pamela, who's gone to America," I protested. "Besides, I can't stand Lady Turnour after what's happened, with you gone." As I said this, I remembered again how I had dreaded to associate with the chauffeur and planned to avoid him. It was rather funny, as it had turned out, but somehow I didn't feel like laughing. "Of course you won't mind," I went on. "It's different for a man. If you were left and I going, it wouldn't matter, because you'd have the car. But I've nothing except Lady Turnour's transformation. Luckily, she won't want me to stop." "I think she will," he said, "because your only fault was in having an accident. You weren't impudent, as she thinks I was in refusing to drive the car. Also, in letting her see that I thought her willingness to leave a young girl in a place like this, alone for hours— she did propose to let me drive back for you— was the most brutal thing I'd ever heard of." "Oh, how good you were to sacrifice yourself like that for me!" I exclaimed. "It wasn't entirely for you," he said. "One owes some things to oneself. But when we get to Avignon, and it's settled between you and Lady Turnour, promise to let me know what you mean to do and give me a chance to advise you." I promised. But I was so melancholy as to the future, and so ashamed of myself for the trouble brought upon my only friend, that his efforts to cheer me were hopeless as an attempt to let off wet fireworks. Mine were soaked, and instead of admiring the moonlight, which soon flooded the wild landscape, it made me the more dismal. The drive by day had seemed short, but now it was long, for I was in haste to begin the unexpected battle. "Courage, and be wise," said Mr. Dane, as he helped me out of the car in front of the Hôtel de l'Europe. "I shall bring up your dinner again. It's no use saying you don't want anything, and we'll exchange news. When lions have to be faced, my theory is that the best thing is to open the cage door and walk in boldly, not crawl in on your knees saying, 'Please don't eat me.'" I expected Lady Turnour to have a fine appetite for any martyrs lying about loose, but to my surprise a faint "Come in" answered my dauntless knock, and I beheld her prostrate in bed. She said that I had nearly killed her, and that she would probably not be able to move for a week, but the story of my adventures with the gypsy interested her somewhat, and she brightened when she heard of the old coins found in a hole in the rock. There was not a word about sending me away, and I suspected that a scene with Sir Samuel had crushed the lady. Even a worm will turn, and Sir Samuel may be one of those mild men who, when once roused, are capable of surprising those who know them best. Quite meekly she desired that I would show her the coins, and, having seen them, she said that she would buy them off me. Not that they were of any intrinsic value, but they might be lucky, and she would give me a sovereign for the 3. Then an idea came and whispered in my ear. I thanked Lady Turnour politely, but said I thought I had better keep the coins and show them to an antiquary. They might be more valuable than we supposed, and I should need all the money, as well as all the luck possible, now that I was leaving her ladyship's service. "Leaving?" she echoed. "But as you had an accident, I have made up my mind to excuse you this time, and not discharge you as I intended. You don't know your business too well, but any maid is better than no maid on a tour like this, as Sir Samuel pointed out to me." "But, begging your ladyship's pardon," I ventured, "I understand that the chauffeur is to go because he stopped at Les Baux to look for me." As he very likely saved my life, I couldn't be so ungrateful as to stay on in my situation when he is losing his for my sake." "What nonsense!" snapped her ladyship. "As if that had anything to do with you, and if it has, it oughtn't. Besides, if he will apologize, he can stop. Sir Samuel says so." "He doesn't seem to think he was in the wrong, my lady," said I. "As your ladyship will probably be at Avignon some time before finding another chauffeur, it will be easy to look for a maid at the same time." "Be here some time?" she cried. "I won't. We want to get on to a chateau where my stepson's visiting." "I should be delighted to offer your ladyship 2 of the lucky coins for nothing," said I, my impertinence wrapped in honey, "if she would persuade Sir Samuel to ask the chauffeur to stay." "Why, that's just what Sir Samuel wants to do, if I would hear of it." The words popped out before she had stopped to think. "It might be too late after this evening," I suggested. "The chauffeur will perhaps take steps at once to secure some other engagement, and I fear that a good man is always in great demand. I hope that your ladyship will kindly understand that it would be nothing to me if he hadn't got into trouble for my sake. You can leave the coins and call Sir Samuel, who is in his room next door," remarked Lady Turnour with dignity. "I will talk with him." The greedy creature was delighted to have the coins without paying for them, and delighted with the excuse to do what she would have liked to do without an excuse, if obstinacy had not forbidden. I kept 1 coin for my own luck. I called Sir Samuel, who was sulking in his den, was dismissed with an order for her ladyship's dinner, which she would have in bed, and told to return with the menu. A few minutes later, coming back, I met Mr. Jack Dane in the corridor. "Have you seen Sir Samuel yet?" I inquired. "No. He sent for me, and I'm on my way to him now." "He's going to ask you to stay," I said. "I think you're mistaken there," replied the chauffeur. "The old boy himself has a strong sense of justice, and would like to make everything all right, no doubt, but his wife would give him no peace if he did." "If he does, though, what shall you do?" I inquired anxiously. Mr. Dane looked into space. "I think I'd better go, in any case." "Why?" If he'd been a woman, I think he would have answered, "Because." But, being a man, he reflected a few seconds, and said he thought it would be better for him in the end. "Do you want to go?" I asked drearily. "No, but I ought to want to." "Please stay," I begged. "Please, brother. Sir Samuel mayn't ask me, and you wouldn't have me crawl to him. But if he does ask you?" "I'll stay," he said. Impulsively, I held out my hand. He took it, and pressed it so hard that it hurt, then dropped it suddenly. His manner is certainly very odd, sometimes. I suppose he doesn't want me to flatter myself that I am of any importance in his scheme of existence. But he needn't worry. He has shown me very plainly that he is one of those typical, unsusceptible Englishmen French writers put in their books, men with hearts whose every compartment is warranted, love tight. End of chapter 16, read by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona, November 28, 2024. Chapter 17 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 17. Lady Turnour opened her heart and her wardrobe and gave me a blouse the first thing in the morning, which act of generosity was the more remarkable, as morning is not her best time. I have found that it is the early maid who catches the first snub, which otherwise might fall innocuously upon a husband. The blouse was one which I had heard her ladyship say she hated, but then her idea of true charity, combined, as it should be, with economy, is always to give to the poor what you wouldn't be found dead in yourself, because it is more blessed to give than to receive badly made things. On the same principle, I immediately passed the gift on to a chambermaid of the hotel, who perhaps, in her turn, dropped it a grade lower in the social scale, and so it may go on forever, blouse without end. But all that is apart from the point. The important part of the transaction was the token that the dead past was to bury its dead, and possibly Sir Samuel timidly offered a waistcoat or a pair of boots to the chauffeur. Instead of lying in bed, as Lady Turnour had threatened to do for a week, she was up earlier than usual, as well as ever she had been, and not more than half as disagreeable. Although the sky looked as if it might burst into tears at any moment, and although Orange has nothing but historic remains and historic records to show, she was ready to start, almost cheerfully, at 10 o'clock. I was allowed to be of the party, laden with mackintoshes for my master and mistress, and I did admire the triumphal arch at Orange nearly as much as I had admired the smaller and older one at St. Remy. But Lady Turnour admired it far more, and was so nice to Sir Samuel that he thought it the ark of the world. They put their heads together over the same volume of Baedeker, which was an exquisite pleasure to the poor man, and he was so pathetic I could have cried into his footsteps as he read, pronouncing almost everything wrong, about the building of the Ark of Tiberius. "Why, that's just like a sweet little statuette I used to have standing on a table in my drawing-room window," exclaimed Lady Turnour, looking up at the beautiful winged Victory. "You might think it was a copy. Although histories say Orange wasn't very important in Roman days, it has taken revenge by letting everything not Roman fall into decay, except, of course, its memories of the family through which William the Silent of Holland became William of Orange. The house of the first William of Orange, the hero of song who rode back wounded from Roncesvalles to his waiting wife, is gone now, save for a wall and a buttress or two on a lonely hill of the old town. Yet the ark, which was old when his chateau was begun, still towers dark yellow as tarnished Etruscan gold against the sky, and the Roman theatre is the grandest out of Italy. Lady Turnour could not see why the Comédie Française should produce plays there, even once a year, when they could do it so much more comfortably at any modern theatre in the provinces, if they must travel. And as to the gathering of the Félibres, she didn't even know what Félibres were, nor did she care, as she was unlikely to meet any in society. She would have proposed going on somewhere else, as there was so little to see in Orange, but that rain came sweeping down, cold from the east, when I had followed the pair a quarter of a mile from the motor. They fled into their mackintoshes as a hermit crab flees into his borrowed shell, and I was the only one the worse for wear when we reached the car. I didn't much mind the wedding, but it was rather nice to be fussed over by a brother, and forced into a coat of his, whether I liked it or not. The quality must have seen me in it, through the glass, but Lady Turnour ignored the sight. Altogether, everything was agreeable, and the thunderstorm of last night, in clearing, had turned us into quite a happy family party. It rained all day, and I sat in my room before a blazing fire of olive wood, which a dear old waiter, exactly like a confidential servant of a pope, bestowed upon me out of sheer Provençal good nature. As he's been in the hotel for 30 years, he is a privileged person, and can do what he likes. Lady Turnour gave me a pile of stockings to look over, lest Satan should find some more ornamental use for my idle hands. So I asked Mr. Dane for his socks too, and pretended that I should consider it a slight upon my skill if he refused. That was our last night at Avignon, and early in the morning I packed for Arles, where we would sleep. But on the way we stopped at Tarascon, so splendid with its memories of Du Guesclin, and the towers of King René's great chateau reflected in a water mirror, that no Tartarin could be blamed if he were born with a boasting spirit. And there are other things in Tarascon for its Tartarins to be proud of, besides the noble old castle where King René used to spend his springs and summers, when he was tired of living in state at Aix. There is the church of St. Martha, and the beautiful Hôtel de Ville, and, almost best of all for its quaintness, though far from beautiful, the great Tarasque lurking in a dark and secret lair. We couldn't go into the chateau, but perhaps it was better to see it only from the outside, and remember it always in a crystal picture, framed with the turquoise of the sky. Besides, not going in gave us more time for Beauclerc, just across the river, Beauclerc of the Fair, Beauclerc of sweet Nicolette and her faithful lover Aucassin. I know a song about Nicolette of the white feet and hair of yellow gold, and I sang it below my breath, sitting beside my brother Jack as we crossed the bridge. Although I sang so softly, he heard and turned to me for an instant. "You can sing," he said. "You don't like singing," I suggested. "Only better than most things, that's all." "Yet you didn't want me to sing the other night." "That was because your hair was down. I couldn't stand both together." "I don't know what you mean." "Don't you? All the better. Never mind trying to guess. Let's think about the fair. Wouldn't you have liked to come here in the days when it was one of the greatest shows in all France?" "I couldn't have come in a motor then." "You're getting to be an enthusiast. You'll have to marry a millionaire with at least a 40-horsepower car. I happen to be running away from one now in a 60-horsepower car, but I don't want to think of him in this romantic country. The idea of cornplasters near the garden where Nicolette's little feet tripped among the daisies by moonlight is too appalling. Up on the hill are the towers of the castle where Aucassin was in prison for his love of Nicolette," said the chauffeur. "If only I can induce them to go there and walk in the garden on the battlements. It's beautiful, full of great perfumed Provençal roses and quantities of fleurs de lis growing wild under pine trees and peering out of formal yew hedges. You never saw anything quite like it. Oh, I must arrange the thing somehow." "I think you could in their present mood," said I. "They're quite properly honeymoony since the storm, which was a blessing in disguise. They'll go up and feel romantic and young, but as for me, you'll go up and be the things they can only feel. I should like to go with you there." He broke off, looking wistful. "Oh, do get someone to guard the car, and come," I begged him. "You've seen it all before?" "Yes. You look as if the place had sentimental memories for you." He smiled. "There is a sentiment attaching to it. Some day I may tell you—" He stopped again. "No, I don't think I'll do that." Suddenly, the thought of the garden was spoiled for me. I imagined that, in happier days, he must have walked there with a girl he loved. Perhaps he loved her still, only misfortune had come to him, and they could not marry. In that case, I'd been misjudging him, maybe. His bluntness and abruptness and coldness didn't mean that the compartments were love tight, as I'd fancied, but they were already full to overflowing. He did induce the Turnours to see the garden on the old battlements, and he did find a suitable watchdog for the car in order to be my companion, and he was less self-conscious and happier in his manner than he had been since the first day or two of our acquaintance. Also, the garden, starred with spring flowers, was even more lovely than I had expected. I ought to have enjoyed every moment there, but it is never pleasant to be with a man when you think he is wishing that you were another girl. "Was she pretty?" I couldn't resist asking. For an instant he looked bewildered. Then he understood. "Very," he replied, smiling. "About the prettiest girl I ever saw. The description of Nicolette would fit her very well. The clear face, delicately fine and all that. But I don't let my mind dwell much on girls in these days, when I can help it, as you can well imagine." "And when you can help it?" I wanted to know. "Oh, when I can't help it I feel like a bear with a sore head, and no honey in my hollow tree. So that is why he is so disagreeable. Sometimes he is thinking of the girl of the battlemented garden at Beauclerc. I shall try and find out all about her, but I don't know that I shall feel better satisfied when I have." End of Chapter 17, read by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona, December 9, 2024.
Chapter 18 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Josie. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 18. The garden on the battlements at Beauclerc seemed to bring out all that's best in Lady Turnour, and she was, for her, quite radiant when we arrived at Arles. Not that it was much credit to her to be radiant when the road had been perfect. and the car had behaved like an angel as usual, but small favors from small natures are thankfully received, and just as it is a blight upon the spirits of the whole party when her ladyship frowns, so do we cheer up and hope for better things when she smiles. As we were to spend the night at Arles, and arrived at the quaint, delightful Hotel de Forum before lunch, even the working classes, meaning my alleged brother and myself, could afford that pleasant, leisured feeling which is the right of those more highly placed. The moment we arrived, I knew that I was going to fall in love with Arles, and I hurried to get the unpacking done, so that I might be free to make this acquaintance. Lady Turnour, still in her garden mood, told me to do as I liked till time to dress her for dinner, but to mind and have no more accidents, as all her frocks hooked at the back. I'm getting to be quite a skilled lady's maid now, and am not sure it ought not to be my permanent métier, though I do like to think I was born for better things, and comfort myself by remembering how mother used to say that a lady can always do everything better than a common person if she chooses to try, even menial work, because she puts her intelligence and love for daintiness into all she does. I unpacked my master's and mistress's things with the flashing speed of a summer lightning and the neatness of a drill sergeant. In a twinkling everything was in exactly the right place, and my conscience felt as if it were growing wings as I flew off to my luncheon. The whole afternoon free, and the saints only knew what nice unexpected adventures might happen. Cousin Catherine used to say, not meaning to be complimentary, that I attracted adventures as some people seem to attract microbes, and I could almost hear them buzzing around my head as I ran downstairs. There, waiting for me as if he were an incarnate adventure, was a chauffeur, who appeared to be quite excited. "You must have a peep into the dining room," he said. "The door's open. You can look in without being noticed, and see the walls, which are painted with pictures from Mistral's works. Also, there's something else of interest, but I won't tell you what it is. I want to see if you can discover it for yourself." I peeped, and found the pictures charming. After following them with my eyes all round the green walls which they decorate effectively, my gaze lit upon a man sitting at one of the small tables. He was with 2 or 3 friends, who hung upon the words which he accompanied by the most graceful, spirited, yet unconscious gestures. Old he may have been as years ago, but the fire of eternal youth was in his vivid dark eyes, and his smile, which had in it the tenderness of great experience, of long years lived sympathy and love for mankind. His head was very noble, and its shape and the way he had carrying it would alone have shown that he was someone. "Who is that man?" I whispered to Jack Dane. "That one who is so different from all the others." "Can't you guess?" he asked. "Not Mistral?" "Yes, it's one of his days here. He will be in the museum after lunch. I'll take you there, and if he sees that you're interested in things, he'll talk to you." "Oh, how glorious!" I breathed, quite awed at the prospect. "But if she should find out that we're only lady's maid and chauffeur? Do you think it would matter to him who we were? A great genius like that? He wouldn't care if we were beggars, if we had souls and brains and hearts." "Well, we have to got some of those things," I said. "Do, let's hurry, and get to the museum before our betters. They can always be counted upon to spend an hour and a half at lunch, if there's a good excuse, such as there's sure to be in this place, famous for rich Provençal cooking, whereas Monsieur Mistral looks as he would grudge more than half an hour on an occupation so prosaic as eating." "Nothing could be prosaic to him," said Mr. Dane, "and that's the secret of life, isn't it? I think you have it too, and I'm trying to take daily lessons from you. By the time we part I hope I shan't be quite such a sulky, discontented brute as I am now." "By the time we part!" The words gave me a queer, horrid little prick, with just that nasty ache that comes when you jab a hatpin into your head instead of your hat, and have got to pull it out again. I have grown so used to being constantly with him, and having him look after me, and order me about in his dictatorial but curiously nice way, that I suppose I shall rather miss him for a week or 2 when this odd association of ours comes to an end. It is strange how one ancient town can differ utterly from its neighbour, and what an extraordinarily unforgettable individuality each can have. The whole effect of Avignon is medieval. In Arles your mind flies back at once to Rome, and then pushes away from Rome to find Greece. All among the red, pink, and yellow houses huddled picturesquely together round the great arena, you see Rome in the carved columns and dark piles of brick built into medieval walls. The grimness and greyness of that Roman background, the immense wall of the arena. Greece you see in the eyes of the beautiful, stately women, young and old, in their classic features, in the moulding of their noble figures. No wonder Assmann urged his giant to let the beautiful girls of Arles alone. You feel Greece, too, in the soft charm of the atmosphere, the dreamy blue of the sky, and the sunshine, which is not quite garish gold, not quite pale silver, a special sky and a special sunshine, which seem to belong to Arles alone, enclosing the city in a dream of vanished days. The very gaiety which must have sparkled there for happy Greek youths and maidens gives a strange, fascinating sadness to it now, as if one felt the weight of Roman rule which came and dimmed the sunlight. It was delightful to walk the streets, to look at lovely women in their becoming headdresses, and to stare into windows of curiosity shops. But there was the danger of committing lèse majesté by running into the arms of the bride and groom at the museum, so my brother hurried me along faster than I liked, until the fascination of the museum had enthralled me. Then I thanked him, for Mistral was there, for the moment all alone. Mr. Dane hadn't told me that they had met before, but Monsieur Mistral greeted him at once as an acquaintance, smiling one of his illuminating smiles. He even remembered certain treasures of the museum which the chauffeur, in unchauffeured days, had liked best. These were pointed out, and their interest explained to me, best of all to my romantic Latin side being the cabelladuro de or, the lovely golden hair of the dead beauty of Les Beaux, that enchanted princess whose magic sleep was so rudely broken. We all talked together of the exquisite Venus of Arles, agreeing that it was wicked to have transplanted her to the Louvre, and Mistral's eyes rested upon me with something like interest for a moment as I said that I have seen and loved her there. I have felt flattered and happy, forgetting that I was only a servant, who ought scarcely to have dared speak in the presence of this great genius. She seems to understand something of the charm of Provence, which makes our country different from any other in the world. Does she not? The poet said at last to my companion. She would enjoy an August fête at Arles. Some day you ought to bring her. Mr. Dane did not answer or look at me, and I was thankful for that, because I was being silly enough to blush. It was too easy to see what Monsieur Mistral thought. "Why didn't you tell me you knew him already?" I asked, when we had reluctantly left the museum, which might be invaded by the Philistines at any minute, and were on our way to the famous church of St. Trophime, that we meant to see first, saving the theatre for sunset. "Oh," answered the chauffeur evasively, "I wasn't at all sure he'd remember me. He has so many admirers, and sees so many people." "I had a sort of idea that your last visit to this part of the world was paid in prints. All the same," I was impertinent enough to say. He laughed. "Well, it was rather different from this one, anyhow," he admitted. "A little while ago it made me pretty sick to compare the past with the present, but I don't feel like that now." "Why have you changed?" I asked. "Partly the influence of your cheerful mind." "Thank you. And the other part?" "Another influence, even more powerful." "I should like to know what it is, so that I might try to come under it too if it's beneficent," that ever lively curiosity of mine prompted me to say. "I'm inclined to think that it's not beneficent," he answered, smiling mysteriously. "Anyhow, I'm not going to tell you what it is." "You never do tell me anything about yourself," I exclaimed crossly, "whereas I've given you my whole history, almost from the day I cut my first tooth, up to that when I adopted my first brother." "Or had him thrust upon you," he amended. "You see, you've nothing to reproach yourself with your past, so you can talk of it without bitterness. I can't, yet. Only to think of some things makes me feel venomous, and though I really believe I'm improving in the sunbath of your example, which I have every day, the cure isn't complete yet. Until I am able to talk of a certain person without wanting to sprinkle my conversation with curses, I mean to be silent. But I owe it to you that I don't want to curse her any more. A short time ago it gave me actual pleasure." So it is to a woman who owes his misfortunes. As Alice said in Wonderland, it grows mysteriouser and mysteriouser. Also it grows more romantic when one puts two and two together, and I have always been great at that. The sentimental association of the battlement garden plus the inspiration to evil language equal, in my fancy, one fair, faithless lady, once loved, now hated. I hate her too, whatever she did, and I should like to box her ears. I hope she's quite old, and married, and that she makes up her complexion, and everything else which causes men to tire of their first loves sooner or later. Not that it is anything to me personally, but one owes a little loyalty to one's friends. Porch and cloisters of St. Trophimus were too perfectly beautiful to be marred by a mood, but my brother Jack's mysteriously wicked sweetheart would keep coming in between me and the wonderful carvings in the most disturbing way. Some women never know when they are wanted, but I did my best to make Mr. Dane forget her by taking an intelligent interest in everything, especially the things he cared for most, though once, in an absent-minded instant, I did unfortunately say, "I don't admire that type of girl," when we were talking about a sculptured saint, and although he looked surprised, I thought it too complicated to try and explain. Afternoon light was burnishing the ancient stone carvings to copper when we left the cloisters of St. Trophimus, took one last look at the porch, and turned toward the amphitheatre. We were right to have waited, for the vast circle was golden in the sunset, like a heavy bracelet dropped by Atlas one day when he stretched a weary arm, and the beautiful fragments of coloured marbles, which the Greeks loved and the Christians destroyed, were the jewels of that great bracelet. The place was so pathetically beautiful in the dying day that a soft sadness pressed upon me like a hand on my forehead, and echoes of the long-dead past, when Greek Arles was a harbour of commerce by sea and river, or when it was Roman Arelate, rich and cruel, rang in my ears as we wandered through the cells of prisoners, the dens of lions, and the rooms of gladiators, where the young men about town used to pat their favourites on oiled backs, or make their bets on ivory tablets. "We are here by moonlight, we should see ghosts," I said. "Come, let us go before it grows any darker or sadder. The shadows seem to move. I think there's a lion crouching in that black corner." "He won't hurt you, Sister Una," said my brother Jack. "There's one thing you must see here before I take you home. Back to the hotel, I mean, and that is the Saracen Tower, as they call it." So we went into the Saracen Tower, and high up on the wall I saw the presentment of a hand. "That is the hand of Fatima," explained the guide, who had been following rather than conducting us, because the chauffeur knew almost as much about the amphitheatre as he did. "You should touch it, mademoiselle, for your luck. All the young ladies like to do that here, and the young men also, for that matter." Instantly my brother lifted me up, so I might touch the hand, and then I would not be content unless he touched it too. Dinner in the courier's room that evening with my brother, when I had dressed Lady Turnour for hers. We were rather late, and had the room to ourselves, for the crowd which had collected there at luncheon time had vanished by train or motor. There was a nice old waiter who was frankly interested in us, recognizing perhaps that, as a maid and chauffeur, we were out of the beaten track. He wanted to know if we had done any sightseeing in Arles, and seemed to take it as a personal compliment that we had. "Mademoiselle touched the hand of Fatima, of course?" he asked, letting a trickle of sauce spill out of a sauce-boat in his friendly eagerness for my answer. "Oh, yes, I saw to it, and she did that," replied Mr. Dane, with conscious virtue in the achievement. "It is for luck, isn't it?" I said to make conversation, and more especially for love, came the unexpected answer. "For love!" I exclaimed. "But yes," chuckled the old man, "if a young girl puts her hand on the hand of Fatima at Arles, that hand puts love into hers. Her fate is sealed within the month, so it is said." "Nonsense," remarked Mr. Dane. "I never heard that silly story before." And he went on eating his dinner with extraordinary nonchalance and an unusual, almost abnormal appetite. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 19. I shall always feel that I dreamed Aigues-Mortes, that I fell asleep at night, oh, but fell very far, so much farther than one usually falls, even when one wakes with the sensation of dropping from a great height, that I went bumping down, down from century to century, until I touched earth in a strange, drear land, to find I had gone back in time about 700 years. Not that there is a conspicuous amount either of land or earth at Aigues-Mortes, city of dead waters, if the place really does exist, which I begin to doubt already. But I have only to shut my eyes to call it up, and in my memory I shall often use it as a background for some medieval picture painted with my mind. For with my mind I can rival Raphael. It is only when I try to execute my fancies that I fail, and then they all come different, which is heartbreaking. But it will be something to have the background always ready. The dream did not begin while we spun gaily from Arles to Aigues-Mortes, through pleasant if sometimes puerile-seeming country, puerile only because we hadn't its history dropping from our fingers' ends. But there was time between coming in sight of a huge grey-brown towers and driving in through the fortified gateway for me to take that great leap from the present far down into the past. To my own surprise, I didn't want to think of the motor car. It had brought us to older places, but within this walled quadrangle it was as if we had come full tilt into a picture, and the automobile was not an artistic touch. Ingrate that I was, I turned my back upon the Aigle, and was thankful when Sir Samuel and Lady Turnour walked out of my sight round the corner of the picture. I pretended, when they had disappeared, that I had painted them out, and that they would cease to exist unless I relented and painted them in again, as eventually I should have to do. But I had no wish to paint the driver of the car out of my picture, for in spite of his chauffeur's dress he is of a type which suits any century, any country. That clear-cut, slightly stern aquiline type, which you find alike on Roman coins and in modern drawing-rooms. He would have done very well for one of St. Louis's crusaders, waiting here at Aigues-Mortes to sail for Palestine with his king, from the sole harbour the monarch could claim as his on all the Mediterranean coast. I decided to let him remain in the dream picture, therefore, and told him so, which seemed to please him, for his eyes lighted up. He always understands exactly what I mean when I say odd things. I should never have felt quite the same to him again, I think, if he had stared and asked, "What dream picture?" I had been brought on this expedition strictly for use, not for ornament. We were going from Aigues-Mortes to Saint-Gilles, and from Saint-Gilles to Nîmes. Therefore Arles was already a landmark in our past. I could walk about and amuse myself if I liked, but I must be at the inn before the return of my master and mistress to arrange a light repast collected at Arles, as we should have to lunch later at Nîmes, and the resources of Aigues-Mortes were not supposed to be worthy of millionaires in search of a picturesque. There were several neat packages, the contents of which would aid and abet such humble refreshment as the City of Dead Waters could produce. But I had more than an hour to play with, and much can be done in an hour by an enthusiast with a good circulation. I had not quite realized, however, how largely my brother's companionship contributed to my pleasure on these excursions. We had seen almost everything together, and suddenly it occurred to me that I was taking his presence too much for granted. He would not go with me now, because in so small a round we were certain to run up against the Turnours, and her ladyship might be pleased to give me another lecture, like that of evil memory at Avignon. I would have risked future punishment for the sake of present pleasure, and it was on my tongue to say so, but I swallowed the words with difficulty, like an overlarge pill. So it fell out that I wandered off alone, sustaining myself on high thoughts of crusaders as I gazed up at the statue of St. Louis, and paced the sentinel's pathway round the gigantic ramparts, unchanged since Boccanegra built them. Looking down from the ramparts, the town, enclosed in the fortress walls, was like a faded chessboard cast ashore from the wreck of some ancient ship, and round the dark walls and towers waves of yellow sand and wastes of dead blue waters stretched as far as my gaze could reach toward the tideless sea. Louis bought this tangled desert of sand and water in the middle of the 13th century from an abbot of Salmody, so the guide told me, and I liked the name of that abbot so much that I kept saying it over and over to myself. Abbot of Salmody. It was to the ear what an old illuminated missal is to the eye, rich with crimson lake and gold and ultramarine. It was as if I heard an echo from King Arthur's day, that dim, mysterious day, when history was flushed with dawn, the Abbot of Salmody. The heart of Aigues-Mortes for me was the great tower of Constance, but a very wicked heart, full of clever and murderous devices, which was at its wickedest not in the dark ages, but in the glittering times of Louis XIV and of other Louis after him. That tower is the bad part of a dream where horrors accumulate, and you struggle to cry out, while a spell holds you silent. In the days when Aigues-Mortes was not a dream, but a terrible reality to the prisoners of that cruel tower, how many anguished cries must have broken the spell, cries from hideous little dungeons like rat-holes, cries from the far heights of the tower, where women and children starved and were forgotten. I was almost glad to get away, yet now that I am away I shall often go back, in my dream. Alexandre Dumas the elder went from Aigues-Mortes to Saint-Gilles, driving along the Beaucaire Canal, on that famous tour of his which took him also to Les Baux, and we too went from Aigues-Mortes to Saint-Gilles, though I'm sure the Turnours had no idea that it was a pilgrimage in famous footprints. Only the humble maid and chauffeur had the joy of knowing that. We had both read Dumas' account of his journey, and we laughed over the story of the little saint he stole at Les Baux. It was a pleasant run to Saint-Gilles, though there was a shrewish nip in the wind, which made me hope that Lady Turnour's mind was not running ahead to the mountains and gorges in front of her, not far away by days or miles now. I wanted her to get tangled up in them before she had time to think of the cold, and then it would be too late to turn tail. I had just begun to call the little town of Saint-Gilles an ugly hole, and wonder what Saint-Louis saw to love in it, when, coming out of a squalid hilly street through which I had tried to pick my way on foot, alone, suddenly the facade of the wonderful old church burst upon my sight, a vision of beauty. No self-respecting motor car would have condescended to trust itself in such a street, and as a rabble of small male Saint-Gillesites swarmed round the Aigle when she stopped at the beginning of the ascent, Mr. Dane had to play guardian angel. "I've been here before," he said, as usual, for this whole tour seems to be a twice-told tale for him. A few days ago I should have pitied him aloud for not being able to blow the dust off his old impressions, but now when he speaks of past experiences I think, oh, I wonder if this is another place associated in his mind with that horrid woman. For on mature deliberation I have definitely niched her among the horrors in my mental museum. In front of me walked Sir Samuel and Lady Turnour, whose very backs cried out their loathing of Saint-Gilles, but abruptly the expression of their shoulders changed. They had seen the facade, and even they could not help feeling vaguely that it must be unique in the world, that of its kind nothing could be more beautiful. That was before I saw it, for a respectful distance must be maintained between those who pay and those who work. But I guessed from the backs that something extraordinary was about to be revealed. Then it was revealed, and I would have given a good deal to have someone to whom I could exclaim, "Isn't it glorious?" Still, I am luckily very good chums with myself, and it is never too much trouble to think out new adjectives for my own benefit, or to indicate quaint points of view. I was soon making the best of my own society, in the way of intelligent companionship, shaking crumbs of half-forgotten history out of my memory, and finding a dried current of fact here and there. In convent days there was hardly a saint or saintess with whom I hadn't a bowing acquaintance, and although a good many have cut me since, I can generally recall something about them if necessary, as title-worshippers can about the aristocracy. I thought hard for a minute, and suddenly up rolled a curtain in my mind, and there in his niche stood Saint-Gilles. He was born in Athens, and was a most highly connected saint, with the blood of Greek kings in his veins, all of which was eventually spilled, like water, in the name of religion. It seemed very suitable that such perfection of carving and proportion as was shown in steps, towers, facade, and frieze should be dedicated to a Greek saint. He must have adored and understood true beauty as few of his brother saints could. Mr. Dane had said, just before I started, that there was a gem of a spiral staircase called the Vie de Saint-Gilles, which I ought to see, and a house unspoiled since medieval days. But the question of these sights was settled adversely for me by my master and mistress. The frieze they did admire, but it sufficed. Their inner man and woman clamoured for a feast, and the eyes must be sacrificed. As for me, I did not count even as a sacrifice, of course, but I followed them back to the car as I'd followed them from it, and the car flew toward Nîmes. Just at first, for a few moments, which I hate to confess to myself now, I was disappointed in Nîmes. The town looked cold and modern and conceited after the melancholy charm of Arles and the medieval aspect of Avignon. But that was only as we drove to our stately hotel in its large dignified square. Afterward, after the inevitable lunching and unpacking, when I started out once again in the society of my adopted relative, I prayed to be forgiven. A gale was blowing, but little cared we. A toque or a picture hat make all the difference in the world to a woman's impressions, even of paradise, if the wind be ever more than a lovely zephyr there. Lady Turnour had insisted on changing her motoring hat for a Gainsborough confection which would, I was deadly certain, cause her to loathe Nîmes while memory should last, but the better part was mine. Toqued and veiled, the Mistral could crack its cheeks if it liked. It couldn't hurt mine, or do unseemly things to my hair. In the gardens of Louis XIV I gave myself to Nîmes as devotee for ever, and as the glories of the past slowly dawned upon me, that past round which the king had planted his flowers and formal trees, and placed vases and statues, I wished I were a worthier worshipper at the shrine. I think that there can be no more beautiful town in the world than Nîmes in springtime. The wind brought fairy perfumes, and lovely little green and golden puffballs fell from the budding trees at our feet, as if they wanted to surprise us. The fish in the crystal-clear water of the old Roman baths, which King Louis tried to spoil but couldn't, swam back and forth in a golden net of sunshine. We 2 children of the 20th century amused ourselves in attempting to reconstruct the baths as they must have looked in the 1st century, and the glimmering columns under the green water, now lost to the eye, now seen again, white and elusive as mermaids playing hide and seek, helped our imagination. Far easier was it to go back to Rome in the Temple of Diana, so beautiful in ruin and so little changed except by time, as to bring to the heart a pang of mingled joy and pain, of sadness which women love and men resent, unless they are poets. Doves were cooing softly there, the only oracles of the temple in these days, and what they said to each other and to us seemed more mysterious than the sayings of common doves, because their ancestors had no doubt handed down much wisdom to them from generation to generation, ever since Diana was taken seriously as a goddess, or perhaps even since the dim days when Celtic gods were reigning powers. From the gardens we went slowly to that other temple which unthinking people and guidebooks have named the Maison Carrée, the most lovely temple out of Greece, and the one which has suffered most from sheer uncompromising stupidity in modern days. Now it rests from persecution, though it shows its scars, and I wondered dully as I stood gazing at the Corinthian columns, strong yet graceful, how so dull a copy as the Madeleine could possibly have been evolved from such perfection. Inside in the museum was the dearest old gentleman in a tall hat, who explained to us with ingenuous pride and dignity the splendid collection of coins which he himself had given to the town. It was easy to see that they were the immediate jewels of his soul. There was not one piece which he did not know and love as if it had been his child, though there were so many thousands that he alone could keep strict count of them. He insisted gravely upon the superlative value of the least significant in appearance, but he could joke a little about other things than coins. There was an old mosaic which we admired, with a faded god of love riding a winged steed. "L'amour s'en va," he chuckled, pointing to the half-obliterated figure, "n'est-ce pas?" And he turned to me for confirmation. "I don't know yet," I answered. "Mademoiselle is very fortunate, but very young," said the dear old gentleman, looking like a late 18th century portrait as he smiled under his high hat. "And what thinks monsieur?" "That it is better not to give him a chance to fly away by keeping the door shut against him in the beginning," replied Mr. Dane as coldly as if he kept his heart on ice. Sunset was fading, like love on the mosaic, when we came to the amphitheatre, but the sky was still stained red, and each great arch of stone framed a separate ruby. It was a strange effect, almost sinister in its splendour, and all the air was rose-coloured. "Is it a good omen or an evil one for our future?" I asked. "Means storms, I think," the chauffeur answered in the laconic way he affects sometimes, but there was an odd smile in his eyes, almost like defiance, of me or of fate. I didn't know which, but I should have liked to know. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jeschke. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 20. The wind sang me to sleep that night in Nîmes, sang in my dreams, and sang me awake when morning turned a white searchlight on my eyelids. I was glad to see sunshine, for this was the day of our flight into the north, and if the sky frowned on the Enterprise, Lady Turnour might frown too, in spite of Bertie and his chateau. And I trembled lest the word snow should be dropped by the bridegroom into the ear of the bride. But nothing was said of the weather or of any change in the program, while I and paint and powder and copper tresses were doing what nature had refused to do for her ladyship. "Cold morning, madam," remarked the porter, who came to bring more wood for the sitting-room fire before breakfast. He was a polite and pleasant man, but I could have boxed his ears. "Madam departs today in her automobile? Is it to go south or north? Because in the north—" With great presence of mind, I dropped a pile of maps and guidebooks. "What a clumsy creature you are!" exclaimed her ladyship, playing into my hands. "I couldn't understand the last part of what he said." Luckily, by this time the man was gone, and my memory of his words was extraordinarily vague. But a dozen things contrived to keep me in suspense. Everyone who came near Lady Turnour had something to say about the weather. Then, for the first time, it occurred to the Aigle to play a trick upon us. Just as the luggage was piled in, after numerous little delays, she cast a shoe, in other words, burst a tire, apparently without any reason except a mischievous desire to be aggravating. Another half-hour wasted, and fat silvery clouds were poking up their great white heads over the horizon in the north, where perhaps they were shaking out powder. The next thing that happened was a snap and a tinkle in our inner workings, rather like the sound you might expect if a giantess dropped a hairpin. "Chain broken," grumbled the chauffeur as he stopped the car on the level of a long straight road and jumped nimbly down. "We oughtn't to have boasted yesterday." "Who's superstitious now?" I taunted him as he searched the toolbox in the same way a child ransacks a Christmas stocking. "Oh, about motor cars. That's a different thing," he said calmly. "Cold, isn't it? My fingers are so stiff they feel as if they were all thumbs." "Et tu, Brute," I wailed. "For goodness sake, don't let her hear you. She's capable even now of turning back. The invitation to the chateau hasn't come, and we're not safely in the gorges yet." "Nor shan't be soon if this sort of thing keeps on," remarked the chauffeur. "We shall have to lunch in L.A." "You say that as if it was the Devil's Kitchen." "There's probably first-rate cooking in the Devil's Kitchen. I'm not so sure about the inns at L.A. But it's arranged to picnic on the road today for the first time, you know. They put up such good things at Nîmes, and I was to make coffee in the tea basket. That's why I wanted to get on. Picnic country doesn't begin till after Allais. Who could lunch on a dull roadside like this? Only a starving tramp wouldn't get indigestion. It was true, and I began to detest the unknown L.A. Perhaps, after all, we might sweep through the place, I thought, without the idea of lunch occurring to the passengers. But Mr. Dane's heart-to-heart talk with the Aigle resulted in quite a lengthy argument, and no sooner did a town group itself in the distance Then Sir Samuel knocked on the glass behind us. "What place is this?" he asked. "L.A." was the answer the chauffeur made with his lips, while his eyebrows said, "I told you so," to me. "I think we'd better lunch here," Sir Samuel went on. And the arrival of a princely blue motor car at the nearest inn was such a shock to the nerves of the landlady and her staff that the interval before lunch was as long and solemn as the Dead March in Saul. To show what he could do in an emergency, the chef slaughtered and cooked every animal within reach for miles around. They appeared in a procession according to their kind, when necessary disguised in rich and succulent sauces, which did credit to the creator's imagination. And there were reserve forces of cakes, preserves, and puddings, all of which coldly furnished forth the servants' meals when they had served our betters. It was nearly 3 o'clock when we were ready to leave L.A., and the chauffeur had on his bronze statue expression as he took the seat beside me after starting the car. "What's the matter?" I asked. "Nothing," he said, "except that I don't know where we're likely to lay our heads tonight." "Where do you want to lay them?" I inquired flippantly. "Any gorge will do for mine." "It won't for Lady Turnour's, but it may have to, and in that case she will probably snap yours off. Cousin Catherine has often told me it was of no use to me except to show my hair. But aren't there hotels in the gorge of the Tarn?" "There are in summer, but they're not open yet. And the inns, well, if fate casts us into one, Lady Turnour will have a fit." My idea was a splendid run through some of the wildest and most wonderful scenery of France, little known to tourists too, and then to get out of the Tarn region before dark. We may do it yet, but if we have any more trouble— He didn't finish the sentence because, as if he had been calling for it, the trouble came. I thought that an invisible enemy had fired a revolver at us from behind a tree, but it was only a second tire bursting out loud instead of in a ladylike whisper like the other. Down got Mr. Dane with the air of a condemned criminal who wants everyone to believe that he is delighted to be hanged. Down I got also to relieve the car of my weight during the weird process of jacking up, though the chauffeur assured me that I didn't matter any more than a fly on the wheel. Our birds of paradise remained in their cage, however, Lady Turnour glaring whenever she caught a glimpse of the chauffeur's head, as if he had bitten that hole in the tire. But before us loomed mountains, disagreeable-looking mountains, more like embonpoint growing out of the earth's surface than ornamental elevations. On the tops there was something white, and I preferred having Lady Turnour glare at the chauffeur, no matter how unjustly, than that her attention should be caught by that far silver glitter. Suddenly my brother paused in his work, unbent his back, stood up, and regarded his thumb with as much intentness as if he were an Indian fakir, pledged to look at nothing else for a stated number of years. He pinched the nail, shook his hand, and then, abandoning it as an object of interest, was about to inflate the mended tire when I came forward. "You've hurt yourself," I said. "I didn't know you were looking," he replied, fixing the air pump. "Your back seemed to be turned. A girl who hasn't got eyes in the back of her head is incomplete. What have you done to your hand?" "Nothing much, only picked up a splinter somehow. I tried to get it out and couldn't. It will do when we arrive somewhere." "Let me try," I said. "Nonsense, a little flower of a thing like you? Why, you'd faint at the sight of blood." "Oh, is it bleeding?" I asked, horrified and forgetting to hide my horror. He laughed. "Only a drop or two. Why, You're as white as your name, child." "That's only at the thought," I said. "I don't mind the sight, although I do think if Providence had made blood a pale green or a pretty blue, it would have been less startling than bright red. However, it's too late to change that now, and if you don't show me your thumb, I'll have hysterics instantly, and perhaps be discharged by Lady Turnour on the spot." At this awful threat, which I must have looked terribly capable of carrying out, he obeyed without a word. A horrid little thin slip of iron had gone deep down between the nail and the flesh, and large drops of the most sensational crimson were splashing down onto the ground. "The idea of your driving like that!" I exclaimed fiercely, but my voice quivered. "1, 2, 3, I said to myself, and then pulled. I wanted to shut my eyes, but pride forbade, so I kept them as wide open as if my lids had been propped up with matches. Out came the splinter of metal, and seeing it in my hand, so long, so sharp, things swam in rainbow colors for a few seconds, but I was outwardly calm as a stoic, and wrapped the thumb in my handkerchief despite my brother's protests. "Brave child," he said, "thank you." I looked up at him, and his eyes had such a beautiful expression that a queer tenderness began to stir in my heart, just as a young bird stirs in a nest when it wakes up. I couldn't help having the impression that he felt the same thing for me at the moment. It was as if our thoughts rushed together and then flew away in a hurry, frightened at something they'd seen. He dashed back to his tire pumping, and I pranced away down the road to look intently at a small white stone, as if it had been a pearl of price. Afterward I stooped and picked it up. "You're a kind of little milestone in my life," I said to it. "I think I'd like to keep you. I hardly know why." And I slipped it into the pocket of my coat. Every sort of work that you do on a motor car seems to take exactly half an hour. You may think it will be 20 minutes, but you know in your heart that it will be 30 to the last second. The people in the glass house lost count of time after the first, through playing some ghastly kind of double dummy bridge, and as they seemed cheerful, Lady Turnour and her dummy were evidently winning. But Mr. Dane did not lose count, I was sure, and when we had started again and got a mile or two beyond L.A., he looked somewhat sternly at the mountains, which no longer appeared ill-shapen. We mounted toward them, over the heads of their children, the foothills, and came into a region which promised wild picturesqueness. There was an extra thrill, too, because the mountains were the Cevennes, where Robert Louis Stevenson wandered with his Modestine and slept under the stars. Judging from the gravity of the chauffeur's face, he was not sure that we, too, might not have to sleep under the stars, if any. A far less carefree company than R.L.S. and his donkey. Sir Samuel has now exchanged cards for a Teride map, which he often studied with no particular result beside mental satisfaction, as he generally held it upside down and got his information by contraries. But at a straggling hillside village where 2 roads bifurcated, he suddenly became excited. Down went the window and out popped his head. "You go to the left here," he shouted, as the Aigle was winging gracefully to the right. "I think you're mistaken, sir," replied the chauffeur, stopping while the car panted reproachfully. "I know the Route de France says left, but they told me at L.A. a new road had now been finished and the old one condemned." "Well, I'd take anything I heard there with a grain of salt," said Sir Samuel. "How should they know? Motor cars are strange animals to them. If there were a new road, the route would give it, and I vote for the left." "Whose car is it anyway?" Lady Turnour was heard to murmur. not having forgiven my fellow worm 2 burst tires and a broken chain. Since chauffeurs should be seen and not heard, Mr. Jack Dane looked volumes and said not a word. Backing the big Egla, who was sulking in her bonnet, he put her nose to the left. Now we were making straight, almost as the crow flies, for the Cevennes, but luckily for Lady Turnour's peace of mind, the snowy tops were hidden from sight behind other mountains' shoulders as we approached. A warning chill was in the air, like the breath of a ghost, but it could not find its way through the glass, and a few cartloads of oranges which we passed opportunely looked warm and attractive, giving a delusive suggestion of the south to our road. It was gypsy land, too, for we met several tramping families, boldly handsome women, tall, dark men and boys with eagle eyes and big silver buttons so well cared for they must have been precious heirlooms. Steal all you can and keep your buttons bright is a gypsy father's advice to his son, said Jack Dane as we wormed up the road toward a pass where the brown mountains seemed to open a narrow, mysterious doorway. So fold upon fold shut us in, as if we had entered a vast maze from which we might never find our way out, and soon there was no trace of man's work anywhere except the zigzag lines of road which, as we glanced up or down, looked like thin, pale brown string tied as a child ties a cat's cradle. We were in the ancient fastnesses of the Camisards, and this world of dark rock under clouding sky was so stern, so wildly impressive, that it seemed a country hewn especially for religious martyrs, a last stand for men as fought and died praying, calling themselves enfants des dieux. Bending out from the front seat of the motor, my gaze plunged far down into the beds of foaming rivers, or soared far up to the dazzling white world of snow and steely sky toward which we steadily forged on. Oh, there was no hope of hiding the snow now from those whom it might concern. But Lady Turnour still believed, perhaps, that we should avoid it. The higher the Egla rose, climbing the wonderful road of snake-like twistings and turnings above the sheer precipices, the more thrilling was the effect of the savage landscape upon our souls, those of us who consciously possess souls. We had met nobody for a long time now, for since leaving the region of pines, we seemed to have passed beyond the road-mender zone and the zone of wagons loaded with dry branches like piled elk's horns. Still, as one could never be sure what might not be lurking behind some rocky shoulder where the road turned like a tight belt, our musical siren sang at each turn its gay little mocking notes. After a lonely mountain village named Saint-Germain-en-Calbert, and famous only because the tyrant priest Sheila was burned there, the surface of the road changed with startling abruptness. Till this moment we'd known no really bad roads anywhere, and almost all had been white as snow, pink as rose leaves, and smooth as velvet. But suddenly the Egla sank up to her expensive ankles in deep, thick mud. "Hullo, what's this bumping? Anything wrong with the car?" Out popped Sir Samuel's anxious head from its luxurious cage. "The trouble is with the road," answered the chauffeur without so much as an "I told you so" expression on his face. "I'm afraid we've come to that déclassé part." Poor Sir Samuel looked so humble and sad that I was sorry for him. "My mistake," he murmured meekly. "Had we better turn after all?" "I fear we can't turn or even run back, sir," said Mr. Dane. "The road's so bad and so narrow, it would be rather risky." This was a mild way of putting it, and he was considerate in not mentioning the precipice which fell abruptly down under the uneven shelf he generously called a road. Sir Samuel gave a wary glance down and said no more. Luckily, Lady Turnour, sitting inside her cage on the side of the rock wall we were following up the mountains, could not see that unpleasant drop under the shelf, or even quite realize that she was on a shelf at all. Her husband sat down by her side, more quietly than he had got up, even forgetting to shut the window, but he was soon reminded of that duty. "Are you frightened?" the chauffeur asked me, and I thought it no harm to answer, "Not when you're driving." "Do you mean that, or is it only an empty little compliment?" he catechized me, though his eyes did not leave the narrow, slippery road, up which he was steering with a skill of a woman who aims for the eye of a delicate needle with the end of a thread a size too big. "I meant it," I said. "I'm glad," he answered. "I was going to tell you not to be nervous, for we shall win through all right with this powerful car. But now I will save my breath." "You may," I said. "I'm very happy." And so I was, though I had the most curious sensation in my toes, as if they were being done up in curl papers. On we climbed, creeping along the high shelf, which was so untidily loaded with rough, fallen stones and layers of mud, powdered with bits of ice from the rocky wall that seemed sheathed in glass. Icicles dangled heavy diamond fringes low over the roof of the car. Snow lay in dark hollows which the sun would never reach even in summer noons. And as we plowed obstinately on, always mounting, the engine trembled. Our fat tires splashed into a custardy slush of whitish brown. The shelf had been slippery before. Now, slopping over with this thick mush of melting snow or mud, it was like driving through gallons of ice pudding. The great Egla began to tremble and waltz on the surface that was no surface, yet it would have been impossible to go back. I saw by my companion's set face how real was the danger we were in. I saw, as the car skated first one way, then another, that there were but a few inches to spare on either side of the road shelf, the side which was a rocky wall, the side which was a precipice. I saw, too, how the man braced himself to this emergency, when 3 lives besides his own depended on his nerve and skill, almost upon his breath. For it seemed as if a breath too long, a breath too short, might hurl us down, down. I dared not look or think how far. Yet the fixed look of courage and self-confidence on his face was inspiring. I trusted him completely, and I should have been ashamed to feel fear. But it was at this moment, when all hung upon the driver's steadiness of eye and hand, that Lady Turnour chose to begin emitting squeaks of childish terror. I hadn't known I was nervous, and only found out that I was highly strung by the jump I gave at her first shriek behind me. If the chauffeur had started, but he didn't. He showed no sign of having heard. I would not venture to turn and look around, lest the slightest movement of my body so near his arm might disturb him. But poor Sir Samuel, driven to desperation by his wife's hysterical cries, pushed down the glass again. "Good Lord, Dane, this is appalling," he said. "My wife can't bear it. Isn't it possible for us to... He paused, not knowing how to end so empty a sentence. "All that's possible to do, I'm doing," returned the chauffeur, still looking straight ahead. And instead of advising the foolish old bridegroom to shake the bride or box her ears, as surely he was tempted to do, he added calmly that her ladyship must not be too anxious. We were going to get out of this all right, and before long. Tell him to go back. I shall go back, wailed Lady Turnour. Dearest, we can't, her husband assured her. Then tell him to stop and let me get out and walk. This is too awful. He wants to kill us. Can you stop and let us get out? Pleaded Sir Samuel. To stop here would be the most dangerous thing we could do, was the answer. You hear, Emmy, my darling. I hear impudence to dictate to you. Whatever you are willing to do, I won't be bearded. One would have thought she was an oyster, but she was quite right in not wishing to add a beard to her charms, as already a mustache was like those coming events that cast a well-defined shadow before. For an instant I half thought that Mr. Dane would try and stop, her tone was so furious, but he drove on as steadily as if he had not a passenger more fit for Bedlam than for a motor car. Seeing that Dane stuck a grim death to his determination and his steering wheel, Sir Samuel shut the window and devoted himself to calming his wife, who, I imagine, threatened to tear open the door and jump out. The important thing was that he kept her from doing it, perhaps by bribes of gold and precious stones, and the Aigle moved on, writhing like a wounded snake as she obeyed the hand on the wheel. If the slightest thing should go wrong in the steering gear, as we read of in other motor cars each time we picked up a newspaper, but other cars were not in charge of Mr. Jack Dane. I felt sure somehow that nothing would ever go wrong with a steering gear of whose destiny he was master. Not a word did he speak to me, yet I felt that my silence of tongue and stillness of body was approved of by him. He had said that we would be out of this before long, so I believed we would. But suddenly my eyes told me that something worse than we had won through was in store for us ahead. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 21. All this time we'd been struggling uphill, but abruptly we came to the top of the ascent and had to go sliding down along the same shelf, which now seemed narrower than before. Looking ahead, it appeared to have been bitten off round the edge here and there, just at the stiffest zigs and zags of the Nightmare Road. And far down the mountain the way went winding under our eyes, like the loops of a lasso, short, jerky loops, as we came to each new turn, to which the length of our chassis forced us to bow and curtsy on our slippery sliding skates. Forward the Aigle had to go until her bonnet hung over the precipice, then to be cautiously backed for a foot or two before she could glide ticklishly down the next steep gradient. Involuntarily I shrank back against the cushions, bit my lip, and had to force myself not to catch at the arm of a seat in those giddy seconds when it felt as if we were dropping from sky to earth in a leaky balloon. But if the blood in your veins has been put there by decent ancestors who trail gloriously in a long line behind you, I suppose it's easier for you not to be a coward than it is for people like the Turnours, who have to be their own ancestors or buy them at auctions. The first words my companion spoke to me came as the valley below us narrowed. "Look there," he said, nodding, and my gaze followed the indication to light joyously upon a distant col, where clustered a friendly little group of human habitations. The sight was like a signal to relax muscles, for though there was a long stretch still of the appalling road between us and the col, the eye seemed to grasp safety and cling to it. "Beyond that col we shall strike the route nationale, which we missed by coming this way," said Mr. Dane, and then it was the motor only which gave voice until we were close to the oasis in our long desert of danger. That comforting voice was like a song of triumph as the Aigle paused to rest at last before a gendarmerie and a rough mountain inn. Some men who had been standing in front of the buildings gave us a hearty cheer as we drew up at the door and grinned a pleasant welcome. "We have been watching you a long way off," said a tall gendarme to the chauffeur. "And to tell the truth, we were not happy. That road has been déclassé for some time now, and is one of the worst in the country, even in fine weather. It was not a very safe experiment, monsieur, but we have been saying to each other it was a fine way to show off your magnificent driving." Laughing, Jack Dane assured the gendarme that it was not done with any such object, and Sir Samuel, out of a car by this time with the indignant Lady Turnour, wanted the conversation translated. I obeyed immediately, and he too praised his chauffeur in a nice manly way which made me the more sorry for him because he had succeeded in marrying his first love. "I should like to pay you compliments too," said I hurriedly in a low voice, when Sir Samuel and Lady Turnour had gone to the inn door to revive themselves with blood-warming cordials after their thrilling experience. "I should like to, only it seems to go beyond compliments." "I hate compliments even when I deserve them, which I don't now," replied the young man, whom I had been comparing sentimentally in my mind with the sun-god, steering his chariot of fire up and down the steeps of heaven from dawn to sunset. "And I'd hate them above all from my little pal. Nothing he could have named me would have pleased me as well." During the wild climb and wilder drop, we had hardly spoken to each other, yet I felt that I could never misunderstand him or try frivolously to aggravate him again. He was too good for all that, too good to be played with. "You are a man, a real man," I said to myself. I felt humble compared with him, an insignificant wisp of the thing, who could never do anything brave or great in life, and so I was proud to be called his pal. When he asked if I, too, didn't need some cordial, I only laughed, and said I had just had one, the strongest possible. "So have I," he answered. "And now we ought to be going. Look at those shadows, and it's a good way yet to Florac at the entrance of Gorge." Already night was stretching long grey skeleton fingers into the late sunshine, as if to warm them at its glow before snuffing it out. It was easier to say we ought to go, however, than to induce Lady Turnour to get into the car again, after all she had endured, and after that bearding which evidently rankled still. She had not forgiven the chauffeur for the courage which for her was merely obstinacy and impudence, nor her husband for encouraging him, but the glow of the cordial in her veins warmed the cockles of her heart in spite of herself. I should think her heart was all cockles, if they are as bristly as they sound. And as it would be dull to stop on this col for the rest of her life, she at last agreed to encounter further dangers. "Come, come, that's my brave little darling," we heard Sir Samuel coo to her, and dared not meet each other's eyes. The road, from which we ought never to have strayed, was splendid in engineering and surface, and we winged down to earth in a flight from the clouds. Ice and snow were left behind on the heights, and the Aigle gaily careered down the slopes like a wild thing released from a weary bondage. As we whirled earthwards, embankments and railway bridges showed here and there by our side, but we lost all such traces of feverish modern civilization as we swept into the dusky hollow at the bottom of which Florac lay, like a sunken town engulfed by a dark lake. We did not pause in the curiously picturesque place, which looked no more than a village with its grey-brown houses and grey-brown shadows huddled confusedly together. Probably it looked much the same when the Camisards used it to hide themselves and their gunpowder in caves nearby, and certainly scarce a stone or brick had been added or removed since Stevenson's eye saw the town, and his pen wrote of it, as he turned away there from the town region, instead of being the first Englishman to explore it. And what a wild region it looked as we and the Aigle were swallowed up in the yawning mouth of the gorge. In an everyday world, above and outside, no doubt it was sunset, as on other evenings, which we had known and might know again, but this hidden underground country had no place in an everyday world. It seemed almost as if my brother and I can't count the Turnours, for they were so unsuitable that they temporarily ceased to exist for us, were explorers arriving in an airship unannounced upon the planet Mars. The moon, a glinting silver shield, shimmered pale through ragged red clouds like torn and blood-stained flags, and the walls of a gorge into which we penetrated, bleakly glittering here and there where the moon touched a vein of mica, were the many windowed castles of the Martians, who did not yet know that they had visitors from another world. There were fantastic villages, too, whose builders and inhabitants must have drawn their architectural inspiration from strange mountain forms and groupings, after the fashion of those small animals who defend themselves by looking as much as possible like their surroundings. And if by some mistake we hadn't landed on Mars, we were in Gnome Land, wherever that might be. There was no ordinary twilight here. The brown-grey of rocks and wild rock villages was flushed with red and shadowed with purple, but as the moon drank up the ruddy draught of sunset, the landscape crouched and hunched its shoulders into shapes ever more extraordinary. The white light spilled down from a tilted crescent like silver rain, and bleached the few pink peach blossoms which bloomed timidly under the shelter of snow mountains to the pallor of fluttering night moths, throwing out their clusters in sharp contrast against dark rocks. The river Tarn, gliding onward through the gorge toward the Garonne, was scaled with steel on its emerald back, like a twisting serpent. Over a bed of gravel, white as scattered pearls, the sequined lengths coiled on, and the snake-green water, the strange burnt coral vegetation, like a trail of blood among the pearls, the young foliage of trees, filmy as wisps of blowing gauze, were the only vestiges of colour that the moon allowed to live in the underworld which we had reached. But above, on the roof of that world, l'Écosse, where we had left ice and snow, we could see purple chimneys of rock rising to an opal sky, and now and then a mountain bonfire, like a great open basket of witch rubies, glowing beneath the moon. "This is the last haunt of the fairies," I said under my breath, but the man by my side heard the murmur. "I thought you'd find that out," he said. "Trust you to get telepathic messages from the elf folk. Why, this gorge teems with fairy tales and legends of magic, black and white. The Rhine Valley and the Black Forest together haven't as many or as wonderful ones. I should like you to hear the stories from some of the village people or the boatmen. They believe them to this day." "Why, of course," I said gravely. Then a question wanted so much to be asked that when I refused it asked itself in a great hurry, before I could even catch it by its lizard tail. "Was she with you when you were here before?" "She?" he echoed. "I don't understand." "The lady of a battlement garden," I explained, ashamed and repentant now that it was too late. He did not answer for a moment. Then he laughed, an odd sort of laugh. "Oh, my romance of the battlement garden. Yes, she was with me in this gorge. She is with me now." "I wonder if she is thinking about you tonight?" I asked, knowing he meant that the mysterious lady was carried along on this journey in his spirit, as I was in the car. "Not seriously, if at all," he answered, with what seemed to me a forced lightness. "But I am thinking of her. Thoughts which she will probably never know." Then I did wish that I, too, had a hidden sorrow in my life, a man in the background, but as unlike Monsieur Charretier as possible, for whose love I could call upon my brother's sympathy. And I suppose it was because he had someone, while I had no one, in this strange hidden fairyland, like a secret orchard of jewelled fruits, that I felt suddenly very sad. He pointed out Castle Bouc, a spellbound chateau on a towering crag that held it up as if on a tall black finger above a village which might have fallen off a canvas by Gustave Doré. Farther on lay a strange place called Pradus, memorable for a huge buttress of rock exactly like the carcass of a mammoth, petrified and hanging on a wall. Then, farther on still, over the black face of the rocks flashed a whiteness of waving waters, pouring cascades like bridal veils, whose lace was made of mountain snows. "Here we are at Saint-Denis," said Mr. Dane. "Don't you remember about her? King Dagobet's daughter, ill-fated and fair to look upon. Well, at this village of hers we must either light our lamps or rest for the night, whichever Sir Samuel, I mean her ladyship, decides." So he stopped in a little town which looked a place of fairy enchantment under the moon, and as the song of a motor changed into jogging prose with the putting on of the brakes, open flew the door of an inn. Nothing could ever have looked half so attractive as the rosy glow of the picture suddenly revealed. There was a miniature hall and a quaint stairway, just an impressionist glimpse of both in play of firelight and shadow. With all my might I willed Lady Turnour to want to stay the night. The whole force of my mind pressed upon that part of her transformation directly over the deciding cells of her brain. The chauffeur jumped down and respectfully inquired the wishes of his passengers. Would they remain here if there were rooms to be had, and take a boat in the morning to make the famous descent of a town, while the car went on to meet them at Le Rossier at the end of the gorge? Or would they, in spite of the darkness, risk— "We'll risk nothing," Lady Turnour promptly cut him short. "We've run risks today till I feel as if I'd been in my grave and pulled out again. No more for me, by dark, thank you, if I have to sleep in the car." "I hope your ladyship won't have to do that," returned my fellow worm, alive though trodden underfoot. "I have never spent a night in Saint-Denis, but I've lunched here, and the food is passable. I should think the rooms would be clean, though rough." "I don't find this country attractive enough to pay us for any hardships," said the mistress of our fate. "I never was in such a dreary, God-forsaken waste. Are there no decent hotels to get at?" Patiently he explained to her, as he had to me, how the better hotels which the gorge of a town could boast were not yet open for the summer. If we had not had such a chapter of accidents, we should have run through as far as this early in the day, and could then have followed the good motoring road down the gorge, seeing its best sights almost as well as from the river, but— "Whose fault were the accidents, I should like to know?" demanded the lady. But obviously there was no answer to that question from a servant to a mistress. "Shall I inquire about rooms?" the chauffeur asked calmly, and attended in Sir Samuel going in with him, conducted by a smiling and somewhat excited young person who had been holding open the door. They must have been absent for 10 minutes, which seemed half an hour. Then, when Lady Turnour had begun muttering to herself that she was freezing, Sir Samuel bustled back in a cheerfulness put on awkwardly, like an ill-fitting suit of armour in a pageant. "My dear, they're very full, but 2 French gentlemen were kind enough to give up their room to us, and the landlady'll put 'em out somewhere." "What, you and I both squashed into one room?" exclaimed her ladyship, forgetful, in haughty horror, of her lodging-house background. "But it's all they have. It's that or the motor, since you won't risk—" "Oh, very well then, I suppose it can't kill me," groaned the bride, stepping out of a car as if from tumbril to scaffold. What a way to take an adorable adventure! I was sorry for Sir Samuel, but dimly I felt that I ought to be still sorrier for a woman temperamentally unable to enjoy anything as it ought to be enjoyed. Next year maybe she will look back on the experience and tell her friends that it was fun. But oh, the pity of it, not to gather the flowers of the present, to let them wither, and never pluck them till they are dried wrecks of a past. I was ready to dance for joy as I followed her ladyship into the miniature hall which, if not quite so alluring when viewed from the inside, had a friendly, welcoming air after the dark mountains and cold white moonlight. I didn't know yet what arrangements had been made for my stable accommodation, if any, but I felt that I shouldn't weep if I had to sit up all night in a warm kitchen with a purry cat and a snory dog. The stairs were bare, and our feet clattered crudely as we went up, lighted by a stout young girl with bared arms, who carried a candle. "What a howl!" snapped Lady Turnour, but when the door of a bedroom was opened for her by the red-elbowed one, she cried out in despair, "Is this where you expect me to sleep, Samuel? I'm surprised at you. I'm not sure it isn't an insult." "My darling, what can I do?" implored the unfortunate bridegroom. The red-elbowed maiden, beginning to take offence, set the candlestick down on a narrow mantelpiece with a slap, and removed herself from the room with the dignity of a budding Jeanne d'Arc. We all 3 filed in, I in the rear, and for one who won't accept the cup of life as the best champagne, the prospect certainly was depressing. The belongings of the 2 gentlemen who were giving up their rights in a lady's favour had not yet been transferred to the somewhere outside. Those slippers under the bed could have belonged to no species of human being but a commercial traveller, and on the table and one chair were scattered various vague collars, neckties, and celluloid cuffs. There was no fire in the fireplace, nor, by the prim look of it, had there ever been one in the half-century or so since necessity called for an inn to be built. I snatched from the chair a waistcoat, tangled up in some suspenders, and Lady Turnour, flinging herself down in her furs, burst out crying like a cross child. "If this is what you call an adventure, Samuel, I hate it," she whimpered. You would bring me motoring. I want a fire. I want hot water. I want them now. And I want the room cleared and all these awful things taken away this instant. I don't consider them decent. Whatever happens, I shan't dream of getting into that bed tonight, and I don't feel now as if I should eat any dinner." Distracted, Sir Samuel looked piteously at me, and I sprang to the rescue. I assured her ladyship that everything should be made nice for her before she quite knew what had happened. If she would have patience for 5 minutes, only 5, she should have everything she wanted. I would see to it myself. With that I ran away, followed by Sir Samuel's grateful eyes. But once downstairs I realized what a task I had set myself. The whole establishment had gone mad over us. There had been enough to do before, with the house full of ces messieurs, les commis voyageurs, but it was comparatively simple to do for them. For la noblesse anglaise it was different. There were no men to be seen, and the 3 or 4 women of the household were scuttling about crazily in the kitchen, like hens with their heads cut off. The patronage was so illustrious and so large. There was so much to do, and all at once. Therefore nobody tried to do anything but cackle and plump against one another. Enter me, a whirlwind demanding an immediate fire and hot water for washing. Landlady and assistants were aghast. There had never been anything in any bedroom fireplace of the inn less innocent than paper flowers. Bedroom fireplaces were for paper flowers, while as for washing, it was a bêtise to want to do so in the evening, especially with hot water, which was a madness at any time unless by doctor's orders. Besides, did not Mademoiselle see that everybody had more than they could do already in preparing dinner for the great people? There was plenty of time to put the bedroom in order when it should be bedtime. If the noble lady were so fatigued that she must lie down, why, the bed had only been slept in for 1 night by 2 particularly sympathetic messieurs. It would be presque un crime to change linen after so brief an episode. Nevertheless, for a client of such importance, it should eventually be done. For a moment I was dashed by this volume of eloquence, but not for long, for I was pledged. A wild glance round the kitchen showed me a kettle standing empty in a corner. I seized it, and though it was heavy, swung it to an open door near which I could see a ghostly pump. I flew out and seized that ghost by its long and rigid arm. "Let me," said a voice. It was the voice of Mr. Jack Dane. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mama Fish. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 22. "You dear," I thought, but I only said, "How sweet of you," in a nice ladylike tone, and while he pumped the wettest and coldest water I ever felt, he dryly advised me to call him Adversity if I found his uses sweet, since he wasn't to be Jack for me. What if he had known that I always call him Jack to myself? He not only pumped the kettle full, but carried it into the kitchen, and bullied or flattered the goddesses there until they gave him the hottest place for it on the red-hot stove. Meanwhile, as my eyes accustomed themselves to darkness after light, I spied in the courtyard of the pump a shed piled with wood, and my uncomfortably prophetic soul said that if Lady Turnour were to have a fire, the wood pile and I must do the trick together. Souls can be mistaken, though, sometimes, if consciences never can, and Brother Adversity contradicted mine by darting out again to see what I was doing, ordering me to stop, and doing it all himself. I ran to beg for immediate bed linen, while he annexed a portion of the family woodpile, and we met outside my mistress's door. On the threshold I confidently expected her grateful ladyship to say, "What are you doing with that wood, Dane?" But she was too much crushed under her own load of cold and discomfort to object to his and wish it transferred to me. I'd knelt down to make a funeral pyre of paper roses, when, in a voice low yet firm, my brother ordered me to my feet. This wasn't work for girls when men were about, he grumbled, and perhaps it was as well, for I never made a wood fire in my life. As for him, he might have been a fire tamer, so quickly did the flames leap up and try to lick his hands. When it was certain that they couldn't go stealthily crawling away again, he shot from the room, and in 2 minutes was back with the big kettle of hot water, under whose weight I should have staggered and fallen, perhaps. By this time I had made the bed, and tumbled all reminders of the 2 sympathetic messieurs ruthlessly into no-man's land outside the door. Things began to look more cheerful. Lady Turnour brightened visibly, and when appetizing smells of cooking stole through the wide cracks all around the door, she decided that, after all, she would dine. It was not until after I had seen her descend with her husband, and had finished unpacking, that I had a chance to think of my own affairs. Then I did wonder on what shelf I was to lie, or on what hook hang, for the night. I had no information yet as regarded my own sleeping or eating, but both began to assume importance in my eyes, and I went down to learn my fate. Where was I to dine? Why, in the kitchen, to be sure, since the salle à manger was in use as a sitting-room until bedtime. As for sleeping, why, that was a difficult matter. It was true that the English milord had spoken of a room for me, but in the press of business it had been forgotten. What a pity that the chauffeur and I were not a married couple, n'est-ce pas? That would make everything quite simple. But, as it was, no doubt there was a box-room, and matters would arrange themselves when there was time to attend to them. "Matters have already arranged themselves," announced Mr. Jack Dane, from the door of the pump court. "I heard Sir Samuel speak about your accommodation, and I saw that nothing was being done, so I discovered the box-room, and it is now ready, all but bed-covering, and for fear there might be trouble about that, I've put Lady Turnour's cushions and rugs on the alleged bed. Would you like to have a look at your quarters now, or are you too hungry to care?" "I'm not too hungry to thank you," I exclaimed. "You are a kind of genie, who takes care of the poor who have neither lamps nor rings to rub." "Better not thank me till you've seen the place," he said. "It's a villainous den, but I didn't think anyone here would be likely to do better with it than I would. Anyhow, you'll find hot water. I unearthed, literally, another kettle, and it's the first door at the top of the back stairs." I flew, or rather stumbled, up the ladder-like stairway, with a candle which I snatched from the high kitchen mantelpiece, and at the top I laughed out gaily. In the narrow passage was a barricade of horrors, which my knight had dragged from the box-room. On strange old hairy trunks of cowhide he had piled broken chairs, bandboxes covered with flowered wallpaper, battered clocks, chipped crockery, fire-irons, bundles done up in blankets, and a motley collection of unspeakable odds and ends that would have made a sensational jumble sale. I opened the low door and peeped into the room with which such liberties had been taken for my sake. Although it was no more than a store cupboard, my wonderful brother had contrived to give it quite an air of coziness. The tiny window was open, and was doing its best to drive out mustiness. A narrow hospital cot stood against the wall, spread with a mattress quite an inch thick, and piled with the luxurious rugs and cushions from the motor car. I was sure Lady Turnour would have preferred my sitting up all night, or freezing coverless, rather than I should degrade her possessions by making use of them. But Mr. Dane evidently hadn't thought her opinion of importance, compared with her maid's comfort. 2 wooden boxes, placed one upon another, formed a wash-hand stand, which not only boasted a beautiful blue tin basin, but a tumbler, a carafe full of water, and a not much cracked saucer ready for duty as a soap dish. The top box was covered with a rough, clean towel, evidently filched from the kitchen, and this piece of extra refinement struck me as actually touching. A third box, standing on end and spread with another towel, proclaimed itself a dressing-table by virtue of at least half a looking-glass lurking in one corner of a battered frame, like a sinister, partially extinguished eye. Other furnishings were a kitchen chair and a small clothes-horse, to compensate for the absence of wall hooks or wardrobe. On the bare floor, oh, height of luxury, lay the fleecy white rug, whose high mission it was to warm the toes of Lady Turnour when motoring. On the floor beside the box wash-hand stand, a small kettle was pleasantly puffing, doing its best to heat the room with its gusty breath, and the clothes-horse had a saddle of towels which I shrewdly suspected had been intended for her ladyship or some other guest of importance in the house. How these wonders had been accomplished in such a short space of time, and by a man, too, would have passed my understanding had I not begun to know what manner of man the chauffeur was. And to think that there was a woman in the world who had known herself loved by him, yet had been capable of sending him away. If he would do such things as these for an acquaintance, at best a pal, what would he not do for a woman beloved? I should have liked to duck that creature under the pump in the court on just such a nipping night as this. He had not forgotten my dressing-bag, which was on the bed, but I could not stop to open it. I had to run down to the kitchen again and tell him what I thought of his miracles. He was not there, but at the sound of my voice he appeared at the door of the court, drying his hands, having doubtless been making his toilet at the accommodating pump. In the crude light of unshaded paraffin lamps with tin reflectors he looked tired, and I was sharply reminded of the nervous strain he had gone through in that ordeal on the mountains. But he smiled with the delight of a boy when I burst into thanks. "It was jolly good exercise and limbered me up a bit, after sitting with my feet on the brake for so long," said he. "May I have my dinner with you?" My answer was rather enthusiastic, and that seemed to please him too. A quarter of an hour later I came down again, having made myself tidy meanwhile in the room which he had retrieved from the jungle. Had the landlady but had the ordering of the change, my quarters would have been 50% less attractive, I was sure, and told my brother so. We were both starving, but there was too much to do in the dining-room for domestics to expect attention. As for Monsieur le Chauffeur, he was informed that the presence of a mechanician would be permitted in the salle à manger, though a femme de chambre might not enter there. I begged him to go, but of course I should have been surprised if he had. "I have a plan worth two of that," he said to me. "Do you remember the picnic preparations we brought from Nîmes? It seems about a week ago, but it was only this morning. We might as well try to eat on a battlefield as in the kitchen at present, and if we're kept waiting we may develop cannibal propensities. What about a picnic à deux in the glass cage with electric illuminations? The water's still hot in the automatic heater under the floor, and you shall be as warm as toast. Besides, I'll grab a jug of blazing soup for a first course and come back for coffee afterwards." I clapped my hand as I used to when a child, and my fun-loving young parents proposed an open-air fete. "Oh, how too nice!" I cried. "If you don't think the Turners would be angry—" "I think the labourers are worthy of their hire," said he. "I'll fetch your coat for you. No, you're not to come without it." The car, it appeared, was lodged in the court, and my brother's prophecies for the success of the picnic were more than fulfilled. Never was such a feast. I got out the gorgeous tea basket, trembling with a guilty joy, and Jack washed the white and gold cups and plates at the pump between courses, I drying them with cotton waste, which the car generously provided. Besides the cabbage soup and good black coffee, foraging expeditions produced apricot tarts, nuts, and raisins. We both agreed that no food had ever tasted so good, and probably never would again. But I kept to myself one thought which crept into my mind. It seemed to me that nothing would ever be really interesting in my life when the chauffeur, the terrible, dreaded chauffeur, should have gone out of it forever. In a few weeks, but I wouldn't think ahead. I put my soul to enjoying every minute, even the tidying of the tea basket after the picnic was over, for that business he shared with me, like the rest, and when I dreamed by and by in my box room that he was polishing my boots, Lady Turnour's boots, the boots of the whole party, I waked up to tell myself that it was most likely true. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 23. "You selfish little brute," was my first address to myself as I realized my meanness between waking and sleeping in the morning at Saint-Ennemi. I had never asked Jack where and how he was going to spend the night. Think of that after all he had done for me. It was only just dawn, but already there was a stirring under my window. Perhaps it was that which had roused me, not the early prick of an awakening conscience. The first thing I did today was, as it had been yesterday, to bounce up and climb onto a chair to look out of a high window. But it was a very different window and a very different scene. I now discovered that my room gave on the pump court, and to my surprise I saw that through the blue silk blinds of the aigle, which were all closely drawn, a light was streaming. This was very queer indeed, and must mean something wrong. My imagination pictured a modern highwayman inside, with the electric lamps turned on to help him rifle the car, and I stood on tiptoe, peering out of the tiny aperture which was close under the low ceiling of the box-room. Ought I to scream and alarm the household, since I knew not where to go and call the chauffeur? To be sure, there was very little, if anything, of value which a thief could carry away, but an abandoned villain might revenge himself for disappointment by slashing the tyres, or perhaps even by setting the car on fire. At the thought of such a catastrophe, which would bring the trip to an end and separate me at once from the society of my brother, I'm afraid I cared much more about losing him than for the Turnours' loss of their aigle. I was impelled to run down in my nightgown and mules to do battle single-handed with the ruffian. But suddenly, before I had quite decided, out went the light in the blue-curtained glass cage. In another instant the car door opened, and Jack Dane quietly got out. In a second I understood. I knew now, without asking, where he had spent his night. Poor fellow, after such a day! Someone spoke to him, someone who had been making that disturbing noise in the woodshed. The household was astir, and I would be astir too. I didn't yet know what was to happen today, but I wanted to know, and I was prepared to find any plan good, since in a country like this all roads must lead to adventures. My one fear was that if the Turnours took to a boat, I should have to go with them to play cloak-bearer or hot-water bag carrier, while the car whirled away free and glorious. The thought of a whole day in my master's and mistress's society, undiluted by the saving presence of my adopted brother, was like bolting a great dry crust of yesterday's bread. What an indigestion I should have! I was too wise, however, to betray the slightest anxiety one way or the other, for if her ladyship suspected me of presuming to have a preference, she would punish me by crushing it, even if inconvenient to herself. I was exquisitely meek and useful, lighting her fire, with wood brought me by Jack, supplying her with hot water, and wrangling with the landlady over her breakfast, which would have consisted of black coffee and unbuttered bread had it not been for my exertions. Breakfasts more elaborate were unknown at Saint-Ennemi, but coaxings and arguments produced boiled eggs, goat's milk, and confiture, which I added to the repast, and carried up to Lady Turnour's room. No definite plans had been made even then, but Harris Sir Samuel told his chauffeur to engage a boat and have it ready, in case her ladyship had a whim to go in it. The motor was to be in readiness simultaneously, and then the lady could choose between the two at the last moment. Thus matters stood when my mistress appeared at the front door, hatted and coated. At last she must decide whether she would descend the rapids of a town, quite safe, kind rapids, which had never done their worst enemies any harm, or travel by a newly finished road through the gorge in the car, missing a few fine bits of scenery and an experience, but it was to be supposed enjoying extra comfort. There was the big blue car, there was the swift green river, and on the river a boat with 2 respectful and not unpicturesque boatmen. "Ugh, the water looks hideously cold and dangerous," she sighed, shivering in the clear sunlight, despite her long fur coat. "But I have a horror of the motor since yesterday. I may get over it, but it will take me days. It's a hateful predicament, between 2 evils, one as bad as the other. I oughtn't to have been subjected to it." "Dane says everyone does go by the river. It's the thing to do," ventured Sir Samuel, becoming subtle. "They've put a big foot-warmer in the boat, and you can have your own rugs. There's a place where we land, by the way, to get a hot lunch." With a moan the bride pronounced for the boat, which was a big flat-bottomed punt, as reliable in appearance as pictures of John Bull. I fetched her rugs from the car. She was helped into the boat, and then, as my fate remained to be settled, I asked her in a voice soft as silk what were her wishes in regard to her handmaiden. "Why, you'll come with us in the boat, of course. What else did you dream?" she replied sharply. Down went my heart with a thump, like a fish dropping off its hook. But as I would have moved toward the pebbly beach, a champion rode to my defence. "Your ladyship doesn't think a load of 5 might disturb the balance of the boat?" mildly suggested the chauffeur. "The usual load is 2 passengers and 2 boatmen, and though there's no danger in the rapids, if—" She did not give him time to finish. "Oh, very well, you must stop with a car release," said she. "It is only one inconvenience more among many. No doubt I can put up with it. Get me the brandy flask out of a tea basket." I would have tried to scoop all the green cheese out of the moon for her if she had asked me. I was so delighted, and part of my joy was mixed up with the thought that he wanted me to be with him. He had actually schemed to get me. I envied no one in the world, not even the lovely lady of the battlement garden. He was mine for today, in spite of her. So there. Sir Samuel got into the boat and wrapped his wife in rugs. The boatman pushed off. Away the flat-bottomed punt slid down the clear green stream, the sun shining, the cascades sparkling, the strange precipices which wall the gorge copper-tinted in the morning light. It was the most wonderful world. Yet Lady Turnour was cackling angrily. Was she afraid? Had she changed her mind? No, the saints be praised, she was only burning holes in her petticoats on the brazier supplied by the hotel. I turned away to hide a smile almost as wicked as a grin, and before I looked around again the swift stream had swept the boat out of sight round a jutting corner of rock. We were safe. This time it really was our world, our car, and our everything. We didn't even need to pretend. Saint-Enemy is only at the gates of the gorge, a porter's lodge, so to speak, and in the Aigle we sped on into the fairyland, of which we'd had our first pale moonlit peep last night. There were castles made by man and castles made by gnomes, but the gnomes were the better architects. Their dwellings, carved of rock, towered out of a river to a giddy height, and some were broken in half, as if they had been rent asunder by gnome cannon in gnome battles. There were gnome villages, too, which looked exactly like human habitations, with clustering roofs plastered against the mountainside. But the hand of man had not placed one of these stones upon another. There were gigantic rock statues and watchtowers for gnomes to warn old-time gnome populations, perhaps, when their enemies, the cave-dwellers, were coming that way from a mammoth hunt. And there was a wonderful grotto, fitted with doors and windows, a grotto whose occupants must surely have inherited the mansion from their ancestors, the cave-dwellers. Every step of the way history, gaunt and war-stained, stalked beside us, followed hot-foot by his foster-mother legend, and the first stories of the one and the last stories of the other were tangled inextricably together. Legend and history were alike in one regard. Both told of brave men and beautiful women, and the people we met as we drove looked worthy of their forebears, who had fought and suffered for religion and independence in this strange rock-walled corridor, shared with fairies and gnomes. The men were tall, with great, bold, good-natured eyes and apple-red cheeks, to which their indigo blouses gave full value. The women were of gentle mien, with soft glances, and the children were even more attractive than their elders. Tiny girls like walking dolls, with dresses to the ground, bobbed us curtsies, and sturdy little boys curled up beside ancient grandfathers in carts with old boots protecting the brakes, saluted like miniature soldiers, or pulled off their quaint round caps as they stared in big-eyed wonder at our grand blue car. For them we were prince and princess, not chauffeur and maid. Sometimes our road through the gorge climbed high above the rushing green river and ran along a narrow shelf overhanging the ravine, but clear of snow and ice. Sometimes it plunged down the mountainside as if on purpose to let us hear the music of the water, and one of these sudden swoops downward brought us in sight of a chateau so enchanting and so evidently enchanted that I was sure a fairy's wand had waved for its creation, perhaps only a moment before. When we were gone it would disappear again, and the fairy would flash down under the translucent water laughing as she sent up a spray of emeralds and pearls. "Of course it isn't real," I exclaimed, "but do let's stop, because such a knightly castle wouldn't be rude enough to vanish right before our eyes." "No, it won't vanish, because it's a most courteous little castle, which has been well brought up, and even though its greatness is gone, tries to live up to its traditions," said Jack. "It always appears to everyone it thinks likely to appreciate it, and I was certain it would be here in its place to welcome you." We smiled into each other's eyes, and I felt as if the castle were a present from him to me. How I should have loved to have it for mine, to make up for one poor old chateau, now crumbled hopelessly into ruin, and despised by the least exacting of tourists. Coming upon it unexpectedly in this green dell, at the foot of the precipice, seeing it rise from the water on one side, reflected as in a broken mirror, and draped in young golden foliage on the other, it really was an ideal castle for a fairy tale. A connoisseur in the best architecture of the Renaissance would perhaps have been ungracious enough to pick faults, for to a critical eye the turrets and arches might fall short of perfection, and there was little decoration on the time-darkened stone walls save the thick curtain of old ivy. But the fairy grace of the towers rising from the moat of glittering bright green water was gay and sweet as a song heard in the woods. "Some beautiful nymph ought to have lived here," I said dreamily, when we had got out of the car. "A nymph whose beauty was celebrated all over the world, so that knights from far and near came to this lovely place to woo her." "Why, you might have heard the story of the place," said Jack. "It's the Chateau de la Case, usually called the Castle of the Nymphs, for instead of 1, 8 beautiful nymphs lived in it. But their beauty was their undoing. I don't quite know why they were called nymphs, for nymphs and naiads had gone out of fashion when they reigned here as queens of beauty in the 16th century. But perhaps in those days to call a girl a nymph was to pay her a compliment. It wouldn't be now, when chaps criticise the nymphery if they go to a dance. Anyhow, these 8 sisters were renowned for their loveliness, and all the unmarried gentlemen of France, according to the story, as well as foreign knights, came to pay court to them. The unfortunate thing was, when the cavalier saw the 8 girls together, they were all so frightfully pretty it wasn't possible to choose between them, so the poor gentlemen fought over their rival charms, and were either killed or went away unable to make up their minds. The sad end was, if you'll believe me, that all the 8 maidens died unmarried, martyrs to their own incomparable charms." "I can quite believe it," I answered, "and it wasn't at all sad, because I'm sure any girl who had once had this place for her home would have pined in grief at being taken away, even by the most glorious knight of the world." "Come in and see their boudoir," said the knight who worked, if he did not fight, for me. So we went in without the trouble of using battering rams, for alas, the family of the 8 nymphs grew tired of their chateau and the gorge in the dreadful days of the religious wars, and now it is no tell. It would not receive paying guests until summer, but a good-natured caretaker opened the door for us, and we saw a number of stone-paved corridors and the nymphs' boudoir. Their adoring father had ordered their portraits to be painted on the ceiling, and there they remain to this day, simpering sweetly down upon the few bits of ancient furniture made to match the room and suit their taste. They smiled amiably at us too, the 8 little faces framed in Henrietta Maria curls, and their eyes said to me, "If you want to be happy, mamie, it is better not to be too beautiful, or else not to have any sisters. Or if Providence will send you sisters, go away yourself, and visit your plainest friend till you have got a husband." Gazing wistfully back, as one does gaze at places one fears never to see again, the castle of the nymphs looked like a fantastic water-flower standing up out of the green river on its thick stem of rock. Then it was gone, for our time was not quite our own, and we dared not linger, lest the boat with our betters should arrive at the meeting-place before we reached it in the car. But there were compensations, for almost with every moment the gorge grew grander. Cascades sparkled in the sun like blowing diamond dust. The rocks seemed set with jewels or patterned with mosaic, and there were caves almost too good to be true. Yet if we could believe our eyes, they were true, even the dark cavern where once upon a time lived a scaly dragon who terrorized the whole country for miles around, and had no relish for his meals unless they were composed of the most exquisite young maidens, though he would accept a child as an hors d'oeuvre. In such a strange world as this, after all, it was no harder to believe in dragons than in hiding countesses, fed and tended for months upon months by faithful servants, while the Red Revolution raged. Yet the Countess and her cave were vouched for by history, which ignored the dragon and his. Not only had each mountain at least one cavern, but every really eligible crag had its ruined castle, and each ruin had its romance, which clung like the perfume of roses to a shattered vase. There were rocks shaped like processions of marching monks following uplifted crucifixes, and farther on one would have thought that half the animals had scrambled out of the ark to a height where they had petrified before the flood subsided. As we wound through the gorge, the landscape became so strange, hewn in such immensity of conception, that it seemed prehistoric. We in the blue car were anachronisms, or so I felt until I remembered how, in pre-motoring days, I used to think that owning an automobile must be like having a half-tamed minotaur in the family. As for the eagle, she was a friendly, not a vicious monster, and as if to make up for her mistakes of yesterday, she was today more like a demi-goddess serving an earthly apprenticeship in fulfilment of a vow than a dragon of any sort. Swinging smoothly round curve after curve, the noble car running free and cooing in sheer joy of fiery life as she swooped from height to depth, I too felt the joy of life as I had hardly ever felt it before. The chauffeur and I did not speak often, but I looked up at him sometimes because of the pleasure I had in seeing and re-seeing the face in which I had come to have perfect confidence, and I fancied from its expression that he felt as I felt. So we came to Les Vignes, and lunched together at a table set out of doors close to the car, that she might not be left alone. We had for food a strange and somewhat evil combination, wild hare and wild boar, but they seemed to suit the landscape somehow, as did the mystical music of a conch shells blown by passing boatmen. It was like being waked from a dream of old-time romance by a rude hand shaking one's shoulder, to hear the voices of Sir Samuel and Lady Turnour, he mildly arguing, she disputing, as usual. Poetry fled like a dryad of some classic wood, scared by a motor omnibus, and though the gorge as far as Le Rosier was magnificent, and the road all the way to Millau beautiful in the sunset, it was no longer our gorge or our road. That made a difference. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 24. There was a telegram from Bertie at Millau. The invitation to the chateau where he was stopping near Clermont-Ferrand had been asked for and given. I heard all about it, of course, from the conversation between the bride and groom, for Lady Turnour prides herself on discussing things in my presence as if I were deaf or a piece of furniture. She has the idea that this trick is a habit of the smart set, and she would allow herself to be tarred and feathered in directoire style if she could not be smart at smaller cost. Nothing was ever more opportune than that telegram, for her ladyship had burnt her frock and chilled her liver in the boat, and though the hotel at Milor was good, she arrived there with the evident intention of making life a burden to Sir Samuel. The news from Bertie changed all that, however, and though the weather was like the breath of icebergs next morning, Lady Turnour was warmed from within. She chatted pleasantly with Sir Samuel about the big luggage which had gone on to Clermont-Ferrand, and asked his advice concerning the becomingness of various dresses. The one unpleasant thing she allowed herself to say was that certainly Bertie wasn't doing this for nothing, and that his stepfather might take her word for it, Bertie would be neither slow nor shy in naming his reward. But Sir Samuel only grinned, and appeared rather amused than otherwise at the shrewdness of his wife's insight into the young man's character. I was conscious that my jacket hadn't been made for motoring when I came out into the sharp morning air and took my place in the Aigle. I was inclined to envy my mistress her fur rugs, but to my surprise I saw lying on my seat a Scotch plaid, platter than any plaid ever made in Scotland. "Does that belong to the hotel?" I asked the chauffeur as he got into the car. "It belongs to you," said he. "A present from Milor for a good child." "Oh, you mustn't," I exclaimed. "But I have," he returned calmly. "I'm not going to watch you slowly freezing to death by my side, for it won't be exactly summer today. Let me tuck you in prettily." I groaned while I obeyed. "I've been an expense to you all the way, because you wouldn't abandon me to the lions, even in the most expensive hotels, where I knew you wouldn't have stayed if it hadn't been for me. And now this!" "It only cost a few francs," he tried to reassure me. "We'll sell it again, afterward, if that will make you happier. But sufficient for the day is the rug thereof. At least, I hope it will be. And don't flaunt it, for if her ladyship sees there's an extra rug of any sort on board, she'll be clamouring for it by and by." Northward we started, in the teeth of the wind, which made mine chatter until I began to tingle with the rush of ozone, which always goes to my head like champagne. Our road was a mere white thread winding loosely through a sinuous valley, and pulled taut as it rose nearer and nearer to the cold high level of l'Ecosse, the roof of that gnome land where we had journeyed together yesterday. From snow-covered billows, which should have been sprayed with mountain wildflowers by now, a fierce blast pounced down on us like a swooping bird of prey. We felt the swift whir of its wings, which almost took our breath away and made the Aigle quiver. But like a bull that meets its enemy with lowered horns, the brave car's bonnet seemed to defy the wind and face it squarely. We swept on toward the snow reaches whence the wind torrent came. Soon we were on the flat plateau of the Cosse, where last year's faded grass was frosted white, and a torn winding sheet wrapped the limbs of a dead world. There was no beauty in this death, save the wild beauty of desolation, and a grandeur inseparable from heights. Before us grouped the mountains of Auvergne, hoary-headed, and looking down we could see the twistings of the road we had travelled, whirling away and away, like the blown tail of a kite trailed over mountain and foothill. "The people at Milor told me I should get up to Saint-Flour all right, in spite of the fall of snow," said the chauffeur, his eyes on the great white waves that piled themselves against a blue-white sky. "But I begin to think there's trouble before us, and I don't know whether I ought to have persisted in bringing you." "Persisted?" I echoed, defending him against himself. "Why, do you suppose wild horses would have dragged Lady Turnour in any other direction, now that she is actually invited to be the guest of a marquis in a real-life castle? A rail train could very well have dragged her in the same direction and got her to the castle as soon, if not a good deal sooner than she is likely to get in this car if we have to fight snow. I proposed this way originally because I wanted you to see the gorge of the Tarn, and because I thought that you'd like Clermont-Ferrand and the road there. It was to be your adventure, you know, and I shall feel a brute if I let you in for a worse one than I bargained for. Even this morning it wasn't too late. I could have hinted at horrors, and they would have gone by rail like lambs, taking you with them. Lady Turnour can do nothing like a lamb, I contradicted him. I should never have forgiven you for sending me away from the car. Besides, Lady Turnour wants to turf up to the chateau in her 60-horsepower Egler and make an impression on the aristocracy. Well, we must hope for the best now, said he. But look, the snow's an inch thick by the roadside even at this level, so I don't know what we mayn't be in for. Between here and Saint-Fleur, which is much higher, the highest point we shall have to pass in getting to the Chateau de Roquemartin, a few miles out of Clermont-Ferrand. You think we may get stuck? It's possible. Well, that would be an adventure. You know I love adventures. But I know the Turners don't, and if... He didn't finish his sentence. High we mounted, until half France seemed to lie spread out before us, and a solitary signpost with Paris-Perpignan suggested unbelievable distances. The Egler glided up gradients like the side of a somewhat toppling house, and scarcely needed to change speed, so well did she like the rarefied mountain air. I liked it too, though I had to be thankful for the plaid, and above all I liked the wild loneliness of the Cos, which was unlike anything I ever saw or imagined. The savage monotony of the heights was broken just often enough by oases of pine-wood, and the plains on which we looked down were blistered with conical hills, crowned with ancient castles which would have rejoiced the hearts of medieval painters as they did mine. Séverac-les-Châteaux, perched on its naked pinnacle of rock, was best of all, as we saw it from our bird's-eye view, and then again almost startlingly impressive when we had somehow whirled down below it, to pass under its old huddled town, before we flew up once more to higher and whiter levels. Never had the car gone better, but Lady Turnour had objected to the early start which the chauffeur wanted, and the sun was nearly overhead when many a huge shoulder of glittering marble still walled us away from our journey's end. The cold was the pitiless cold of northern midwinter, and I remembered with a shiver that Millau and Clermont-Ferrand were separated from one another by nearly 250 kilometres of such mountain roads as these. Oh yes, it was an experience, a splendid, dazzling experience. Nevertheless, my cowardly thoughts would turn, sunflower-like, toward warmth, warm rooms, even stuffy rooms without a single window open, fires crackling and hot things to drink. Still, I wouldn't admit that I was cold, and stiffened my muscles to prevent a shudder when my brother asked me cheerfully if I would enjoy a visit to the Gouffre de Padurac close by. A gouffre on such a day! Not all the splendours of the posters which I had often seen and admired could thrill me to a desire for the expedition, but I tried to cover my real feelings with the excuse that it must now be too late to make even a small detour. Mr. Jack Dane laughed and replied that he had no intention of making it, he had only wanted to test my pluck. I believe you'd pretend to be delighted if I told you we had plenty of time and mustn't miss going, said he. But don't be frightened. This isn't a Gouffre de Padurac day, though it really is a pity to pass it by. What do you say to lunch instead? And we rolled through a magnificent medieval gateway into the ancient and unpronounceable town of Marvejols. Before he had time to make the same suggestion to his more important passengers, it came hastily from within the glass cage. So we stopped at an inn which proudly named itself a hotel, and chauffeur and maid were entertained in a kitchen destitute of air and full of clamour. Nevertheless, it seemed a snug haven to us, and never was any soup better than the soup of marvels, as Sir Samuel and Lady Turnour called the place. The word was push on, however, for we had still the worst before us, and a long way to go. The Quality had promised to finish its luncheon in an hour, and well before the time was up, we two worms were out in the cold, each engaged in fulfilling its own mission. I was arranging rugs. The chauffeur was pouring some libation from a long-nosed tin upon the altar of his goddess when our master appeared, wearing such an "I haven't stolen the cream or eaten the canary" expression that we knew at once something new was in the wind. He coughed and floundered into explanations. "The waiter, who can speak some English, has been frightening her ladyship," said he. "After the day before yesterday, she's grown a bit timid, and to hear that the cold she has suffered from is nothing to what she may have to experience higher up and later in the day, as the sun gets down behind the mountains, has put her off motoring. It seems we can go on from here by train to Clermont-Ferrand, and that's what she wants to do. I hate deserting the car, but after all, this is an expedition of pleasure, and if her ladyship has a preference, why shouldn't it be gratified?" "Quite so, sir," responded the chauffeur, his face a blank. "My first thought on making up my mind to the train was to have the car shipped at the same time," went on Sir Samuel, "but it seems that can't be done. There's lots of red tape about such things, and the motor might have to wait days on end here at Marvel's before getting off, to say nothing of how long she might be on the way. Whereas I've been calculating. If you start now and go as quick as you can, you ought to be at the chateau," he pronounced it chateau, "before us. Our train doesn't leave for more than an hour, and it's a very slow one. Still, it will be warm, and we have cards and Tolkien's novels. Then, you can unload the luggage at the chateau and run back to the railway station at Clermont-Ferrand. See to having our big boxes sent out, they'll be there waiting for us, and meet our train. What do you think of the plan?" "It ought to do very well, if I'm not delayed on the road by snow." "Do you expect to be?" "I hope not, but it's possible." "Well, her ladyship has made up her mind, and we must risk it. I'll trust you to get out of any scrape." The chauffeur smiled. "I'll try not to get into one," he said. "And I'd better be off, unless you have further instructions?" "Only the receipt for the luggage. Here it is," said Sir Samuel. "And here are the keys for you, Elise. Her ladyship wants you to have everything unpacked by the time she arrives. Oh, and the rugs. We shall need them in the train." "Isn't Mademoiselle going with you?" asked my brother, showing surprise at last. "No. Her mistress thinks it would be better for her to have everything ready for us at the chateau. You see, it will be almost dinner time when we get there." "But, sir, if the car's delayed—" "Well," cut in Sir Samuel, "we must chance it, I'm afraid. The fact is, her ladyship is in such a nervous state that I don't care to put any more doubts into her head. She's made up her mind what she wants, and we'd better let it go at that." If I'd been near enough to my brother, I should have stamped on his foot, or seized some other forcible method of suggesting that he should kindly hold his tongue. As it was, my only hope lay in an imploring look, which he did not catch. However, in pity for Sir Samuel, he said no more, and before we were 3 minutes older, if her ladyship had yearned to have me back, it would have been too late. We were off together, and another day had been given to us for ours. The chauffeur proposed that I should sit inside the car, but I had regained all my courage in the hot inn kitchen. I was not cold, and didn't feel as if I should ever be cold again. The road mounted almost continuously. Sometimes, as we looked ahead, it seemed to have been broken off short just in front of the car by some dreadful earth convulsion, but it always turned out to be only a sudden dip down or a sharp turn like the curve of an apple paring. At last we had reached the highest peak of the roof of France, a sloping, snow-covered roof, but steep as was the slant, very little of the snow appeared to have slipped off. The Cevennes on our right loomed near and bleak, the Auvergne stretched endlessly before us, and the virgin snow, pure as Edelweiss, was darkened in the misty distance by patches of shadow, purple-blue, like beds of early violets. At first, but a thin white sheet was spread over our road, but soon the lace-like fabric was exchanged for a fleecy blanket, then a thick quilt of down, and the motor began to pant. The winds seemed to come from all ways at once, shrieking like witches, and flinging their splinters of ice, fine and small as broken needles, against our cheeks. Still, I would not go inside. I could not bear to be warm and comfortable while Jack faced the cold alone. I knew his fingers must be stiff, though he wouldn't confess to any suffering, and I wished that I knew how to drive the car so that we might have taken turns, sitting with our hands in our pockets. In the deepening snow we moved slowly, the wheels slipping now and then, unable to grip. Then, on a steep incline, there came a report like a revolver shot. But it didn't frighten me now. I knew it meant a collapsed tire, not a concealed murderer. But there couldn't have been a much worse place for jacking up. Nevertheless, it's an ill tire that blows up for its own good alone, and the 40 minutes out of a waning afternoon made the chauffeur's cold hands hot and the hot engine cold. Starting on again, we had 10 miles of desolation, then a tiny hamlet which seemed only to emphasize that desolation. Again another 10-mile stretch of desert and another hamlet. Here and there a glimpse of the railway line, like a great black snake lost in the snow. Now and then the gilded picture of an ancient town, crowning some tall crag that stood up from the flat plain below like a giant bottle. And there was one thrilling view of a high viaduct flinging a spider's web of glittering steel across a vast and shadowy ravine. "Garabet," said the chauffeur as he saw it, and I remembered that this road was not new for him. He did not talk much. Was he thinking of the companion who perhaps had sat beside him before? I wondered. Was it because he thought continually of her that he looked at me wistfully sometimes, often in silence, wishing me away maybe, and the woman who had spoiled his life by his side again, for good or ill? Suddenly we plunged into a deep snowbank, which deceitfully levelled a dip in the road, and the car stopped, trembling like a horse caught by the hind leg while in full gallop. On went the first speed, most powerful of all, but not powerful enough to fight through snow nearly up to the hubs. The Egler was prisoned like a rat in a trap, and could neither go back nor forward. "Well?" I questioned, half laughing, half frightened at this fulfilment of the morning's prophecy. "Sit still, and I'll try to push her through," said Jack, jumping out into the deep snow. "It's only a drift in a hollow, you see, and we should have got by the worst, just up there at St. Fleur." I looked where his nod indicated, and saw a town as dark and seemingly as old as the rock out of which it grew, climbing a conical hill to dominate all the wide white reaches above which it stood like an armoured sentinel on a watchtower. As I gazed, struck with admiration, which for an instant made me forget our plight, he began to push. The car, surprised at his strength and determination, half decided to move, then changed her mind and refused to budge. In a second, before he could guess what I meant to do, I had flashed out of my seat into the snow and was wading in his tracks to help him when he snatched me up, a hand on either side of my waist, and swung me back into my place again. "Little wretch!" he exclaimed. "How dare you disobey me?" Then I was vexed, for it was ignominious to be treated as a child when I had wanted to aid him like a comrade. "You are very unkind, very rude," I said. "You wouldn't dare to do that, or speak like that to her." He laughed loudly. "What? Haven't you forgotten her?" As if I ever could. "Well, I may tell you, it's because I did dare to speak like that to a woman that I'm a chauffeur stuck in the snow with another man's car, and the rest is another epithet which concerns me, I suppose," I remarked with dignity, though suddenly I felt the chill of the icy air far, far more cruelly than I had felt it yet. I was so cold in this white desolation that it seemed I must die soon, and it wouldn't matter at all if I were buried under the drifts, to be found in the late spring with violets growing out of the places where my eyes once had been. "Yes," said he, in that cool way he has, which can be as irritating as a chilblain. "It was an epithet concerning you, but luckily for me I stopped to think before I spoke, an accomplishment I'm only just beginning to learn." I swallowed something much harder and bigger than a cannonball and said nothing. "Of course you're covered up with snow to your knees, foolish child." He was glaring ferociously at me. "It doesn't matter." "It does matter most infernally. Don't you know that you make no more than a featherweight of difference to the car? I feel as if I weighed 1,000 pounds now. It's that snow. No, it's you, your crossness. I can't have people cross to me on lonely mountains just when I'm trying to help them." His glare of rage turned to a stare of surprise. "Cross? Do you think I was cross to you?" "Yes, and you just stopped in time, or you would have been worse." "Oh, I see," he said. "You thought that the epithet was going to be invidious, did you?" "Naturally." "Well, it wasn't. No, I won't say it. That will be the last folly. But I wasn't going to be cross. I can't have you think that, whatever happens. Now sit still and be good while I push again." I weighed no more than half the 1,000 pounds now, and the cannonball had dissolved like a chocolate cream, but the car stood like a rock, fixed, immutable. "There ought to be half a dozen of me," said the chauffeur. "Look here, little pal, there's nothing else for it. I must trudge off to St. Fleur and collect the missing 5. Are you afraid to be left here alone?" Of course I said no, but when he had disappeared walking very fast, I thought of a large variety of horrors that might happen. Almost everything, in fact, from an earthquake to a mad bull. As the sun leaned far down towards the west, the level red light lay like pools of blood in the snow hollows, and the shadows came alive as they used when I was a child lying awake, alone, watching the play of the fire on wall and ceiling. Long minutes passed, and at last I could sit still no longer. Gaily risking my brother's displeasure, now I knew that he wasn't cross, I slipped out into the snow again, opened the car door, stood in the doorway, hanging on with one hand, and after much manoeuvring, extricated the tea basket from among spare tires and luggage on the roof. Then, swinging it down, planted it inside the car, opened it, and scooped up a kettleful of snow. As soon as the big white lump had melted over a rose and azure flame of alcohol, I added more snow, and still more, until the kettle was filled with water. By the time I had warmed and dried my feet on the automatic heater under the floor, the water bubbled, and as jets of steam began to pour from the spout, I saw 6 figures approaching, dark as if they had been cut out in black velvet against the snow. "Tea for 7, I said to myself, but the kettle was large, if the cups were few. It took half an hour to dig the car out and push her up from the hollow where the snow lay thickest. When she stood only a foot deep, she consented readily to move. We bade goodbye to the 5 men for whom we had emptied our not too well-filled pockets, and forged bumbling past St. Fleur. It was a great strain for a heavy car, and the chauffeur only said, "I thought so," when a chain snapped 5 or 6 miles farther on. "What a good thing Lady Turnour isn't here," said I, as he doctored the wounded eagle. "Lots of girls would be in a blue funk," said he. "I could shake that beastly woman for not taking you with her." "Oh," I exclaimed, "when I'm not doing you any harm." He glanced up from his work, and then, as if on an irresistible impulse, left the chain to come and stand beside me as I sat wrapped up in his gift for a good girl. He gazed at me for a moment without speaking, and I wonderingly returned the gaze, not knowing what was to follow. The moon had come sailing up like a great silver ship over the snow billows and gleamed against a sky which was still a garden of full-blown roses not yet faded, though sunset was long over. The soft, pure light shone on his dark face, cutting it out clearly, and he had never looked so handsome. "You don't mean to do me any harm, do you?" he said. "I couldn't if I would, and wouldn't if I could," I answered in surprise. "Yet you do me harm." "You're joking." "I never was further from joking in my life. You do me harm because you make me wish for something I can't have, something that's a constant fight with me ever since we've been thrown together, not to wish for, not to think of. Yet you say I'm cross. Now, do you know what I mean, and will you help me a little to remain your faithful brother instead of tempting me, however unconsciously, to wish for... What a fool I am. I'm going to finish my mending." I sat perfectly still, with my mouth open, feeling as if it were my chain, not the car's, which had broken. Of course, if it hadn't been for all his talk of her, I should have known, or thought that I knew well enough what he meant. But how could I take his strange words and stammered hints for what they seemed to suggest, knowing as I did, from his own veiled confessions, that he was in love with some beautiful fiend who had ruined his career and then thrown him over? I longed to speak, to ask him just one question, but I dared not. No words would come, and perhaps if they had, I should have regretted them, for I was so sure he was not a man who would fall out of love with one woman to tumble into love for another, that I didn't know what to make of him. But the thought which his words shot into my mind, swift and keen, and then tore away again, showed me very well what to make of myself. If I hadn't quite known before, I knew suddenly, all in a minute, that I was in love, oh, but humiliatingly deep in love, with the chauffeur. It seemed to me that no nice, well-regulated girl could ever have let herself go tobogganing down such a steep hill, splash into such a sea of love, unless the man were at the bottom in a boat, holding out his arms to catch her as she fell. But the chauffeur hadn't the slightest intention of holding out his arms to the poor little motor maid. He went on mending the chain, and when he got into the car beside me again, he began to talk about the weather. End of chapter 24.
Chapter 25 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by MFQ1. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 25. It was 10 o'clock when we came into Clermont-Ferrand, which looked a beautiful old place in the moonlight, with a great white Puy de Dôme floating halfway up the sky like a marble dream palace. I trembled for our reception at the chateau, for everything would be our fault, from the snow on the mountains to Lady Turnour's lack of a dinner dress, and the consciousness of our innocence would be our sole comfort. Not for an instant did we believe that it would help our case to stop at the railway station and arrange for the big luggage to be sent the first thing in the morning. Nevertheless, we satisfied our consciences by doing it, though we were so hungry that everything uneatable seemed irrelevant. A young woman in a book, who had just pried into the depths of her soul and discovered there a desperate love, would have loathed the thought of food, but evidently I am unworthy to be a heroine, for my imagination called up visions of soup and steak, and because it seemed so extremely important to be hungry, I could quite well put off being unhappy until tomorrow. It is only 3 miles from Clermont-Ferrand to the Château de Roquemartin, and we came to it easily without inquiries. Jack, having carefully studied the road map with Sir Samuel, he had only to stop at the porter's lodge to make sure we were right, and then to tuff up a long straight avenue, sounding our musical siren as an announcement of our arrival. It was only when I saw the fine old mansion on a terraced plateau, its creamy stone white as pearl in the moonlight, its rows upon rows of windows ablaze, that I remembered my position disagreeably. I was going to stay at this charming place as a servant, not as a member of the house party. I would have to eat in the servants' hall. I, Liz d'Angely, whose family had been one of the proudest in France. Why, the name de Roquemartin was as nothing beside ours. It had not even been invented when ours was already old. What would my father say if he could see his daughter arriving thus at a house which would have been too much honored by a visit from him? I was suddenly ashamed. My boasted sense of humor, about which I am usually such a Pharisee, sulked in a corner and refused to come out to my rescue, though I called upon it. Funny it might be to eat in the kitchens of inns, but I could not feel that it was funny to be relegated to the servants' brigade in the private house of a countryman of my father. What queerly complicated creatures we little human animals are! An avalanche of love hadn't destroyed my hunger. A knife thrust in my vanity killed it in an instant, and I can't believe this was simply because I'm female. I shouldn't be surprised if a man might feel exactly the same, or more so. Oh dear, I sighed. It's going to be horrid here, but, with a stab of remorse for my self-absorption, it's just as bad for you as for me. You don't need to stay in the house, though. You're a man and free. Don't stop for my sake. I won't have it. Please live in an inn. There's sure to be one nearby. I'm not going to look for it, said my brother. You needn't worry about me. I've got pretty callous. I shall have quarters for nothing here. You're always preaching economy. But I wouldn't be convinced. Pooh, you're only saying that, so that I won't think you're sacrificing yourself for me. Do you know anything about the Roquemartins? A little. Good gracious, I hope you've never met them. I believe I lunched here with them once 3 years ago, with a motoring friend of theirs. He stated this fact so quietly that if I hadn't begun to know him and his ways, I might have supposed him indifferent to the situation, but I can hardly say why I didn't suppose it. I supposed just the contrary, and I respected him, and his calmness 20 times more than before, if that were possible. Besides, I would have loved him 20 times more, only that was impossible. How much stronger and better he was than I who blurted out my every feeling, I, a stranger, felt the position almost too hateful for endurance, simply because it was ruffling to my vanity. He, an acquaintance of these people, who had been their guest, resigned himself to herding with their servants because, yes, I knew it, because he would not let me bear annoyances alone. You shan't stop in that house, I gasped. Leave me in the luggage. Drive the car to the nearest village. I don't want to leave you. Can't you understand that? He said. I'm not sacrificing myself. We were at the door. We had been heard. If I had suddenly been endowed with the eloquence of Demosthenes, the gift would have come too late. The door was thrown open, not by servants, but by a merry, curious crowd of ladies and gentlemen, anxious to see the arrival of the belated, no doubt much talked of, automobile. Light streamed out from a great hall, which seemed, at first glance, to be half full of people in evening dress, girls and young men, gay and laughing. Everybody was talking at the same time, chattering both English and French, nobody listening to anybody else, all intent on having a glimpse of the car. I believe they were disappointed not to see it battered by some accident. Sensations are so dear to the hearts of idle ones. Sir Samuel Turnour came out, with 2 young men and a couple of girls, while Lady Turnour, afraid of the cold, remained on the threshold in a group of other women, among whom she was violently conspicuous by the blazing of her jewels. The others were all in dinner dress with very few jewels. She had attempted to atone for her blouse and short skirt by putting on all her diamonds and a rope or 2 of pearls. Poor woman! I knew her capable of much. I had not supposed her capable of this. Instinct told me that one of the young men with Sir Samuel was the Marquis de Roquemartin, and I trembled with physical dread as if under a lifted lash of his greeting to Jack. But the pince-nez over prominent near-sighted eyes gave me hope that my chauffeur might be spared an unpleasant ordeal. Joy! The Marquis did not appear to recognize him, and neither did the Marquis, if she were one of the young women who had run out to the car. Maybe if he could escape recognition now, he might escape altogether. Once swept away among the flotsam and jetsam below stairs, he would be both out of sight and out of mind. I did not care about myself now, only for him, and I was beginning to cheer up a little, when I noticed that the other young man was gazing at the chauffeur very intently. His flushed face and small fair moustache, his light eyes and hair, looked as English as the Marquis's short-pointed chestnut beard and sleek hair en brosse looked French. Bertie, I said to myself, flashing a glance at him from under my veil. Bertie, if Bertie it was, did not speak. He simply stared, mechanically, pulling an end of his tiny moustache, while Sir Samuel talked. But he was so much interested in his stepfather's chauffeur that when the really very pretty girl near him spoke over his shoulder, he did not hear. Well, we began to think you'd tumbled over a precipice, exclaimed Sir Samuel, with the jovial loudness that comes to men of his age from good champagne, or the rich red wines of southern France. Jack explained. The fair-haired young man let him finish in peace, and then said slowly, "Isn't your name Dane?" "It is," replied my brother. "Thought I knew your face," went on the other. "So you've taken to chauffeuring as a last resort, what?" He was intended by Providence to be good-looking, but so snobbish was his expression as he spoke, so cruelly sarcastic his voice, that he became hideous in my eyes. A bleached skull grinning over a tall collar could not have seemed more repulsive than the pink, healthy features of that young man with his single eyeglass and his sneer. Jack paid no more attention than if he had not heard, but the slight stiffening of his face and raising of his eyebrows as he turned to Sir Samuel made him look supremely proud and distinguished, incomparably more a gentleman in his dusty leather livery than Bertie in his well-cut evening clothes. "I called at the railway station, and the luggage will be here before 8 tomorrow morning," he said quietly. All right, replied Sir Samuel, slow to understand what was going on, but uncomfortable between the two young men. "I didn't know that you were acquainted with my stepson, Dane." "It was scarcely an acquaintance, sir," said the chauffeur, "and I wasn't aware that Mr. Stokes was your stepson." "If you had been, you jolly well wouldn't have taken the engagement, what?" remarked Bertie, with a hateful laugh. This time Jack condescended to look at him, from the head down, from the feet up. "Really," he said, after an instant's reflection, "it wouldn't have been fair to Sir Samuel to feel a prejudice on account of the relationship. If one of the servants would kindly show me the garage." End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 26. If it hadn't been for the hope of seeing Jack again, I should have said that I wanted nothing to eat when I was asked. But I thought that he might come to the servants' dining room, if only because he would expect to find me there, and I was right, he came. "What an imbroglio," I whispered, as he joined me at the table, where hot soup and cold chicken were set forth. "Not at all," said he cheerfully. "Things are better for me than I thought. Martin didn't recognise me, I'm sure, for if he had, he would have said so. He isn't a snob. But I rather hoped he would have forgotten. I came as a stranger, brought by a friend of his and mine, was here only for a meal. We were motoring then too, and it's 3 years ago." "But the Marquise?" "She's a brand new one. I fancied I'd heard that the wife died. This one has the air of a bride, and I should say she's an American." "Yes, she is. The maid who showed me my room told me. The other girl who came out of doors is her sister. They're fearfully rich, it seems, and that young brute wants to marry her." "Thank you for the descriptive adjective, my little partisan, but you're troubling yourself for me more than you need. I don't mind, really. It's all in a lifetime, and I knew when I went in for this business that I should have to take the rough with the smooth. I was down on my luck and glad to get anything. What I have got is honest and something that I know I can do well, something I enjoy too, and I'm not going to let a vulgar young snob like that make me ashamed of myself when I have nothing to be ashamed of." "You ought to be proud of yourself, not ashamed," I cried to him, trying to keep my eyes cold. "Heaven knows there's little enough to be proud of. You'd see that if I bored you with my history, and perhaps I will some day. But anyhow, I've nothing which I need to hide." "As if I didn't know that, but Bertie hates you." "I don't much blame him for that. In a way, the position in which we stand to each other is a kind of poetical justice. I don't blame myself either, for I always did loathe a cad, and Stokes is a cad par excellence. He visited, more or less on sufferance, at 2 or 3 houses where I used to go a good deal in my palmy days. How he got asked, originally, I don't exactly know, for the people weren't a bit his sort. But money does a lot for a man in these days, and once in he wasn't easy to get rid of. He had a crawling way with anyone he hoped to squeeze any advantage out of." "I suppose he crawled to you, then?" I broke in. "He did try it on a bit, because I knew people he wanted to know, but it didn't work. I rather put myself out to be rude to him, for I resented a fellow like that worming himself into places where he had no earthly right to be, no right of brains or heart or breeding. I must admit, now I think of it, that he has several scores to wipe off, and judging from the way he begins, he will wipe hard. Let him." No, no, I protested. You mustn't let him. It's too much. You will have to tell Sir Samuel that he must find a new chauffeur at once. It hurts me like a blow to think of such a creature humiliating you. I couldn't see it done. He looked at me very kindly, with quite all a brother's tenderness. My dear little pal, he said, you won't have to see it. You mean you will go? Of course I wanted him to take my advice, or I wouldn't have offered it, yet it gave me a heartache to think he was ready to take it so easily. I mean that I'm not the man to let myself be humiliated by a Bertie Stokes. Possibly he may persuade his stepfather to sack me, but I don't think he'll succeed in doing that even if he tries. Sir Samuel, I suppose, has given him everything he has, sent him to Oxford, I know he was there and scraped through by the skin of his teeth, and allows him thousands enough to mix with the set where he doesn't belong. But though the old boy is weak in some ways, he has a strong sense of justice, and where he likes he is loyal. I think he does like me, and I don't believe he'd discharge me to please his stepson. Not only that, I should be surprised if the promising Bertie wanted me discharged. It would be more in his line to want me kept on, so that he might take it out of me. I shuddered, but Jack smiled, showing his white teeth almost merrily. You may see some fun, he said, but it shan't be death to the frogs. Not so bad as that. And I shall have you to be kind to me. Kind to you? I echoed, rather tremulously. If he only knew how kind I should like to be. Yes, I will be kind, but I can't do anything to make up for what you'll have to bear. You had better go. Perhaps I would if I could take you away with me, but that can't be. And no, even in that case I should prefer to stick it out. I shouldn't like to let that young bounder drive me from a place, whether I wanted to go or not. And do you think I would clear out and leave him to worry you? He can't, I said. I wish I were sure of that. When the beast sees you without your veil. Oh, hang it, you mustn't let him come near you, you know. He isn't likely to take the slightest notice of his stepfather's wife's maid, said I, especially as he's dying to marry the American heiress here. Anyhow, be careful. I shan't look at him if I can help it, and we shall be gone before long. I believe the Turnour's invitation, which their Bertie was bribed to ask for, is only for 2 or 3 days. How you must have been feeling when you were told to drive here, but you showed nothing. I had a qualm or two when I was sure of the place, but then it was over. It's far worse for you than for me, and I told you I've been learning from you a lesson of cheerfulness. I was merely a stoic before. It's nothing for me comparatively, I said, and by this time I was quite sincere, but I didn't know then what the next 24 hours were to bring. We were not left alone for long, but in 10 minutes we had had our talk out, while we played at eating the meal we had looked forward to with eagerness before our appetites were crowded into the background. A fat sous-chef flitted about. Maids and valets glanced in. Nevertheless, we found time for a heart-warming hand-pressure before we parted for the night. Altogether I had not had more than 15 minutes in the dining-room, yet when I left I felt 100 times braver and more cheerful. Already I had been to my mistress's quarters. The maid who took charge of me on my arrival showed me that room before she showed me mine, and explained the way from one to the other. My bump of locality was tested, however, in getting back to her ladyship's part of the house, for the castle has its intricacies. The word chateau in France covers a multitude of comfortable, unpretentious family mansions, as I had not to find out now for the first time, and the dwelling of the Roquemartins, though a fine old house of the 17th century, is no more imposing under its high slate roof than many another. It is Lady Turnour's first experience, though, as a visitor in the mansions of the great, and when I had been briskly unpacking for half an hour or so, she came in, somewhat subdued by her new emotions. I think that she was rather glad to see a familiar face, to have someone to talk to of whom she did not feel in awe, with whom she need not be afraid of making some mistake, and she seemed quite human to me for the first time. Never had I seen her in such an expansive mood, not even when she gave me the blouse. Instead of the cross words I had braced myself to expect, she was almost friendly. She had felt a fool, she said, not being able to dress for dinner, But then no one else could touch her for jewels, and didn't everyone just stare at the table, though, of course, she hadn't put on her tiara, as that wouldn't have been suitable with a blouse and short skirt. Sir Samuel's stepson had been quite nasty and superior about the jewels when he got at her afterward, and she believed would have been rude if he dared, but luckily he didn't know her well enough for that, and he'd better be careful how far he went, or he'd find things very different from what they'd been with him since his mother married Sir Samuel. As if men knew when women ought to wear jewels and when not. But he was green with jealousy of the things his stepfather had given her, wanted everything himself. She went on to describe the other members of the house party and mouthed their titles with delight, though she had only her own maid to impress. Everyone had a title, it seemed, except Bertie, and the American girl he wanted to marry, Miss Nelson, a sister of the young Marquise. Some of the titles were very high ones, too. There were princes and princesses, and dukes and duchesses all over the place, mostly French and Italian, though one of the duchesses was American, like the Marquise and her sister. "Not the Duchesse de Milan," I exclaimed, before I stopped to think. "Yes, that's the name," said her ladyship, twisting round to look up at me, as I wound her back hair and curling pins. "What do you know about her?" How I wished that I knew nothing, and that I hadn't spoken. The name had popped out because the Duchesse de Milan is the only American-born duchess of my acquaintance, and because I was hoping very hard that the Duchess of the Château de Roquemartin might not be the Duchesse de Milan. What bad luck that the Roquemartins had selected that particular duchess for this particular house party, when they must know plenty, and could just as well have chosen another specimen. "I have heard her name," I admitted primly, and so I had too often. "A friend of mine was with her once." "As her maid?" "Not exactly. Another sort of servant, I suppose." As her ladyship stated this as a fact rather than asked it as a question, I ventured to refrain from answering. Fortunately, she didn't notice the omission, as her thoughts had jumped to another subject. But mine were not so readily displaced. They remained fastened to the Duchesse de Milan, and while Lady Turnour talked, I was wondering whether I could successfully contrive to keep out of the Duchess's way. She is quite intimate with Cousin Catherine, and I told myself she was pretty sure already to have heard the truth about my disappearance, or if even with her friends Cousin Catherine clings to conventionalities and pretends that I'm visiting somewhere by her consent, people are almost certain to scent a mystery, for mysteries are popular. "If that Duchess woman sees me, she'll write to Cousin Catherine at once," I thought, "or I wouldn't put it past her to telegraph." Put it past is an expression of Cousin Catherine's own, which I always disliked, but it came in handy now. I tried to console myself, though, by reflecting that if I were careful, I ought to be able to avoid the Duchess. The ways of great ladies and little maids lie far apart in grand houses, and "There is going to be a servants' ball tomorrow night," announced Lady Turnour, while my thoughts struggled out of a slough of despond, "and I want you to be the best-dressed one there for my credit. We're all going to look on, and some of the young gentlemen may dance. The Marquise and Miss Nelson say they mean to, too. But I should think they are joking. I may not be a French princess, nor yet a Marquise, but I am an English lady, and I must say I shouldn't care to dance with my cook or my chauffeur. Her chauffeur would be at one with her there, but I could think of nothing save myself in this crisis. "Oh, my lady, I can't go to a servants' ball," I exclaimed. She bridled. "Why not, I should like to know? Do you consider yourself above it?" "It isn't that," I faltered. And it wasn't, it was the Duchess. But, I searched for an excuse. "I haven't anything to wear." "I will see to that," said my mistress, with relentless generosity. "I intend to give you a dress, and as you have next to nothing to do tomorrow, you can alter it in time. If you had any gratitude in you, Elise, you'd be out of yourself with joy at the idea." "Oh, I am out of myself, my lady," I moaned. "Well, you might say, 'Thank your ladyship,' then." I said it. "When you have unpacked the big luggage in the morning, I will give you the dress. I have decided on it already. Sir Samuel doesn't like it on me, so I don't mind parting with it, but it's very handsome and cost me a great deal of money when I was getting my trousseau. It is scarlet satin trimmed with green beetle wing passementerie and gold fringe. My one comfort, as I gasped out spasmodic thanks, was this: I would look such a vulgar horror in the scarlet satin trimmed with green beetle wings and gold fringe that the Duchesse de Merlin might fail to recognise Lys d'Angely. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 27. I dusted and shook out every cell in my brain during the night, in the hope of finding any inspiration which might save me from the servants' ball. But I could think of nothing, except that I might suddenly come down with a contagious disease. The objection to this scheme was that a doctor would no doubt be sent for, and would read my secret in my lack of temperature. When morning came, I was sullenly resigned to the worst. "Kismet," said I, as I unfolded her ladyship's dresses, and was blinded by the glare of the scarlet satin. "Try it on," commanded my mistress. "I want to get an idea of how you will look." Naturally, the red thing was a directoire thing, and putting it on over my snug little black frock, I was like a cricket crawling into an empty lobster shell. But, to my surprise and annoyance, the lobster shell was actually becoming to the cricket. I didn't want to look nice and be a credit to Lady Turnour. I wanted to look a fright, and didn't care if I were a disgrace to her. But the startling scarlet satin was Liberty satin, and therefore had a sheen, and a soft way of folding that redeemed it somewhat. Its bright poppy color, its emerald beetle wings shading to gold, and its glittering fringes that waved like a wheat field stirred by a breeze, all gave a bizarre sort of value, as artists say, to my pale yellow hair and dark eyes. I couldn't help seeing that the dreadful dress made my skin pearly white, and I was afraid that, when I had altered the thing, instead of looking like a frump, I should only present the appearance of a rather fast little actress. I should be looked at in my scarlet abomination. People would stare and smile. The Duchesse de Merlin would say to the Marquis de Roquemartin, "Who is that young person? She looks exactly like someone I know. That little Lys d'Angely, the millionaire man, Chartier, is so silly about." "You see, you can alter it very easily," said Lady Turnour. "Yes, my lady." "Have you got any dancing slippers?" "No, that is, I don't know." "Don't be stupid. I will give you 10 francs to buy yourself a pair of red stockings and red slippers to match. The stockings needn't be silk. They won't show much. Dane can take you in the car to Clermont-Ferrand this afternoon. I want you to be all right, from head to feet, different from any of the other maids." I didn't doubt that I would be different. Very different. Tap, tap, a knock at the door. "Entrez!" cried her ladyship. The door opened. Mr. Herbert Stokes stood on the threshold. "I say, Lady T," he began, when he saw the scarlet vision, and stopped. "What is it?" inquired the wife of his stepfather, rather a complicated relation. "I wanted," drawled Bertie. "But it doesn't matter. Another time." "You needn't mind her," said Lady Turnour with a nod toward me. "It's only my maid. I'm giving her a dress for the servants' ball tonight." Bertie gave vent to the ghost of a whistle below his breath. He looked at me, twisting the end of his small fair moustache, as he had looked at Jack Dane last night, and though his expression was different, I liked it no better. "Thought it was a new guest," said he. "I suppose you didn't take her for a lady, did you?" My mistress was curious to know. "You pride yourself on your discrimination, your stepfather says." "There's nothing the matter with my discrimination," replied the young man, smiling. But his smile was not for her ladyship. It was for me, and it was meant to be a piquant little secret between us two. How well I remembered asking the chauffeur, "Could you know a Bertie?" and how he answered that he had known one, and consequently didn't want to know another. Here was the same Bertie, and now that I too knew him, I thought I would prefer to know another rather than know more of him. Yet he was good-looking, almost handsome. He had short, curly light hair, eyes as blue as turquoises, seen by daylight, full red lips under the little mustache, a white forehead, a dimple in the chin, and a very good figure. He had also an educated, perhaps too well educated, voice, which tried to advertise that it had been made at Oxford, and he had hands as carefully kept as a pretty woman's, with manicured, filbert-shaped nails. "You're making her jolly smart," he went on. "She'll do you credit." "I want she should," retorted her ladyship, gratified and ungrammatical. "She must give me a dance, what?" condescended the gilded youth. "Does she speak English?" "Yes, so you'd better be careful what you say before her." Bertie telegraphed another smile to me. I looked at the faded damask curtains, at the mantelpiece with its gilded clock and two side pieces, Louis XVI at his worst, considered good enough for a bedroom, at the drapings of the enormous bed, at the portiere covering the door of Sir Samuel's dressing-room, at the kaleidoscopic claret and blue figures on the carpet, in fact, at everything within reach of my eyes, except Mr. Herbert Stokes. "I've nothing to say that she can't hear," he said, virtuously. "I only wanted to know if you'd like to see the gardens. The Marquise sent me to ask. Several people who haven't been here before are going. It's a lot warmer this morning, so you won't freeze." Lady Turnour said that she would go, and ordered me to find her hat and coat. As I turned to get them, Bertie smiled at me again, and threw me a last glance as he followed my mistress out of the room. I begin to be afraid there is an innate vanity in me which nothing can thoroughly eradicate without tearing me up by the roots. For when I was ready to alter that red dress, instead of trying to make it look as ridiculous as possible, something forced me to do my best, to study fitness and becomingness. I do hope this is self-respect, and not vanity. But to hope that is, I fear, like believing in a thing which you know isn't true. I worked all the morning at insmalling the gown. If one can enlarge, why can't one insmall? And by luncheon time it was finished. I had seen Jack at breakfast, but had no chance for a word with him alone, although he succeeded valiantly in keeping other chauffeurs and valets from making my acquaintance. As I stopped only long enough for a cup of coffee and a roll, I didn't give him too much trouble, but at luncheon it was different. Everyone was chattering about the ball in the evening. A privilege promised, it seemed, as a reward for hard work on the occasion of a real ball above stairs. And house servants and visitors alike were all so gay and good-natured that it would have been stupid to snub them. Jack saw this, and though he protected me as well as he could, in an unobtrusive way, he put out no bristles. The general excitement was contagious, and if it hadn't been for the panic I was in about the Duchess, I should have thrown myself wholly into the spirit of the hive, buzzing like the busiest bee in it. Even as it was, I couldn't help entering into the fun of the thing, for it was fun in its queer way. Something like being on the stage of a third-rate theatre, in the midst of a farce, where the actors mistake you for one of themselves, calling upon you to play your part, while you alone know that you are a leading member of the Comédie Française, just dropped in at this funny place to look on. Here, the stage was on a much grander scale, and the play more amusing than in the couriers' dining rooms at the hotels where I had been. At the hotels, the maids and valets scarcely knew each other. Some were in a hurry, others were tired or in a bad humor. Here, the little company had been together for days. Meals were a relaxation, a time for flirtation and gossip about their own and each other's masters and mistresses. Each servant felt the liveliest interest in the monsieur or madame of his or her neighbor, and the stories that were exchanged, the criticisms that were made, would have caused the hair of those messieurs and those madames to curl. If I was openly approved by the gentleman's gentlemen, Mr. Jack Dane had the undisguised admiration of the ladies' ladies, and he received their advances with tact. Dances for the evening were asked for and promised right and left among the assemblage, always dependent upon summons from above. It was agreed that, if a monsieur or madame wished to dance with you, no previous engagement was to stand, for all the castles and big houses from afar and near would be emptied in honor of the ball, from drawing-rooms to servants' halls, and quality was to mingle with quantity, as on similar occasions in England, whence, the chef explained, came the fashion. It was a feature of l'entente cordiale, and the same agreeable understanding was to level all barriers, for the night, between high and low. Some of the visitors, femmes de chambre, were pretty coquettish creatures, and I was delighted to find that they were all called by their mistresses' titles. The maid of my bête noire was Duchesse. She who pertained to our hostess was Marquise, and I blossomed into Lady. The girls were looking forward to rivaling their mistresses in chic, and also in the admiration of the real princes and dukes and counts. That they would have an exclusive right to the attentions of these gentlemen's understudies also seemed to be expected. After half an hour at table in the servants' hall, there was nothing left for me to find out about the owners of the castle and their guests. But the principal interest of everyone seemed to centre upon the affair between Mr. Herbert Stokes and the heiress sister of Madame la Marquise. There were even bets among the valets as to how it was to end, and Bertie's man, who looked as if he could speak volumes if he would, was a person of importance. All the men admired Miss Nelson extremely, but the women were divided in opinion. Her own maid, a bilious Frenchwoman, with a jealous eye, said that the American miss was une petite chatte, who was playing off Mr. Stokes against the Duc de Divonne, and it was a pity that the handsome young English monsieur could not be warned of her unworthiness. The Duke was not handsome, and he was neither young nor rich, but these Americans were out for titles, just as titles were out for American money. Why else had the marriage of Madame la Marquise, Miss Daisy's elder sister, made itself? Miss Daisy liked Mr. Stokes, but he could not give her a title. The Duke could, if he would. But would he? She was rich, but there were others richer. People said that he was wary. Yet he admired Miss Daisy, it was true, and if, by her flirtation with Mr. Stokes, she could pique him into a proposal, she would have her triumph. This was only one of many dramas going on in the house, but it was the most interesting to me, as to others, and I determined to look with all my might at the Duke and at pretty Miss Nelson, of whom I had only had a glimpse on arriving. If she were really nice, I did hope that Bertie wouldn't get her. My costume pressed as weightily on her ladyship's mind as if I had been a favourite poodle about to be sent, all ribboned and clipped, to a dog show. She did not forget the slippers and stockings, and the chauffeur was ordered to take me into Clermont-Ferrand to buy them. Fortunately, she didn't know how much I looked forward to the excursion. At precisely 3:00, I walked out to the castle garage near the stables and found Jack getting the car ready. But I did not find him alone. The garage is a big and splendid one, and not only were the 3 household dragons in their stalls, but 4 or 5 strange beasts, pets of visitors, and the finest of these, after our blue eagle, was the white majestic of the Duc de Divonne. That gentleman, whom I recognized easily from a description breathed into my ear by a countess's countess at luncheon, was in the garage when I arrived, showing off his automobile to Miss Nelson. The ducal chauffeur lurked in the background, duster in hand, and Mr. Herbert Stokes occupied as large a space as possible in the foreground. Nobody deigned to take any open notice of me, though Bertie threw me a stealthy smile of recognition, carefully screened from Miss Nelson, but as the eagle was swallowing a last refreshing draught of petrol, I had time to observe the actors in the little drama, whose plot I had already heard. Yes, though Miss Daisy Nelson looked even prettier than I thought her last night, I could quite believe the bilious maid's statement that she was une petite chatte. Her green-grey eyes, very effective under thick masses of auburn hair, were turned up at the outer corners in a fascinating, sly little way, and her cupid bow lips, which turned down at their corners, were a bit redder than nature's formula ordains. Nevertheless, I couldn't help liking her, just as one likes a lovely, playful Persian kitten, which may rub its adorable nose against your hand, or scratch with its naughty claws. And she was enjoying herself so much, the pretty expensive-looking creature. As Pamela would say, it was evident that she was having the time of her life, reveling in the admiration and rivalry of the two men, delighted with her own power over them, and her importance as a beauty and an heiress, the only unmarried girl in the house party, amusing herself by making one man miserable and the other happy, sending them up and down on a mental seesaw by turns. As for the little Duc de Divonne, his profile is of the Roman Emperor order, and his eyes like the last coals in a dying fire. I said to myself that, if Miss Nelson should become a duchess, she would have to pay for some of her girlish antics in pre-duchess days. Still, I decided that if I had to choose, it would be the Duke before Bertie. The girl kept both her men busy, and after the first glance, Bertie ignored my existence. But the Duke, fired by a moment's neglect, flamed out with an inspiration. He dared Miss Nelson to take a lesson from him in driving his car, with no other chaperone than the chauffeur. "All right, I will," said she, "and I bet you I'll be an expert after one trial." "What do you bet?" asked the Duke. She smiled flirtatiously in answer, and Bertie stood forlorn. His nice pink complexion turned an ugly salmon color. In a minute the white car was off, Miss Nelson beside the Duke, the chauffeur like a small nut in a large shell, lolling in the tonneau. Bertie turned to us, and having looked kindly at me, sharply demanded of Jack where he was going. "Mademoiselle has an errand." "Ah, then I'll drive, mademoiselle. Wish I had a tenner for every time I've driven an eagle. You can sit inside, in case there's work to do." My eyes opened widely, but I said nothing. I glanced at Jack, and saw his face harden. "I have been told to drive the car, and it is my duty to drive it unless I receive different orders," said he. "I'm giving you different orders," said Bertie. "I take my orders only from the owner of the car." "You're beastly impertinent," snapped Bertie, "and I'll report you to Sir Samuel." "As you choose," returned Jack, turning the starting handle. "Why don't you say sir when you speak to me? You don't seem to have trained into chauffeur manners yet." "If I were your chauffeur, you would have the right to criticize. As I'm not, and never will be, you haven't. Mademoiselle, the car is ready. Will you get in?" I jumped into my usual place beside the driver's seat. "Ah, you sit by the chauffeur, do you?" said Bertie. "I don't wonder he wants to keep his job." For an instant I was afraid that Jack would strike him. My blood rushed to my head, and I half rose from the seat, with a choked, warning whisper of, "Jack!" It was the first time I'd called him that, except to myself, and I saw him give the faintest start. He looked at the other man, and then, though Bertie stepped quickly forward as if to open the car door and jump in, he sprang to his place and we were off. "He means mischief," I said, when I felt able to speak. "So do I, if he does," answered Jack. "I wish you'd do me a favor," I went on. "Keep away from that awful ball tonight." "What? With you there? I know my business better." I couldn't help laughing. "Your present business, I believe," said I, "is that of a chauffeur, with extra duty as a watchdog. I can't bear to have you see me in the ridiculous get-up Lady Turnour is making me wear. That's the selfish part of my reason. And it will be so horrid for you in every way. I'm callous to anything they can do now except one thing." "What?" "If you don't know already, I mean where you're concerned." "You're very kind to me." "Kind? Yes, I am very kind. A man has to be abnormally kind to want to look after a girl like you." "How bitterly you speak!" I exclaimed, hardly understanding him. "I feel bitter sometimes. Do you wonder? But for heaven's sake, don't let's talk of me. Let's talk of something pleasant. Would you care to do a little sightseeing in Clermont-Ferrand if your shopping doesn't take us too long?" I assured him that it would not take 10 minutes, and it didn't take more. I saved a franc on the transaction, too, which would console her ladyship if I got back a few minutes late, and with that thought in my mind, I abandoned myself to the joy of the expedition. We went to the petrifying fountain and inspected its strange menagerie of stone animals. We made a dash into the cathedral where St. Louis was married, and looked at the beautiful 13th century glass in the windows and the strange frescoes. We rushed in and out of Notre-Dame-du-Port, stopping on the way in the Place where the first crusade was proclaimed, and to gaze at the house and statue of Pascal. Jack would squander some of his extremely hard-earned money on a box of the burnt almonds for which Clermont-Ferrand is celebrated, and when we had seen everything I dared stop to see, he ran the car to Montferrand to show me some ancient and wonderful houses, famous all over France. Eventually he threatened to spin me out to Royat, but I pleaded the certainty that Lady Turnour would wish to change into her smartest tea-gown for vif au claquis, and that I must be there to assist at the ceremony. So we turned castleward, with all the speed the law allows, if not a little more, and I arrived with a pair of red stockings, cheap high-heeled slippers, a franc in change, and a queer presentiment of dangerous things to happen. End of chapter 27, read by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona, April 14, 2025.
Chapter 28 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Louise Jeschke. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 28. Although a good many neighbors were coming to the Chateau de Roquemartin to look on at the servants' ball, they were all to drive or motor over in their ordinary dinner dress. It was only the servants themselves who were to make toilette. Lady Turnour, however, who regretted having missed the smart ball for the great world given a few nights before, determined that people should be forced to appreciate her wealth and position, and the wardrobe of Solomon in all his glory could hardly have produced anything to exceed her gold tissue diamante. When I had squeezed and poked and pushed her into it, and was bejeweling her, Sir Samuel came, as usual, to have his white cravat tied by me. Bertie, too, appeared, dressed for dinner, and watched me with silent amusement as I performed my evening duty for his stepfather. "Pretty gorgeous, aren't you?" he remarked to Lady Turnour. But she was flattered rather than annoyed by the criticism, and sailed away good-natured, leaving me to gather up the few jewels of her collection which she had discarded. Lately I had been trusted with her treasures, and felt the responsibility disagreeably, especially as my mistress, when she remembered it, counted everything ostentatiously over, after relieving me of my charge. Tonight I had just begun picking up the brooches, bracelets, diamond stars, coronets, and bursting suns which illuminated the dressing-table firmament, when Bertie walked in again, through the door that he had left ajar. "I came back because my necktie's a failure," said he. "My man must be in love, I should think, probably with you. Anyhow, something's the matter. His fingers are all thumbs. But you turned out my old governor rippingly. You'll do me, won't you?" As he spoke, he untied his cravat and produced another. "I'm sorry," I said. "I don't know how to do that kind of tie." "What? What?" He stared. "It's just the same as the governor's, only a little better. Come along, there's a dear." He had pushed the door to. Now he shut it. I walked to the other end of the room and began folding a blouse. "You'd better give your valet another trial," I said. "I'm not a valet. I'm Lady Turnour's maid. She's in luck to get you. I'm engaged to wait upon her." "You are stiff. You do the governor's tie. Sir Samuel's very kind to me." "Well, I'll be kind too. I'd like nothing better. I'll be a lot kinder than he'd dare to be. I say, I've got a present for you, something ripping that you'll like. You can wear it at the ball tonight, but you'd better not tell anyone who gave it to you. What? You shall have it for tying my necktie. Now, don't you call that kind?" I stopped folding the blouse and increased my height by at least an inch. "No," I said, "I call it impertinent, and I shall be obliged if you will leave Lady Turnour's room. That's the only thing you can do for me." "By Jove," said Bertie, "what theatre were you at before you took to Lady's Maiden?" To this I deigned no answer. "Anyhow, you're a rippin' little actress." Silence. "And a pretty girl, as pretty as they make 'em." I invented a new kind of sigh, a cross between a snarl and a moan. "Tell me, what's the mystery? There is a mystery about you, you know. Not a bit good trying to deceive me. You might as well own up. I can keep a secret as well as the next one." A tapping of my foot. A slamming of a wardrobe door, which was able to squeak furiously without loss of dignity. "What were you before my lady took you on? Look here, if you don't answer, I shall begin to think the secret's got something to do with those." And he pointed to the dressing table where the jewels still lay. He even put out his hand and took up the bursting sun. How I sympathized with it for bursting. "Worth something, what?" "You can think whatever you like," I flashed at him, "if you'll only get out of this room." "Pity your chauffeur isn't at hand for you to run to." Bertie half sneered, half laughed, for he was keeping his hateful, teasing good nature. "And by the way, talking of him, since you're such a little prude, I'll just warn you in a friendly way to look out for that chap. You don't know his history, what? I'm sure the governor doesn't." "Sir Samuel knows that he can drive and that he's a gentleman," said I, with meaning emphasis. "Well, I've warned you," replied Bertie, injured. "You may see which one of us is really your friend before you're out of this galley. But if you want to be a good and happy little girl, you'd best be nice to me. I shall find out all about you, you know." That was his exit speech, and the only way in which I could adequately express my opinion of it was to bang the door on his back. The ball was in a huge vault of a room which had once been a granary. The stone floor had been worn smooth by many feet and several centuries, and the blank gray walls were brightened with drapery of flags, yards of colored cotton, paper flowers, and evergreens, arranged with an effect which none save Latin hands could have given. Dinner above and below stairs was early, and before 10 the guests began to assemble in the ballroom. All the servant world had dined in ball costume, excepting Jack and myself, and it was only at the last minute that the cricket hopped upstairs and wriggled into its neatly reduced lobster shell. I had visions of my brother lurking gloomily yet observantly in obscure corners, ready at any moment for a sortie in my defense. But when I sneaked, sidled, and slid into the ballroom, making myself as small as possible that I might pass unobserved in spite of my sensational redness, I had a surprise. Near the door stood the chauffeur in evening dress, out-princing and out-duking every prince and duke among the Marquise de Roquemartin's guests. And I, who hadn't even known that he possessed evening clothes, could not have opened my eyes wider if my knight had appeared in full armor. I had broken the news of the scarlet dress to him. Nevertheless, I saw it was a shock. To each one, the other was a new person, as we stood and talked together. I said not a word about my scene with Bertie, for there was trouble enough between the two already. But when Jack told me that, if I were asked to dance by anyone objectionable, I must say I was engaged to him, I knew which one loomed the largest and ugliest in his mind. A glance around the big, bright room showed me many strangers. All were servants, however, for the grand people had not yet come down to play their little game of condescension. A band from Clermont-Ferrand was making music, but the ball was to be opened by the Marquise and her guests, who were to honor their servants by dancing the first dance with them. Each noble lady was to select a cook, butler, footman, chauffeur, or groom, according to her pleasure, and each noble lord was to lead out the female worm which least displeased his eye. Hardly had I time to dive deep into the wave of domesticity when the great moment arrived, and a spray of aristocracy sprinkled the top of that heavy wave with the dazzling sparkle of its jewels and beauty. Really, it was a pretty sight. I had to admire it, and in watching the play of light and color, I forgot my private worries until I saw Bertie bowing before me. The Marquise had just honored her own butler. The Marquis was offering his arm to the housekeeper. The Duc de Divonne had led out Miss Nelson's bilious maid, appalling in apple green. Miss Nelson was returning the compliment by giving her hand to his valet. Why should not this young gentleman dance with his stepmother-in-law's maid? There seemed to be no reason why not, except the maid's disinclination, and sudden side-slip of the brain caused by the glassy impudence of Mr. Stokes' eye so disturbed my equilibrium that I forgot Jack's offer. He did not forget, however. It would hardly have been Jack if he had, but stepped forward to claim me as I began to stammer some excuse. "Oh, come, that isn't playing the game," said Bertie. "We're all dancing with the servants this turn. Go ask a lady, Dane." "I have asked a lady, and she has promised to dance with me," said Jack. "Miss d'Angely?" "Oh, that's the lady's name, is it? I'm glad to know," mumbled Bertie, as Jack whisked me away from under his nose. "By Jove, I oughtn't to have let that out, ought I?" said Jack, remorseful. "The less he knows about you, the better. And as Lady Turnour has no idea of pronunciation, if it hadn't been for my stupidity—" "Don't call it that," I stopped him as we began to dance. "It doesn't matter a bit, unless it should occur to the Duchess de Melun to ask him questions about me, and I'd rather not think about that possibility, or anything else disagreeable, to spoil this heavenly waltz." "You can dance a little, can't you?" said Jack, in a tone and with a look that made the words better than any compliment any other man had ever paid me on my dancing, though I'd been likened to feathers and vine tendrils and various poetically airy things. "You aren't so bad yourself, brother," I retorted in the same tone. "Our steps suit, don't they?" He muttered something which sounded like, "Just a little better than anything else on earth, that's all." But of course it couldn't really have been what my ears tried to make my vanity believe. When we stopped, which we didn't do while there was music to go on with, I was conscious that people were looking at us, and nobody with more interest than the Duchess de Melun. I glanced hastily away before my eye had quite caught hers, but no female thing needs to give a whole eye to what is going on around her. I knew, although my back was soon turned in her direction, that the Duchess de Melun was talking to Lady Turnour, and I guessed the subject of the conversation. Thank goodness my mistress's mind had never compassed more than a misleading Elise, and thank goodness also many of the great folk were preparing to leave us humble ones to ourselves, now that their condescension had been proved in the first dance. Would the Duchess go? Yes, oh, joy! She gets up from her seat. She moves to the door. Lady Turnour has risen too, but sits down again, lured by the proximity of a princess. All will be well, perhaps. The Duchess mayn't think of catechizing Bertie, now that my mistress has put her off the track. He, with several other young men, evidently means to stop and see the fun out. If only he would sit still, now, beside the Marquise. But no, Miss Nelson and the Duc de Divonne are going out together. Bertie must needs jump up and dash across the room for a word with the girl. Discouraged by some laughing answer flung over her shoulder, he almost bumps against the Duchess. Horror! She speaks to him quite eagerly. She puts a question. He replies. She bends her head near to him. They walk slowly out of the room, talking. All is up with Lys d'Angely. The next thing that meddlesome Mattie of a Duchess will do is to wire Cousin Catherine Milvain. Crash, thunder, lightning, hail! Monsieur Charretier on my track again. I resolved, as I saw myself laying shattered at my own feet, to pick up the bits and say nothing to Jack, lest he should blame his own inadvertent dropping of my name for all present and future mischief. Being a man, he can only see things with his eyes, and as he happened to be looking at me, he missed the pantomime at the other end of the room. I was looking at him too, but of course that didn't prevent me from seeing other things, and while I was chatting with him and wondering how long it might be before the thunderbolt, Monsieur Charretier, should fall, I received another invitation to dance. This time it was from a delightful old boy who looked 60 and felt 21. He was ruddy brown with tight gray curls on his head and deep dimples in his cheeks. If anyone had told me that he was not an English admiral, I should have known it was a fib. I hope you aren't engaged for this next waltz, said he. I should like very much to have it with you. And he spoke as nicely as he would to a young girl of his own world, although he must have heard from someone that I was a lady's maid. I glanced at Jack, but evidently he approved of admirals as partners for his sister. He kept himself in the background, smiling benevolently, and I skipped away with my brown old sailor as the music for the dance began. Heard you spoke English, said he, encircling my directoire waist with the arm of a sea-going Hercules. Otherwise, I shouldn't have had the courage to come up and speak to you. I laughed. A dreadnought afraid of a fishing smack. My word, if you were a fishin' smack, my little friend, you wouldn't lack for fish to catch, chuckled the old gentleman, who was waltzing like an elderly angel, as all sailors do. Now, if Bertie had said what he said, I should have been offended, but coming from the Admiral, it cheered me up. You are an Admiral, aren't you? I was bold enough to ask. Who told you that? He wanted to know. My eyes, said I. They're bright ones, he retorted, but I suppose I do look an old sea dog, what? A regular old saltwater dog. But, by George, it's hot water I've got into tonight. Do you see that stout lady we're just passin'? The one in the red wig and yellow frock covered with paste or diamonds? If she could have heard that description. It was Lady Turnour in her gold tissue, her Bond Street jewelry shop, and, my charge, her beautifully undulated, copper-tinted transformation. "Yes, I see her," I said faintly, as we waltzed past, and I wondered why she was glaring. "I suppose you didn't notice me doing the first dance with her." "Well, I asked her because they said we'd all got to invite servants to begin with, and as the best were snapped up before I got a chance, I walked over to her like a man. Give me your word, where all are dressed like duchesses, I took her for a cook." I laughed so much that I shook my feet out of time with the music. "Did you treat her like a cook, too?" I gurgled. "Ask her to give you her favorite recipe for soup?" "Heaven forbid, no. I treated her like a countess. One would a cook, you know. It was afterward I got into the hot water. I popped her down in a seat when we'd scrambled through a turn or two of the dance, and that was all right. But instead of stopping where she was put, she must have stood up with some other poor chap when my back was turned and been plumped down somewhere else. Anyhow, I danced the end of the waltz with the Marquise de Roquemartin when she'd finished doing the polite to her butler, and when we sat down to breathe at last, for the sake of something to say, I asked if the fat lady in yellow was her own cook or a visitor's cook. Anyhow, I was certain of the cook, fancied myself on spotting a cook anywhere. Well, the Marquise giggled, "Take care," and nearly had a fit. And if there wasn't my late partner close to my shoulder. "That's Lady Turnour, one of my guests," said the Marquise. Little witch, she looked more pleased than shocked, but upon my honor, you could have knocked me down with a feather. I hope the good lady didn't hear, but my friends tell me I talk as if I were yelling through a megaphone, so I'm afraid she got the news. "What did you do?" I gasped. "Do? I jumped up as if I'd been shot and trotted over to ask you to dance. But I expect it will get about." Now I knew why Lady Turnour had glared. Poor woman, I was really sorry for her on this, her happy night. End of chapter 28.
Chapter 29 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. "It never rains but it pours after dry weather," says Pamela de Nessel. And so it was for the Turnour family. They had had their run of luck, and everything determinedly went wrong for them that night. For her ladyship, there was the dreadful douche of the Admiral's mistake, and the Marquise de Roquemartin coming to hear of it. Wicked little witch, I'm sure she couldn't resist telling the story to everyone. For Bertie, the blow of an announcement before the ball was over that Miss Nelson was going to marry the Duc de Divonne, she went out of the room to get engaged to him. For Sir Samuel, a telegram from his London solicitors advising him to hurry home and straighten out some annoying business tangle. After all, however, I doubt that the telegram ought to be classed among disasters, as it gave the family a good excuse to escape without delay from the chateau which they had so much wished to enter. Lady Turnour had hysterics in her bedroom, having retired early on account of a headache. She pretended that her rage was caused by a rent in her golden train, made by that clumsy Admiral Grey who came over with the Frasers and had the impudence to almost force me to dance with him. Gouty old horror! But I know it was the rent in her vanity, not her dress, which made her gurgle and wail and choke, until frightened Sir Samuel patted her on the back, and she stopped short to scold him. Bertie came in ostensibly to learn his father's plans, but really, I surmised, to suggest some of his own. And Lady Turnour relieved her feelings by stirring up evil ones in him. "So sure you were going to get the girl. Why, you wrote your stepfather the other day you were practically engaged," she sneered, delighted that she was not the only one who had suffered humiliation at the castle. If she hadn't seen you, I believe it would have been all right, growled Bertie, vicious as a chained dog who has lost his bone. And then Lady Turnour had hysterics all over again, and Sir Samuel told Bertie that he was an ungrateful young brute. The three raged together, and I could not go, because I had to hold sal volatile under her ladyship's nose. Lady Turnour said that the Marquise was no lady, and for her part she was glad she wasn't going to have that cat of a sister in her family. She'd leave the beastly chateau that night if she could, but anyhow, she'd go the first thing in the morning as ever was, so there. People that let their visitors be insulted and did nothing but laugh. She'd show them, if they ever came to London. That she would, though she mightn't be a marquise herself exactly. Not one of the lot should ever be invited to her house, not if they were all married to Bertie. And who was Bertie, anyhow? Sir Samuel said darling to her, and quite different words that began with D to her stepson. And Bertie, seeing the error of his ways, apologized humbly. His apologies were eventually accepted, and when he had intimated to her ladyship that she should be introduced to all his swell friends in England, it was settled that he should make one of the party in the car, his valet travelling by train. As this arrangement completed itself, Mr. Bertie suddenly remembered my presence and flashed me a look of triumph. I, listening silently, had been rejoicing in the development of the situation as far as I was concerned, for the sooner we got away from the chateau, the less likely was Monsieur Chartier to succeed in catching us up. But when I heard that we were to have Bertie with us, my heart sank, especially as his look told me that I counted for something in his plan. The chauffeur counted for something too, I feared. In any case, the rest of the tour was spoiled, and if it hadn't been for the thought that when it was over, Jack and I might meet no more, I should have wished it cut short. Goodbyes were perfunctory in the morning, and nobody seemed heartbroken at parting from the Turnour family. The big luggage, packed early in the haste, was sent on to Paris, and when the chauffeur had disposed of Bertie's additions to the Eagle's load, hostilities began. "Put down that seat for me," said Mr. Stokes to Mr. Dane, indicating one of the folding chairs in the glass cage, and carefully waiting to do so until I was within eye and earshot. They glared at each other like two tigers for an instant, and then Jack put the seat down. I knew why. A refusal on his part to do such a service for his master's stepson would mean that he must resign or be discharged, and leave me to deal unaided with a cad. I think Bertie knew, too, why he was unhesitatingly obeyed, and racked his brain for further tests. It was not long before he had a brilliant idea. The car stopped at a level crossing to let a train go by, and Bertie availed himself of the opportunity to get out. "Sir Samuel's going to let me try my hand at drivin'," said he. "I don't think much of your form, and I've been tellin' him so. My best pal is a director of the Aigle Company, and I've driven his car a lot of times. Her ladyship will let Elise sit inside, and I'll watch her style a bit before I take the wheel." "Not a word," said Jack. He didn't even look at me as he helped me down from the seat, which had been mine for so many happy days. I crept miserably into the stuffy glass cage, where, in the folding chair, I sat as far forward as my own shape and the cars allowed. Sir Samuel's fat knees in my back, Lady Turnour's sharp voice in my ears. And for scenery, I had Bertie's aggressive shoulders and supercilious gesticulations. The road to Nevers I scarcely saw. I think it was flat, but Bertie's driving made it play cup and ball with the car in a curious way, which a good chauffeur could hardly have managed if he tried. We passed Riom, Ganat, Aigues-Perces, I know, and at Moulins, in the valley of the Aie, we lunched in a hurry. To Nevers we came early, but it was there we were to stop for the night, and there we did stop, in a drizzle of rain which prevented sightseeing for those who had the wish, and the freedom, to go about. As for me, I was ordered by Lady Turnour to mend Mr. Stokes's socks, he having made peace by offering to give her a swagger dinner in town. Bertie's cleverness was not confined to ingratiating himself with her ladyship. He contrived adroitly to damage the steering gear by grazing a wall as he turned the Aigle into the hotel courtyard, and by this feat disposed of the chauffeur's evening, which was spent in hard work at the garage. Such dinner as Jack got, he ate there, in the shape of a furtive sandwich or two, otherwise we should not have been able to leave in the morning at the early hour suggested by Mr. Stokes. Warned by the incidents of yesterday, Sir Samuel desired his chauffeur to take the wheel again from Nevers to Paris. But, no doubt with a view of keeping us apart and devising new tortures for his enemy, Bertie elected to play wolf to Jack's Spartan boy and sit beside him. This relegated me to the cage again, with back massage from Sir Samuel's knees. Before Fontainebleau, I found myself in a familiar land. As far as Montargis, I had motored with the Milvains more than once, conducted by Monsieur Chartier, in a great car which might have been mine if I had accepted it, not with a pound of tea, but with 200 pounds of millionaire. I knew the lovely valley of the Loing, and the forest which makes the world green and shadowy from Bourreau to Fontainebleau, a world where poetry and history clasp hands. I should have had plenty to say about it all to Jack, if we had been together, but I was still inside the car, and by this time Bertie had induced his stepfather to consent to his driving again. He pleaded that there had been something wrong with the ignition yesterday. That was why the car had not gone well. It had not been his fault at all. Sir Samuel, always inclined to say yes rather than no to what he loved, said yes to Bertie, and had cause to regret it. Close to Fontainebleau, Mr. Stokes saw another car with a pretty girl in it. The car was going faster than ours, as it was higher powered and had a lighter load. Naturally, being himself, it occurred to Bertie that it would be well to show the pretty girl what he could do. We were going uphill, as it happened, and he changed speed with a quick, fierce crash. The Aigle made a sound as if she were gritting her teeth, shivered, and began to run back. Bertie, losing his head, tried a lower speed, which had no effect, and Lady Turnour had begun to shriek when Jack leaned across and put on the handbrake. The car stopped, just in time not to run down a pony cart full of children. No wonder the poor Aigle had gritted her teeth. Several of them turned out to be broken in the gearbox. "We're done," said Jack. "Shall have to be towed to the nearest garage. Pity we couldn't have got on to Paris." "Can't you put in some false teeth?" suggested Lady Turnour, at which Bertie laughed, and was thereupon reproached for the accident, as he well deserved to be. Then the question was, what should be the next step for the passengers? I expected to be trotted reluctantly on to Paris by train, leaving Jack behind to find a tow and see the dilemma through to an end of some sort, but to my joyful surprise, Bertie used all his wiles upon the family to induce them to stop at Fontainebleau. It was a beautiful place, he argued, and they would like it so much that they would come to think the breakdown a blessing in disguise. In any case, he had intended advising them to pause for tea and to stay the night if they cared for the place. They would find a good hotel, practically in the forest, and he had an acquaintance who owned a chateau nearby, a very important sort of chap, who knew everybody worth knowing in French society. If the governor and Lady T liked, he would go dig his friend up and bring him round to call. Maybe they'd all be invited to the chateau for dinner. The man had a lot of motors and would send one for them very likely. Perhaps would even lend a car to take them on to Paris tomorrow morning. I listened to these arguments and suggestions with a creepy feeling in the roots of my hair, for I, too, have an acquaintance who owns a chateau near Fontainebleau, a certain Monsieur Chartier. He also has a lot of motors, and would, I knew, if he were in residence, be delighted to lend a car and extend an invitation to dinner, if informed that Lys d'Angely was of the party. Could it be, I thought, that Mr. Stokes was acquainted with Monsieur Chartier, or that, not being acquainted, he had heard something from the Duchess de Milan, and was making a little experiment with me? Perhaps I imagined it, but it seemed that he glanced my way triumphantly when Lady Turnour agreed to stay, in the hopes of meeting the nameless but important friend, and I felt that, whatever happened, I must have a word of advice from Jack. The discussion had taken place in the road, or rather, at the side of the road, where the combined exertions of Jack and Bertie had pushed the wounded eagle. The chauffeur, having examined the car and pronounced her helpless, walked back to interview a carter we had passed not long before, with a view of procuring a tow. Now, just as the discussion was decided in favor of stopping overnight at Fontainebleau, he appeared again in the cart. We were so near the hotel in the woods that we could be towed there in half an hour, and, ignominious as the situation was, Lady Turnour preferred it to the greater evil of walking. I remained in the car with her, the chauffeur steered, the carter towed, and Sir Samuel and his stepson started on in advance on foot. At the hotel Jack was to leave us, and be towed to a garage, but, in desperation, I murmured an appeal as he gave me an armful of rugs. "I must ask you about something," I whispered. "Can you come back in a little less than an hour and look for me in the woods, somewhere just out of sight of the hotel?" "Yes," he said, "I can and will. You may depend on me." That was all, but I was comforted, and the rugs became suddenly light. Rooms were secured, great stress being laid upon a good sitting room, in case important friends should call, and I unpacked as usual. When my work was done, I asked her ladyship's permission to go out for a little while. She looked suspicious, clawed her brains for an excuse to refuse, but, as there wasn't a buttonless glove or a holey stocking among the party, she reluctantly gave me leave. I darted away, plunged into the forest, and did not stop walking until I had got well out of sight of the hotel. Then I sat down on a mossy log under a great tree and looked about for Jack. A man was coming. I jumped up eagerly and went to meet him as he appeared among the trees. It was Mr. Herbert Stokes. End of chapter 29, read by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona, March 30, 2025. Chapter 30 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 30. "I followed you," he said. "I thought so," said I. "It was like you." "I want to talk to you," he explained. "But I don't want to talk to you," I objected. "You'll be sorry if you're rude. What I came to say is for your own good." "I doubt that," said I, looking anxiously down one avenue of trees after another for a figure that would have been doubly welcome now. "Well, I can easily prove it if you'll listen." "As you have longer legs than I have, I am obliged to listen." "You won't regret it. Now, come, my dear little girl, don't put on any more frills with me. I'm getting a bit fed up with 'em." I should have liked to choke him with a whole mouthful of frills, the paper kind you put on ham at Christmas, but as I had none handy, I thought it would only lead to undignified controversy to allude to them. "I had a little conversation about you with the Duchess de Milan night before last," Bertie went on, with evident relish. "Ah, I thought that would make you blush. I say, you're prettier than ever when you do that. It was she began it. She asked me if I knew your name, and how Lady T found you. Her ladyship couldn't get any further than Elise, for, if she knew any more, she'd forgotten it. But thanks to your friend, the Shoover, I could go one better. When I told the Duchess you called yourself D'Angeli, or something like that, she said, I was sure of it. Now, I expect you begin to smell a rat. What?" "I dare say you've been carrying one about in your pocket ever since," I snapped, "though I can't think what it has to do with me. I'm not interested in dead rats." "This is your own rat," said Bertie, grinning. "What'll you give to know what the Duchess told me about you?" "Nothing," I said. "Well, then, I'll be generous and let you have it for nothing. She told me she thought she recognized you, but until she heard the name, she supposed she must be mistaken, that it was only a remarkable resemblance between my stepmother's maid and a girl who'd run away under very peculiar circumstances from the house of a friend of hers. What do you think of that?" "That the Duchess is a cat," I replied promptly. "Most women are." "In your set, perhaps." She said there was a man mixed up with the story, a rich, middle-aged chap of the name of Chartier, with a big house in Paris and a new chateau he'd built near Fontainebleau. She gave me a card to him. "He's sure not to be at home," I remarked. Bertie's face fell, but he brightened again. "Anyhow, you admit you know him." "One has all sorts of acquaintances," I drawled with a shrug of my shoulders. "You're a sly little kitten, if you're not a cat. You heard me say I thought of calling at the chateau. And you heard me say the owner wasn't at home. You seem well acquainted with his movements." "I happened to see him on his way south at Avignon some days ago." "Did he see you? Isn't that my affair and his?" "By Jove, you've got good cheek to talk like that to your mistress's stepson. But maybe you think you won't have difficulty in finding a place that pays you better. What?" "I couldn't find one to pay me much worse." "Look here, my dear, I'm not out hunting for repartee. I want to have an understanding with you." "I don't see why." "Yes, you do, well enough. You know I like you, in spite of your impudence." "And I dislike you because of yours. Oh, do go away and leave me, Mr. Stokes." "I won't. I've got a lot to say to you. I've only just begun, but you keep interrupting me, and I can't get ahead." "Finish, then." "Well, what I want to say is this. I always meant we should stop at Fontainebleau." "Oh, you damaged your stepfather's car on purpose. He would be obliged to you." "Not quite that. I intended to get them to have tea here, and while they were mooning about, I was going to have a chat with you. I was going to tell you about that card to Chartier, and something else. That the Duchess asked me where we would stop in Paris, and I told her at the best there is, of course, Hotel Athénée. She said she'd wire her friends you'd run away from, that they could find you there, and if Chartier wasn't at Fontainebleau when we passed through, these people would certainly know where to get at him. I warned you the other night, didn't I? That if you wouldn't be good and confide in me, I'd find out what you refused to tell me yourself. And I have, you see. Clever, aren't I?" "You're the hatefulest man I ever heard of," I flung at him. "Oh, I say, don't speak too soon. You don't know all yet. If you don't want me to, I won't call on Chartier. Lady T and her tuft hunting can go hang. And you shan't stop at the Athénée to be caught by the Duchess's friends, if you don't like it. That's what I wanted to see you about. To tell you it all depends on yourself." "How does it depend on myself?" I asked cautiously. "All you have to do, to get off scot-free, is to be a little kind to poor Bertie. You can begin by giving him a kiss, here in the Poetic, and what you may call Forest of Fontainebleau." "I wouldn't kiss you if you were made of gold and diamonds, and I could have you melted down to spend," I exclaimed. And as I delivered this ultimatum, I turned to run. His legs might be longer than mine, but I weighed about 1/3 as much as he, which was in my favor if I chose to throw dignity to the winds. As I whisked away from him, he caught me by the dress, and I heard the gathers rip. I had to stop. I couldn't arrive at the hotel without a skirt. "You're a cad!" "A cad!" I stammered. "And you're a fool. Look here, I can lose you your job, and have you sent to the prison where naughty girls go. See what I've got in my pocket." Still grasping my frock, he scooped something out of an inner pocket of his coat and held it for me to look at in the hollow of his palm. I gave a little cry. It was Lady Turnour's gorgeous bursting sun. "I nicked that off the dressing table the other night when you weren't looking. Has Lady T been asking for it?" "No," I answered, speaking more to myself than to him. She's had too much to think of. She didn't count her things that night, and at Nevers she didn't open the bag." "So much the worse for you, my pet, when she does find out. She left her jewels in your charge. When I came into the room, they were all lying about on the dressing table, and you were playing with 'em." I was putting them back into her bag." "So you say. Jolly careless of you not to know you hadn't put this thing back. It's about the best of the lot she hadn't got plastered on her for the servants' ball." "It was careless," I admitted. "But it was your fault. You came in and were so horrid, and upset me so much, that I forgot what I'd put into the bag already, and what I hadn't. Lady T doesn't know I went back to her room." "I'll tell her!" I cried. "I'll bet you'll tell her right enough. But I can tell a different story. I'll say I didn't go near the room. My story will be that I was walking through the woods this afternoon, on my way to Chartier's chateau, when I saw you with the thing in your hands, looking at it. Probably going to ask the chauffeur to dispose of it for you. What? And share profits." "Oh, you coward!" I exclaimed, and snatched the diamond brooch from him. Instantly he let go my dress, laughing. "That's right. That's what I wanted," he said. "Now you've got it, and you can keep it. I'll tell Lady T where to look for it, unless you'll change your mind and give me that kiss." I was so angry, so stricken with horror, and a kind of nightmare fear which I had not time to analyze, that I stood silent, trembling all over, with the brooch in my hand. How silly I had been to play his game for him, just like the poor stupid cat who pulled the hot chestnut out of the fire. I don't think any chestnut could ever have been as hot as that bursting sun. I wanted to drop it on the grass or throw it as far as I could see it, but dared not, because it would be my fault that it was lost, and Lady Turnour would believe Bertie's story all the more readily. She would think he had seen me with the jewel, and that I'd hidden it because I was afraid of what he might do. To kiss or not to kiss? That's the question, laughed Bertie. "Is it?" said Jack, and Jack's hand, inside of Mr. Stokes's beautiful tall collar, shook Bertie back and forth till his teeth chattered like castanets, and his good-looking pink face grew more and more like a large boiled beetroot. I had seen Jack coming, long enough to have counted 10 before he came, but I didn't count 10. I just let him come. Bertie could not speak. He could only gurgle. And if I had been a Roman lady in the amphitheatre of Nims, or somewhere, I'm afraid I should have wanted to turn my thumb down. "What was the beast threatening you with?" Jack wanted to know. "The beast was threatening to make Lady Turnour think I'd stolen this brooch, which he'd taken himself," I panted, through the beatings of my heart. "If you didn't kiss him?" "Yes, and he was going to do lots of other horrid things too. Tell Monsieur Chartier, and let my cousins come and find me at the Hotel Athénée in Paris, and—" "He won't do any of them, but there are several things I'm going to do to him. Go away, my child. Run off to the house as quick as you can." I gasped. "What are you going to do to him?" "Don't worry. I shan't hurt him nearly as much as he deserves. I'm only going to do what the head must have neglected to do to him at school." Bertie had come out into the woods with a neat little stick, which, during part of our conversation, he had tucked jauntily under his arm. It now lay on the ground. I saw Jack glance at it. "Ah," I faltered. Do you think you'd better?" I know I had. "Go, child." I went. I had great faith in Jack, faith that he knew what was best for everyone. End of Chapter 30, read by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona, January 5, 2025. January 5, 2025. Chapter 31 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 31. Unfortunately, I forgot to ask for instructions as to how I should behave when I came to the hotel, and I had the bursting sun still in my hand. I thought things over as well as I could with a pounding pulse for every square inch of my body. If I were a rabbit, I could scurry into my hole and lay low while other people fought out their destiny and arranged mine. But being a girl, tingling with my share of American pluck, and blazing with French fire, rabbit seemed to me, at the instant, only worthy of being made into pie. Bertie, at this moment, was being made into pie, humble pie, and I don't doubt that the chauffeur, whom he had consistently tortured, because of me, would make him eat a large slice of himself when the humble pie was finished, also because of me. And because it was because of me, I knocked at the Turnour's sitting-room door with a bold, brave knock, as if I thought myself their social equal. They had had their tea, and were sitting about, looking graceful, in the expectation of seeing Bertie and his French friend. It was a disappointment to her ladyship to see only me, and she showed it with a frown, but Sir Samuel looked up kindly, as usual. I laid the bursting sun on the table, and told them everything, very fast, without pausing to take a breath, so that they wouldn't have time to stop me. But I didn't begin with the bursting sun, or even with the beating that Bertie was enjoying in the woods. I began with the Princess Borokoff and Lady Kilmarny, and I addressed Sir Samuel from beginning to end. Somehow I felt I had his sympathy even when I rushed at the most embarrassing part, which concerned his stepson and the necktie. Just as I had told about the brooch, and Bertie's threat, and was coming to his punishment, another knock at the door produced the two young men, both pale, but Jack with a noble pallor, while Bertie's was the sick paleness of pain and shame. "I've brought him to apologize to Miss D'Angeli in your presence, Sir Samuel, and Lady Turnour's," said the chauffeur. "I see you know something of the story." "They know all now," said I, for Bertie's face proved the truth of my words, if they had needed proof. His eyes were swimming in tears, and he looked like a whipped schoolboy. But suddenly a whim roused her ladyship to speak up in his defence, or at least to criticize the chauffeur for presuming to take her stepson's chastisement into his hands. "What right have you to set yourself up as Elise's champion, anyway?" she demanded, shrilly. "Have you and she been getting engaged to each other behind our backs?" "It would be my highest happiness to be engaged to Miss D'Angeli, if she would marry me," said Jack, with such a splendidly sincere ring in his voice that I could almost have believed him if I hadn't known he was in love with another woman. "But I am no match for her. It's only as her friend that I have acted in her defence, as any decent man has a right to act when a lady is insulted." Then Bertie apologized, in a dull voice, with his eyes on the ground, and mumbled a kind of confession, mixed with self-justification. He had pocketed the brooch, yes, meaning to play a trick, but had intended no harm, only a little fun. Pretty girl. Ladies' maids didn't usually mind a bit of flirtation, and a present or two. How was he to know this one was different? Sorry if he had caused annoyance, could say no more, and so on, until I stopped him, having heard enough. Poor Sir Samuel was crestfallen, but not too utterly crushed to reproach his bride with unwonted sharpness, when she would have scolded me for carelessness in not putting the brooch away. "Let the girl alone," he grumbled. "She's a very good girl, and has behaved well. I wish I could say the same of others nearer to me." "Of course, Sir Samuel, after what's happened, you wouldn't want me to stay in your employ, any more than I would want to stay," said Jack. "Unfortunately, the Aigle will be hung up 2 or 3 days, till new pinions can be fitted in at the garage. I can send them out from Paris if you like, but no doubt you'll prefer to have my engagement with you to come to an end today. Mr. Stokes has driven the car, and can again." "Not if I have anything to say about it," murmured her ladyship, "scattering the poor thing's teeth all over the place." "There are plenty of good chauffeurs to be got at short notice in Paris," Jack suggested, "and you are certain to find one by the time you are ready to start." "You're right, Dame. We'll have to part company," said Sir Samuel. "As for Elise here—" "She'll have to go too," broke in her ladyship. "It's most inconvenient, and all your stepson's fault. though she's far from blameless in my humble opinion, whatever yours may be. Don't tell me that a young man will go about flirting with ladies' maids unless they encourage him." "I shall leave, of course, immediately," said I, my ears tingling. "Who wants you to do anything else? Though nobody cares for my convenience, I can always go to the wall. But thank heaven there are maids in Paris as well as chauffeurs. And talking of that combination, my advice to you is, if Dane's willing to have you, don't turn up your nose at him, but marry him as quickly as you can. I suppose, even in your class of life, there's such thing as gossip." I was scarlet. Somehow I got out of the room, and while I was scurrying my few belongings into my dressing bag, and spreading out the red satin frock to leave as a legacy to Lady Turnour, in any case, nothing could have induced me to wear it again. Sir Samuel sent me up an envelope containing a month's wages, and something over. I enclosed the something over in another envelope with a grateful line of refusal, and sent it back. Thus ends my experience as a motor maid. What was going to become of me I didn't know, but while I was jamming in hatpins and praying for ideas, there came a knock at the door. A penciled note from the late chauffeur, signed hastily, "Yours ever, J.D., and inviting me down to the courier's dining room for conference. There would be no one there but ourselves at this hour," he said, "and we should be able to talk over our plans in peace." What a place to say farewell forever to the only men I ever had, could or would love, a courier's dining room with grease spots on the tablecloth. However, there was no help for it, since I was facing the world with 50 francs, and could not afford to pay for a romantic background. After all that had happened, and especially after certain impertinent references made to our private affairs, I felt a new and very embarrassing shyness in meeting the man with whom I'd been playing that pleasant little game called brother and sister. He was waiting for me in the courier's room, which was even dingier and had more grease spots than I had fancied, and I hurried into speech to cover my nervousness. "I don't know how I'm going to thank you for all you've done for me," I stammered. "That horrible Bertie—" "Let's not talk of him," said Jack. "Put him out of your mind forever. He has no place there, or in your life, and no more have any of the incidents that led up to him. You've had a very bad time of it, poor little girl, and now—" "Oh, I haven't!" I exclaimed. "I've been happier than ever before in my life. That is, it was all so novel, and like a play." "Well, now the play's over," Jack broke in, pitying my evident embarrassment. "I wanted to ask you if you'd let me advise and perhaps help you. We have been brother and sister, you know. Nothing can take that away from us." "No," said I, in a queer little voice. "Nothing can." "You want to go to England, I know," he went on. "And, if you'll forgive my taking liberties, you haven't much money at hand, you've almost told me. I suppose you haven't changed your mind about your relations in Paris? You wouldn't like to go back to them or write and tell them firmly that you won't marry the person they seem to have set their hearts on for you? That you've made your own choice and intend to abide by it, but that if they'll be sensible and receive you, you're willing to stop with them until the men in England—" "What men in England?" I cut him short, in utter bewilderment. "Well, you didn't tell me his name, of course, but that rich chap you expected to meet when you got over to England. Don't you think it would be better if he came to you at your cousin's, if they—" "There isn't any rich chap," I exclaimed. "I don't know what you mean." "Oh, yes, I do too. I did speak about someone who was very rich, and would be kind to me. I rather think—I remember now. I guessed you'd imagine it was a man, but that seemed the greatest joke, so I didn't try to undeceive you. Fancy your believing that, all this time, though, and thinking about it." "I thought of it on an average once every 3 minutes," said Jack. "You're chaffing now, of course. Why, the person I hoped might be kind to me in England is an old lady. Oh, but such a funny old lady! who wanted me to be her companion, and said, no matter when I came, if it were years from now, I must let her know, for she would like to have me with her to help chase away a dragon of a maid she's afraid of. I met her only once, in the train the night before I arrived at Cannes, but she and I got to be the greatest friends, and her bulldog, Beau. Her bulldog, Beau? A perfect lamb, though he looks like a cross between a crocodile and a gnome. The old lady's name is Miss Paget. My aunt! I stared at Jack, not knowing how to take this exclamation. The few Englishmen I met when Mamma and I were together, or when I lived with the Milvains, were rather fond of using that ejaculation when it was apparently quite irrelevant. If you told a youthful Englishman that you were not allowed to walk or bicycle alone in the Bois, he was as likely as not to say, "My aunt!" In fact, whatever surprised him was apt to elicit this cry. I have known several young men who gave vent to it at intervals of from half to 3/4 of an hour, but I had never before heard Jack make the exclamation, so when I had looked at him, and he had looked at me in an emotional kind of silence for a few seconds, I asked him, "Why, my aunt?" "Because she is my aunt." "Surely not my Miss Paget." "I should think it highly improbable that your Miss Paget and my Miss Paget could be the same if you hadn't mentioned her bulldog, Beau. There can't be a quantity of Miss Pagets going about the world with bulldogs named Beau. Only my Miss Paget never does go about the world. She hates traveling." "So does mine. She said that being in a train was no pursuit for a gentlewoman." "That sounds like her. She's quite mad." "She seemed very kind." "I'm glad she did. To you. She has seemed rather the contrary to me." "Oh? What did she do to you?" "Did her best to spoil my life, that's all, with the best intentions, no doubt. Still, by Jove, I thank her. If it hadn't been for my aunt, I should never have seen my sister." "Thank you. You're always kind and polite. Do you mean it was because of her you took to what you call shuving?" "Exactly. But I thought What?" "I don't dare tell you. I should think you might know by this time that you can tell me anything. You must tell me." "I thought it was a beautiful lady who was with you the first time you saw the battlement garden at Beauclair, who ruined your life." "Beautiful lady? Battlement garden? Good heavens, what extraordinary things we seem to have been thinking about each other. I with my man in England, you with your beautiful lady." "She's a different thing. You talked to me about her," I insisted. "Surely you must remember." "I remember the conversation perfectly. I didn't explain my meaning, as the professor demonstrates a rule in higher mathematics, but I thought you couldn't help understanding well enough, especially a vain little thing like you." "I? Vain? Oh! You are, aren't you?" Well, I'm afraid I am, a little." "You could never have looked in the glass if you weren't. Didn't you see, or guess, that I was talking about an ideal whom I had conjured into being as a desirable companion in that garden? I can't understand, from the way the conversation ran, how you could have helped it. When I first went to the battlement garden, I was several years younger, steeped with the spirit of Provence, and full of thoughts of Nicolette. I was just sentimental enough to imagine that such a girl as Nicolette was with me there, and always afterward I associated the vision of the ideal with that garden. I said to myself that I should like to come there again with that ideal in the flesh. And then I did come again. With you. But you said you thought of her always, that because you couldn't have her, or something of the sort. Well, all that was no surprise to you, was it? You must have known perfectly well, ever since that night at Avignon, when you let your hair down, anyhow, if not before, that I was trying desperately hard not to be an idiot about you, and not exactly radiant with joy in the thought that whoever the man was who would get you, it couldn't be I? Oh, I breathed a long, heavenly breath that seemed to let all the sorrows and worries pour out of my heart as the air rushed out of my lungs. Oh, you can't mean, truly and really, that you're in love with me, can you? Surely it isn't news to you. I should think it was, I exclaimed rapturously. Oh, I'm so happy. Another scalp, though a humble one? Don't be a beast. I'm so horribly in love with you, you know, it's been hurting so dreadfully. Then I rather think he said, my darling, but I'm not quite sure, for I was so busy falling into his arms, and he was holding me so very, very tightly. We stayed like that for a long time, not saying anything and not even thinking, but feeling. And the courier's dining room was a princess's boudoir in an enchanted palace. The grease spots were stars and moons that had rolled out of heaven to see how two poor mortals looked when they were perfectly happy. Just a poor chauffeur and a motor maid, but the world was theirs. End of chapter 31, read by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona, December 23, 2024. Chapter 32 of The Motor Maid. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. Chapter 32. After a while we talked again and explained all the cross purposes to each other, with the most interesting pauses in between the explanations, and Jack told me about himself and Miss Paget. It seems that her only sister was his mother, and she had been in love with his father before he met the sister. The father's name was Claude, and Jack was named after him. It was Miss Paget's favorite name because of the man she had loved. But the first Claude wasn't very lucky. He lost all his own money and most of his wife's, and died in South America, where he'd gone in the hope of making more. Then the wife, Jack's mother, died too, while he was at Eton. After that, Miss Paget's house was his home. Whenever he was extravagant at Oxford, as he was sometimes, she would pay his debts quite happily, and tell him that everything she had would be his some day, so he was not to bother about money. Accordingly, he didn't bother, but lived rather a lazy life, so he said, and enjoyed himself. A couple of years before I met him, he got interested through a friend in a newly invented motor which they both thought would be a wonderful success. Jack tried to get his aunt interested too, but she didn't like the friend who had invented it, seemed jealous of Jack's affection for him, and refused to have anything to do with the affair. Jack had gone so far, however, while taking her consent for granted, that he felt bound to go on, and when Miss Paget would have nothing to do with floating the new invention, Jack sold out the investments of his own little fortune, all that was left of his mother's money, putting everything at his friend's disposal. Miss Paget was disgusted with him for doing this, and when the motor wouldn't mote, and the invention wouldn't float, she just said, "I told you so." It was at this time, Jack went on to tell me, that Miss Paget bought Bo. She had had another dog, given her by Jack, which died, and she collected Bo herself. Only a few days after Bo's arrival, Jack went down into the country to see his aunt and talk things over, for she had brought him up to expect to be her heir, and as she wanted him with her continually, as if he had been her son, she had objected to his taking up any profession. Now that he'd lost his own money in this unfortunate speculation, he felt he ought to do something not to be dependent upon her, his income of $200 a year having been sunk with the unfloatable motor invention. He meant to ask Miss Paget to lend him enough to go in as partner with another friend, who had a very thriving motor business, and to suggest paying her back so much a year. But everything was against him on that visit to his aunt's country house. In the first place, she was in a very bad humor with him because he had gone against her wishes, and she didn't want to hear anything more about motors or motor business. Then there was Beau, as a tertium quid. Beau had been bought from a dreadful man who had probably stolen and certainly ill-treated him. The dog was very young, and owing to his late owner's cruelty, feared and hated the sight of a man. Since she had had him, Miss Paget had done her very best to spoil the poor animal, encouraging him to growl at the men servants, and laughing when he frightened away any male creature who had come about the place. While she and Jack were arguing over money and motors, who should stroll in but Beau, who, at sight of a stranger, a man, closeted with his indulgent mistress, flew into a rage. He seized Jack by the trouser leg and began to worry it, and Jack had to choke him before the dog would let go his grip. The sight of this dreadful deed threw Miss Paget into hysterics. She shrieked that her nephew was cruel, ungrateful, that he had never loved her, that he cared only for her money, and now that he grudged her the affection of a dog with which he had had nothing to do, that the dog's dislike for him was a warning to her, and made her see him in his true light at last. "Go! Go! Out of my sight, or I'll set my poor darling at you!" she cried, and Jack went, after saying several rather frank things. At heart he was fond of his aunt, in spite of her eccentricities, and believed that she was of him. Therefore he expected a letter of apology for her injustice, and a request to come back. But no such letter ever arrived. Perhaps Miss Paget thought it was his place to apologize, and was waiting for him to do so. In any case, they had never seen each other again, and after a few weeks Jack received a formal note from his aunt's solicitor, saying that, as she realized now he had no real affection for her or hers, he need look for no future advantages from her, but was at liberty to take up any line of business he chose. Miss Paget would no longer attempt to interfere with his wishes or direct his affairs. This must have been a pleasant letter for a penniless young man, just robbed of all his future prospects. His own money gone, and no hope of any to put into a profession or business. Jack lived as he could for some months, trying for all sorts of positions, making a few guineas by sketches and motoring articles for newspapers, and somehow contriving to keep out of debt. He went to France to write up a great automobile race as a special commission, but the paper which had given the commission, a new one devoted to the interests of motoring, suddenly failed. Jack found himself stranded, advertised for a position as chauffeur, and got it. There was a history which he hadn't inflicted on me before, lest I should be bored. He was interested to hear of Miss Paget's journey to Italy, and knew all about the cousin who had died, leaving her money which she didn't need, and a castle in Italy which she didn't want. He laughed when I told him how the redoubtable Simpkins refused to trust herself upon that great nasty wet thing, which was the Channel, but nothing could hold his attention firmly, except our affairs. For his affairs and my affairs were not separate any longer. They were joined together for weal or woe. Whatever happened, however imprudent the step might be, he decided that we must be married. We loved each other, each was the other's world, and nothing must part us. Besides, said Jack, I needed a protector. I had no home, and he could not have me persecuted by creatures who produced corn plasters. His idea was to take me to England at once, and have me there promptly made Mrs. John Dane by special license. He had a few pounds, and a few things which he could sell would bring in a few more. Then, with me for an incentive, he should get something to do that was worth doing. I said yes to everything, and Jack darted away to converse with a nice man he had met in the garage, who had a motor and was going to Paris almost immediately. If he had not gone yet, perhaps he would take us. Luckily he had not gone, and he did take us. He took us to the Gare du Nord, where we would just have time to eat something and catch the boat train to Calais. We should be in London in the morning, and Jack would apply for a special license as early as possible. I stood guarding our humble heap of luggage, while Jack spent his hard-earned sovereigns for our tickets, when suddenly I heard a voice which sounded vaguely familiar. It was broken with distress and excitement. Still, I felt sure I had heard it before, and turned quickly, exclaiming, "Miss Paget!" There she was, with a dressing-bag in one hand and a broken dog-leash in the other. Tears were running down her fat face, not so fat as it had been, under spectacles, and her false front was put on anyhow. "Oh, my dear girl!" she wailed, without showing the slightest sign of astonishment at sight of me. "What a mercy you've turned up! But it's just like you. Have you seen my beau anywhere?" "No," I said, rather stiffly, for I couldn't forgive her or her dog for their treatment of my Jack. "Oh, dear! What shall I do?" she exclaimed. "He hates railway stations. You can't think the awful time we've had since you left me in the train at Cannes. And now he's broken his leash and run away, and I can't speak any French except to ask for hot water in Italian, and I don't see how I'm going to find my darling again. They'll snatch him up, to fling him into some terrible murderous wagon and take him to a lethal home, or whatever they call it. For heaven's sake, go and ask everybody where he is. And if you find him, you can have anything on earth I've got, especially my Italian castle, which I can't sell. You can come to England with me and Beau when you've got him, and I'll make you happy all the rest of your life. Oh, go, do go! I'll look after your luggage." "It's half your own nephew's, Jack Dane's, luggage," said I, breathless and pulsing. "I'm going to England with him, and he's going to make me happy all the rest of my life, for we mean to be married, in spite of your cruelty, which has made him poor, and turned him into a chauffeur. But here he comes now. And, why, Miss Paget, there's Beau walking with him without any leash. Beau must remember him." "Beau with Jack Dane?" gasped the old lady. "Jack Dane's found Beau? Beau's forgiven him. Then so will I. You can both have the Italian castle, and everything that goes with it, and everything else that's mine, too, except Beau." "Hello, Aunt. Here's your dog," said Jack. Beau licked his foot. End of chapter 32. Read by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona, December 22, 2024. End of The Motor Maid by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson.